Under the rituals laid out in the scriptures, succession to the imperial throne has begun. The royal heirs shall select their champions through the ancient trials of fire and blood. Sworn upholders of the faith, warriors without fear. These champions shall decide who will ascend the throne. All shall witness the power of God's chosen. And to those who dare threaten holy Amarr, it shall be known, retribution will be righteous.
Good afternoon. I am CCP Antiquarian, and I am pleased to welcome you to the first day of the Amarr Championships. Over the next 2 weekends, we will be presenting the brutal contest to determine the successor to the Amarrian throne. I'm joined here at the desk with two tremendous dev commentators and broadcasters, CCP Claymore in his first tournament appearance, and CCP Fozzie, who has been with us numerous times before. Mm-hmm. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Here.
Yep.
I can only assume that you're as excited as I am about the matches coming up.
You can't not be excited after watching that trailer.
It's
that
pretty
is
tremendous.
Excitement in condensed form.
They've done excellent work presenting what is going to be or representing what is going to be some amazing play with some very, very critical results. Mm-hmm. The winners of today's matches will move forward. It is a single elimination tournament that will determine who moves on to the next round, which we will conduct next weekend, which will then determine who gets an all-expenses-paid trip, more or less, to Reykjavik, Iceland for the Amarr Championships final rounds, which will occur at FanFest 2016 in April. Mm-hmm. Really, really big stakes, high stakes.
Yeah, big prizes. It's going to be, as you said, single elimination this week. A lot of teams going to be going out.
I think, do we have numbers? How many of the teams total selected will be cut in this?
We have 24 teams right now, and that's going to be down to 6 at the end of the day.
6 at the end of the day. It's a pretty dramatic drop. Mm-hmm. We do have two commentators in the booth, as per usual. Joining us from the broadcast room, CCP Sledgehammer and CCP Larrikin. Gentlemen, welcome to the Amarr Championships.
G'day.
Thank you, Larrikin. Are you guys excited for the matches?
I'm so excited right now. I'm not going to talk about it.
All right, Sledgehammer?
I'm actually quivering.
That's delightful. We do have a schedule for today. We will start off with the individual Royal House matches. That is to say, the tournament is structured such that each individual house determines their champion through a combat of 4 participating teams. We'll run the first 2 fights, so the first 2 elimination matches and I believe the teams are Ardashapur, followed by Kador, followed by Khanid, followed by Khorazor, followed by Sarum, and then finishing with Tash Murkon, the 6 royal houses competing for the throne.
Yeah, so we're going to see different rule sets for each of these pairs of 2 matches at the beginning of the day, and then another set of 6 rule sets right at the end. So we actually have a pretty ridiculous variety of matches coming up today.
So six rule sets to start, 6 rule sets to end, 12 rule sets
12
on the
rules,
day.
1 day.
18 teams being eliminated?
So each house has 2 different sets of rules. They all follow with kind of the theme of the house, the kind of things they like, the ships that are associated with them, which means we're starting off with Ardashapur bringing out Visium ships. So the teams are going to have the selection of all but the sigil, or all but the prorator, of the Visium line, which is a Tech 2 manufacturer that is very closely associated with House Ardashapur.
The same way that Cartham Conglomerate is associated with Sarum and Khanid.
Innovation.
So you can see here what ships they're going to have the choice from. We have Devoter, Oracle, Purifier, Sentinel, Sigil, and Zealot.
Yeah, so they can fly 4 of those ships. They can't repeat any, so no doubles of any of them. And it'll be interesting to see which ones they choose. We had a bit of a debate in the other room before we all got started here today amongst just the commentators trying to figure out what ships are going to be the best of this one.
We're going to see anyone going crazy and bring a Sigil?
I wouldn't expect so, but you never know.
Never know.
Tyrrax isn't until later. He is known for bringing a bunch of haulers.
I hear he's known for bringing bling and then leaving it on the field.
Yes, he's lost a lot of valuable ships as well.
Speaking of that, as long as we're here, the prize for the winners of the Amarr Championship, a gold magnate. Of course, this has been announced on the EVE Online site, and also was announced on the 07 show in an interview with CCP Falcon, if I recall correctly. Gold magnate for the winner, and silver magnates guaranteed to everyone that makes it to the end of play today.
Yes, so for the teams that make it to represent their houses, so there's 6 royal houses, 1 team representing each of them at the end of the day, and all of those teams will get a silver magnate for each of their 4 members. And then the winning team at FanFest will get a gold magnate for each of their 4 members.
That's a lot of bling.
It is indeed.
A lot of gold.
Rebalanced the ships completely. They were amazing ships when they were first introduced back in 2003. Aged a little bit in between, and we buffed them well up, and they're now pretty amazing ships.
I'm not sure if the ships have taken the field just yet. We've got a little bit of time to discuss the rules and how they've come in.
Yeah.
The rules were announced to participating players, not when they were selected, but 2 days ago?
Yeah, on Friday. On Friday, 2 days ago, we announced the rules to everyone all at the same time. And that means the teams have only had, last night, the day before, to figure out what they're going to be bringing. This is an intentional challenge because these are the best of the best. They need to be able to respond quickly. It also means that they don't have to spend months training. They can condense that and just it's a lot of pressure, but at least it doesn't take up your life for months.
Now, how does that change your approach? You're going in and you know what's on the line and you really want to win, and you're looking at your rule set. You have 2 days to theorycraft what's going on in the field. Claymore, from the Artist Support ships, what are you looking at?
We were having this discussion earlier. I mean, I'm torn on the Purifier, whether I'm taking that or not. I'm personally going Devoter, Oracle, Sentinel, Zealot. Get the tank from the Devoter, you get some damage from the Oracle, hopefully pin someone down with the Zealot, and the Sentinel, that tracking disruption. For me, I just can't see a Purifier. It's going to do tons of damage, and you can choose which damage you're applying, but if it gets caught, it's going down pretty quick.
Fozzie?
I think the real key thing about that Purifier, like you said, is that it can do damage in any of the damage types. The ability to do damage outside of EM and Thermal, which is what lasers do, is going to be key in a lot of these matches. A lot of these ships only have bonuses to lasers, which means that if you expect you're going to be facing mostly EM Thermal damage, you can fit hardeners just for those 2 damage types, or mainly for those 2 damage types. So anything that does bonus damage to non-EM and Thermal, which means Purifier and Sentinel in the case of Artist Support, are going to be extra valuable, and I think that's going to be really key.
Well, let's see how it plays out. We're ready to go to the field for the first match of the Amarr Championships this year.
Welcome to the very first match of the Amarr Championships. I'm CCP Larrikin, here joined with CCP Sledgehammer, and CCP Claymore called it. Why don't you tell us what's on the field?
Okay, so both teams are presenting exactly the same setup. We have Zealot, Sentinel, Devoter, and Oracle, and that goes for both sides.
Both teams deciding that they don't believe in missiles, and they've in fact warped in at polar opposites as well. One team coming in at about 30 kilometers, the other coming in at a mix at 30 and 50, with the Sentinel and Oracle hanging back, unsurprisingly. And we have 15 seconds till match start.
Yep. So what do you think is going to happen here? We're going to see the Oracle hanging back, probably projecting damage.
I think that would make a lot of sense. The Oracle hanging back, making sure it can get all its damage on. It's got quite a lot of projection there. I'm very interested to see if what we see running in for the tackle. The match has now started. The Sentinel is immediately getting some transversal, and it looks like we're not really seeing much damage on either side now. We're seeing a bunch of effects from the Sentinel, dropping drones Hornets, which is kinetic, which is a fantastic way of getting outside the obvious tank lock.
We're also seeing some ECM surprisingly on the field on both sides, as well as a lot of tracking disruption going on. ECM's now dropped off against red team, still applied on blue team.
And Rodj's team's Oracle is now slowly hitting armor. He's getting into about 80% armor, while Laerise and the Zealot is hitting about the same there. So it's pretty close match at this stage.
Are you going to see fairly comparable tanks between the Zealot and the Oracle, do you reckon? It's probably roughly about the same sort of VHP.
Well, I'm not really sure here. I think the Zealot can potentially have a whole bunch more tank. And, maybe the Oracle just decides that they can keep at range, although the Oracle's in pretty close. I'd suspect he's probably a Pulse Oracle. And he's playing damage pretty well to that Zealot, getting down to about 50% armor there, while the Oracle's tanking very well.
Predictions? Do you think the Devouters are going to be the last things on the field?
I mean, yeah, definitely. I would. I think I would probably leave that Devoter. What I am surprised about is those Sentinels surviving. Both of them have zoomed out. Their drones are going in, applying damage. And yeah, I'm a little bit surprised one team didn't try and go for the quick Sentinel call. Well, I'll take that back. We've got Meridanth going down into half armor at this stage.
Mm-hmm. So they've switched off from the Oracle, now they're applying all their DPS to the Sentinel. Zealot's still slowly working its way towards structure.
But tanking pretty well.
Yep.
Meridanth's doing pretty well. You saw a big chunk of armor come back, but he's taking a bit there. He's making sure he keeps his transversal up. He's doing pretty well at this stage, and at the moment I think he looks pretty comfortable, while Laerise there is still tackling, coming down, doing a little bit of reps there, but slowly working his way through armor.
We've got the Zealot of the other teams actually keeping quite a lower velocity than the other ships on the red team, but it's not primary, so it's not going to apply to anything at the moment.
I would really love to see these Sentinel fits. I'm very curious to see if they went with overprop or if they just went with 100 MN. They're both doing about 2.5, 3K a second there, so it's more likely. Yeah, I'm not really sure.
That's the Zealot from Laerise down. So we've lost a Zealot from blue team. Red team's still holding reps on the Oracle quite happily.
That puts Rodj Blake in a very much commanding position here, and they've decided to go for
the Devoter,
which is a surprise, yeah.
And it's actually melting quicker than I thought a Devoter would.
Well, I guess that's not a bad choice. If you're flying a Devoter, you're going to think that no one is going to possibly shoot you first. I'm just going to go all gank, no tank, because lol, who's going to shoot me? Meanwhile, that may not have paid off in this case.
It looks like we're dealing with an actual laser fit Oracle Devoter as well. We were sort of discussing whether we'd have some blaster or autocannon fit Devoters on the field, but yeah, this looks like it's staying true to its heritage. We have lasers.
Well, both of these teams are very much Amarr focused. We've got a lot of a couple of CVA pilots here. I'm not surprised they decided to stay true to the true Amarr cause here. So that Devoter's chunking through. The Oracle, meanwhile, is down to about 40% armor.
Yep.
But he's been doing all right so far. So this is a bit of a race to see which one goes down first. I mean, Laerise's team really needs to take down that Oracle if they want to have any chance of staying in this match at all.
I mean, now of all the ships that you've got on the field there, the Oracle's definitely projecting the most DPS on that team. It's a bit of a race. Like the Devoter and the Oracle are roughly about the same sort of level of armor left. So I think the Oracle's going to go down before the Devoter does, though.
I think so as well. And you can see the rep bots there putting those reps on the Oracle, but I think it's going to be very close, very, very close indeed.
Structure on the Devoter now.
He's sitting on 40% structure. He's managed to get a little bit of DPS. There's a little rep coming off there, but his structure is going
31%
down.
on structure now. Tough call.
Tough call. I mean, I think that Devoter's going to go down. I don't think the Devoter is long for this world, in fact.
Yep. It's still, he's still getting some reps on his armor. It's a tough call.
I mean, I think you can see a very big difference in the tactics here, though. We've seen Laeris' side, they're not using any rep bots at all, while Rodj's side is using a whole bunch of rep bots to try and keep that Oracle up, and that's paid off for them in spades. That Devoter is now on 10% straight.
There we go, he's gone.
This is pretty much mopped up now. We're going to see a little bit more. But Rodj's team in a commanding position at this stage.
Yeah, I think they've got this stitched up, basically. Sentinel's about to go down, and there you go. All the shield from the Oracles just got ripped away. Sentinel's gone.
That was 3 volleys, and then that Sentinel just vanished.
Just gone.
And now that Oracle, I mean, I really do hope, I'm going to give this a crack, but Ethidium Bromide can bring this back. I mean, all power to you, sir, but yeah, good luck, mate.
Yeah, GG.
So, what do you... the desk did talk about the Purify. They thought that was a very strong choice. With the non-EM lock there, you can pick some different damage. Obviously, Sentinel can as well, and we saw that with the Hornets being dropped. What do you think we're going to see in that next match with this? Do you think we're going to see a bit of a change? I mean, these two teams are very much Amarr roleplay focused. The next two teams, not so much. Do you think we might see a bit of a change, a bit of a mix-up?
I mean, I think Claymore hit the nail on the head. I think this is pretty much the composition that you're going to see. The Purifier is too squishy. It could get locked down too easily. It does project a lot of DPS, but
I just don't agree. I mean, I don't want to be wrong, but I don't agree. I really think the Purifier is a solid choice. I think AB fit, they can potentially survive. I mean, those Sentinels lasted quite a long time.
I mean, this Oracle's still holding on, for what it's worth. They're not actually really applying too much DPS to it at the moment.
No, I mean he's
got Newts, he's got Nos, he's got ECM on him. He's not going to be able to apply any damage to anything.
No, I mean I mean, good luck, mate. I mean, I hope you can do something, but yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I really think the Purifier is a strong choice. I mean, damage application is not going to be great against all these cruiser hulls, but given a little bit of support, painters and that sort of thing, and using scripted missile computers, I think there's a chance that Purifier could work super well. Again, as long as you can keep it alive and they don't get picked off in the first 10 seconds by the opposing Oracle.
So what would you choose then? Would you go for an over... There you go. There's the Oracle from Bromide down.
Congratulations to Rodj, and we'll pass it back to the desk.
Like, what do you think? If you put a Purifier on the field, are you going to go for like an oversized afterburner so you don't get the signature radius bloom? And now we're back to the desk.
So he's going to live to fly another day.
Because of winning with broadswords and then winning with Dominic's.
This was a very interesting match. I'm going to come back and look at this later.
Oh no, he's so cool, but not very good.
And there we have it, Rodj Blake advancing ahead of Laerise in the contest to become the champion for the Ardeshapur Royal House here in the Amarr Championships. Now, there we saw no Purifiers on field. It was a mirror match, and whoever had the advantage first pretty much was gonna walk away with that. It looked like to me.
It was almost a mirror match. We saw rep drones coming from the red team and damage drones coming from the blue team. So, I mean, it seemed that once that Zealot went down, that was it. They just didn't have the projection and the DPS to break through the reps of the drones on that Oracle. He just sat there in super low armor, and they just switched over to the Voter, chipped him away, finally got him down. From there, it was always going to be a struggle. Sentinel, the Oracle held on. He was never going to break those rep drones on his own.
I think the story of this match was the ECM. So we saw from Rodj Blake's team a lot of ECM. There was some ECM on the other team as well, but a lot more from the red team, and it combined with the rep drones. It meant that you were able to both reduce opposing DPS with the jams, which aren't going to consistently jam the entire other team, but they're going to get in there and get some jams in at key moments, and then keep yourself alive with the rep drones. And that worked together really well. It was basically going as full tank as you can possibly go with the ships available to you. And the tank won the day. It's one of the things that people have asked about is whether you're allowed to use ECM in this, and you absolutely are. You know that you're only going to be up against Amarrian ships, so you only have to bring one type of jammer. But it is important to note that even with knowing that you can only need to bring Amarrian jammers, the strength of a bonus Amarrian jammer on an unbonused ship, or against the right ship type, is actually still weaker than a multi-spec on a Rook, for instance. So it's not going to be very consistent, but it can get in there right at the right moments.
Now, of course, we had Larrikin and Sledgehammer debating the relative merits of bringing a bomber without a devoted bomber wing, as it were, just one ship. And we've talked about whether or not the tank was vital. Purifier doesn't have that great of a tank.
Do you know what's great for clearing rep drones, though? Bombs.
Bombs.
I would really like now to see one of the teams bring a Purifier just to see if they can get that speed up, apply the damage, and just break through. So yeah, I'm thinking now a Purifier might be. I'd really like to see one coming up in the second fight.
I mean, you saw Larrikin mention how well the Sentinels tanked. We did see the Sentinel get primaried at one point, and it tanked really well. These small ships are very hard to hit, and they can actually reduce the damage quite a bit.
The first Sentinel did fine. When the second Sentinel came under fire, that
well, I mean, at that point, the rest of his team was dead, or most of the rest of his team just had the Oracle left.
I've got to wonder, with these pilots, how much time they spend actually flying some of these ships, because I'm not saying that Amarr isn't the most popular choice all of the time, but certainly there are some ships that are flown more rarely than others. So whether or not your wing actually has a bomber pilot that knows how to launch, that knows how to get in there and apply the damage, I think that's a big push too. And I think flying the Purifiers, we saw this at the Alliance tournament, operating a bomb wing is difficult.
It takes a lot of skill. It can be challenging.
And who knows? I mean, who knows what these guys have trained up on? They can fly the ships, but can they fly the ships?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's nobody who has more experience flying Amarrian ships than Pi. And that was both of the champions from that last match were Pi.
The third oldest?
Something like that. I'm not sure.
They're
They're one of the oldest player corporations. And they, of course, fly Amarrian ships exclusively and have been around a very long time. They know what they're doing when flying Amarrian ships. I would expect that, yes, they wouldn't probably have a ton of experience flying full DPS fit devoters, for instance, because you don't see that a lot on normal combat.
It's a rare choice.
But it's flying that at full DPS devoter isn't that much different than flying a Zealot, for instance. So I think it's going to be fairly, all the ships they're going to be flying there, they'll have quite a bit of experience with that type of piloting.
Interesting question there. With regard to role-playing corporations, like people that really get into EVE and want to kind of be immersed in the game world, it seems like there's a lot of Amarr-based corporations, like Amarr players that decide, that's all I'm going to be. I'm gonna follow the religion of the Empress, and that's all it's gonna be for me. Why do you think that happens more so with Amarr than with some of the other empires?
It's a good question. I think it's a group that was very fleshed out right from the beginning of the game. And also, it's a group that lets you role play, I guess not necessarily the bad guy, but maybe a more confident in your beliefs character than you are in real life. Right? Like, it's nice to play something a bit different than your natural self. While a lot of someone maybe role playing Galente might just be acting basically with their own normal beliefs. But I'd imagine a lot of these Amarrian role players are getting to try on a character for fun that's very different than their normal everyday life.
It's interesting. The Caldari Championships, which then became the Alliance tournament, are sort of like in a mirror of the Amarr Championships, but in a negative relief. So you've got like any kind of ship from any race with any sort of fit, any comp, versus a very structured, very determined, like only Amarr ships, probably only lasers, depending on how adventurous you want to be, lasers, drones, missiles. That they're just interesting contrast between what we have in this tournament and what we had at the Alliance tournament. Now, you weren't on the Alliance tournament.
I wasn't on the Alliance tournament.
I know that you did watch.
Yeah,
I've
been watching for a few years now.
What do you think about the comparison between playstyles? These rule sets, which are individual to each group, and the broader, announced well in advance, determined Alliance rule sets.
These are super interesting because we set out the 12 rules. We know there's only going to be 2 of each rule set played out. We know we're going to be seeing different setups, different ships, possibly running different Blaster Oracles, something crazy, we don't know.
Blaster Oracle.
But we've got that. We sometimes see in the Alliance tournament, there's one, especially in the early matches, there's one setup that people have found that just works. And you see that match after match after match. Whereas this, we know we're going to have 2 of them, and then we're moving on to another 2. Super interesting matches coming up today.
And of course, with these rules, we don't have the same kind of complications that you might have with the Alliance tournament. We don't have bans. There are no flagships. It's just a straight on 4v4 brawl. Yeah. Actually.
Yeah, we keep the same rules of you can't have any of the faction Dead Space Officer modules. You still have to keep Tech 2 maximum. With the drones, we allow up to Tech 2 rep drones, Tech 1 damage drones. But yeah, you're right. We have no flagships. There's no crazy ships. They're just set in what we give them, and it's up to them to make a decision. Cut out 1 or 2 ships. For instance, there we didn't have the Purifier and Sigil, which they could have brought with them. And then it's up to them to fit them.
I'm expecting to see both Purifier and Sigil in the next one. We did have some comments and questions in the Twitch chat, and we are following. Questions, and maybe Fozzie, you'll be able to address this best. Why only 4 pilots per team?
It's something that both pays homage to the original Amarr Championships and also allows, I think, more individual pilot skill to really show through. 12v12, I think, is a great format for the Alliance tournament, but it focuses more on the strength of the organization. You need a large collection of pilots, both for practicing and for flying. You need to work really hard on preparing for the different matches well beforehand with lots of practicing. Here, a much smaller group of pilots means more focus on the individual talent of each one.
Of course, I love this format. I love the different rule sets and the variety of play styles we're going to see. And definitely, I think it's interesting to have pilots that maybe wouldn't normally be involved in EVE tournament play come in and have a chance to do something like that. Of course, we're open to the discussion, and we'd love for people to get on the EVE Online forums and Twitter, Reddit, wherever you'd like. Bring it up. Talk to us. I love doing this. So any kind of further tournament play we have with these kind of rule changing, like opening it up to other players, I think is great, and we'd love to hear from other players that believe that. We are ready to go to the second match. This, again, will follow the same rule set we saw in the first, only ships constructed by Viziem for the Artish War Corporation. And we will see the second 2 teams, that's Venix and the SoulLess Zealot, coming in, hopefully, with some interesting fits. Yeah. And we will go to the boys in the booth for the second match of the Royal House Artish War Amarr Championship combat.
Welcome back to the commentary desk. We have Venix going up against SoulLess Zealot. Larrikin does not get a Purifier.
I do not get my Purifier. In fact, we're seeing a mirror match of a mirror match. This is exactly the same. Both sides bringing Devoter, Zealot, Sentinel, and Oracle. Clearly, we do not know what we're talking about. We are just plain wrong. No one likes Zealots today.
Well, I called it, just saying, but whatever.
You did? Okay, all right, fair enough. I don't know. Anyway, we've got the PFR team, which is headed by Venix, coming in mainly at sort of range here, a mix of 20 to 50 kilometers. While the blue team, which is the SoulLess Zealot team, came in nice and close here. In fact, they both came in from fairly close, fairly close beacons, and they're pretty close to each other. The match has started. We're seeing a bunch of damage drones, ECM effects, and like all of the things getting put across the field. Hornets running across the field. It looks like after that, Oracle maybe?
Yeah. Yep, going for this. So they're going for the blue team's going for the Zealot primarily. Zarek's Nibin, he's now about 75% armor, 69% armor.
Yeah,
slowly chipping away.
Wow, that's something I did not expect. Zealot's team has dropped Alkalites as their drones here. It looks like, and some Warrior 300 web drones. Wow, I never thought I would ever see them in this, but there you go. I'm just wrong on so many counts today.
This Zealot's melting pretty quickly. It looks like it's going to go into structure fairly soon. There we go.
Yeah, he's gone. That's the first loss for the PFR team, for Venix's team. That certainly puts the SoulLess Zealots team in a commanding position there. Oracle of Venix already down, like starting into 97% armor there.
We've got all of Red Team's E-War focused on that Zealot of Ilana Su. We've got target painters, we've got scrams, we've got newts, and we've got track and disruption applied to the Zealot right now. But it's holding fairly solid right now.
Well, I'm pretty sure most of maybe you can confirm this for me. Are most of the jams that are on the Devoter and the Oracle on Venix on the Devoter, SoulLess Zealot on the Oracle, are most of them coming for drones, or is that actual jam modules? So we've got a flight of EC300s sitting on the Oracle.
Well, I've got the SW300s sitting on the Oracle as well, so that's getting webbed.
But where's that second
Where's
jam
that ECM coming from, though?
Yeah, on Cedric's Devoter. Where is that coming from? I'm very curious. Meanwhile, Elena Su's Zealot hitting half armor.
Is it the Sentinel that's applying that ECM?
I mean, it could be.
Looks like it.
I would have thought you would have gone for all the tracking disruptors you could in the world, but maybe not. I mean, yeah, maybe not. Anyway, the Zealot of Elena Su coming down to around about 30%, 24% armor, in fact, while the Sentinel of, I don't know how to say that name.
MCW?
MCW, very good. Just sort of seesawing back and forward there, managing to keep reps just fine.
Yeah, it's holding pretty solidly.
Did you see that shot on Venix?
Oh, yeah, straight away, chewing through the armor.
Yeah, that was a huge big hit. I'm not sure what they put that on there, but he's down it.
Yeah, that's Venix down. Zealot for blue team is now roughly about 60% structure, but still holding fairly steady. And there's the Sentinel from MCW just getting wiped off the field so fast.
Look, I mean, I think that Zealot, I think Elena Su's going to survive this.
Yeah,
it's only the Devoter left, and I'm really not sure how much damage he's putting out there. He's got all that. He's got jams, like all of the E-War in the entire world, sitting on top of him.
And of course, the Devorer itself doesn't actually have any bonuses to damage, just to cap usage, so
that's correct. Yep. I mean, he looks like he's fairly tanky there, but he's not in a very good place at the moment.
No, it's just a matter of time.
Yeah,
Blue team have got this stitched up.
Again, I'm really surprised though at seeing the Alkalites. I didn't think we'd see Alkalite. And Alkalite, yeah, I was really expecting we'd see like Warriors maybe, or Hornets for the varied damage, but nope, all in on EM and Therm.
Well, I guess it's just a matter of how sold into RPing you are. You know, Amarr Championships, Amarr drones.
I mean,
it's fitting.
It's paid off. Clearly, Holy Amarr is blessing their champions. It's certainly paying off in this case. Elaine Su actually bringing back a little bit of shields. While Cedric
there's the Devorer gone.
He's dead. He's gone. Goodbye, Devoter. It was a pleasure seeing you. You did make the right call. The Devoters were always the last one on the field, I believe. So,
although interestingly, we saw a bit of a switch up from the previous match. The Oracles were the primary for each team, but we saw the Zealots go off the field first, followed by the Sentinels. So yeah, bit of a switch up.
Anyway, we'll hand it back to the boys on the desk. The desk boys. The desk crew.
Delicious spaghetti you eat while waiting for a prey to put its shiny pot into history. So now is let jump and let the booty hit the floor, and that is how the glue comes.
And SoulLess Zealot, with his team, advances ahead of Venix to proceed to the final match for the Archbor House, which will be happening later this afternoon. That match between Rodj, Blake, and the SoulLess Zealots teams will determine who from House Archbor moves on to next weekend's play. Really interesting to see the exact same fleet comps show up.
Yep. This time, though, much higher damage fits. So
Yeah.
less reliance on ECM, more high DPS fits, and obviously a much faster match for that.
A little bit speedier. The Devoter, of course, still on the field,
Yes.
And I heard Sledgehammer say something about whether or not it had a damage bonus.
Yes, it does have a laser damage bonus as well as the laser cap use bonus.
All right, we'll talk to Sledgehammer later about his erroneous commentation. Boy in the booth. My God.
But yeah, that was a very good match, and that is the last we will see of that rule set now. So we will not get a chance to see the Purifier actually for the entirety of today, I think, because it's not allowed in any of the other rule sets.
Now, the rule set for the Artist Rapport match that comes in the second half of today, that's
everyone flies a slicer.
A slicer.
4v4 Imperial Navy slicers.
That's a speedy match. That's
potentially, Although it is worth noting that that's probably not the kind of ship you'd want to try to fit autocannons on, which means that it probably is going to be locked to EM thermal, so people may be able to tank pretty heavily towards that, which might stretch it out a bit. Although now that I've said that, people might just go like...
Incredible speeds and an isolated tank. That match might drag a little bit. Now there are some interesting rules for boundary violations and ties at time for this tournament. Are there not?
Well, the boundary violations are just like the normal tournament.
Stays the same. Okay.
You automatically explode if you go outside of the arena.
Delightful.
We also have a rule to ensure that players on both teams are basically always working towards victory. If you are kiting around the edge of the arena, just trying to survive without actually trying to kill the other team, then the emissary of the Court Chamberlain, who is flying an Avatar-class Titan just outside the arena, will smite you with the glory of God. And it's painful.
It sounds painful.
Yeah.
I would not like to be smote.
No.
Smitten?
So you're fine to kite as long as you're actually shooting them at the same time. Like if you're in a kiting ship and you can deal damage at that range, that's great. But if you at any point start acting cowardly in the eyes of God.
In the eyes. I think that this rule is actually applied kind of in other instances as well. Is that not the case? The dishonorable actions in the eyes of God extends as far as what Blood Raider skins on your ship?
You can't, of course, fly the colors of any heretics and enemies of the Amarr Empire. So that means the Blood Raiders and Equilibrium of Mankind both have skins available for some of these ships, and if you are to use any of those skins at any point on camera, you might get a warning, or you might just get destroyed. Depends on how gentle the emissary is feeling.
The emissary's whim. I love the caprice of the rulers. That's
if you do it when we don't have the camera on you, then you'll probably get a warning. But if you actually do it live in the tournament, no, I expect you'll just get yourself blapped.
You'll be smited.
Yeah,
smote. Mm-hmm. Coming up next, we'll move on to the next royal house in the list, the House Khador. Now, House Khador's rule sets obviously different from the ones we've seen for House Artist Rapport. The first rule set, Claymore, is
it's kind of a similar setup. There's going to be a selection of ships. They each have to pick one of them. There can be no duplicates. But this time we're going all Tech 1 frigates. So we've got Crucifier, Executioner, Inquisitor, Magnate, Punisher, and Tormentor.
Okay, so obviously the Magnate is top choice there. Everyone's going to want to bring a scanning ship to a gunfight.
Try and find your way out of the bubble with a
Makes
wormhole
sense.
somehow.
Are we worried about seeing another isolated event where everyone picks the exact same ships here?
I mean, it's very possible. There's a couple of no-brainers. You definitely want to bring the Inquisitor. You definitely want to bring a Punisher. You definitely want to bring a Tormentor. So the real choice is what you bring as the fourth ship. And I think that's between the Crucifier and Executioner.
I don't think you necessarily bring the Inquisitor.
We did have great debates about, do you want the Inquisitor? Do you want to be repairing? Or do you just want to go all out to the face and just try and kill them? Take the Tormentor.
Punch him in the face.
I think one thing that after seeing Rodj Blake's match, don't underestimate the power of rep drones.
Yep.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Inquisitor, Punisher, Tormentor, Crucifier, rep drones, maybe a bit of ECM, going with that kind of tanky setup. I think that would work really well.
It's possible. You may have noticed watching at home that we do not have the control bar showing up on our display this weekend. There's a bit of a technical difficulty there. We will be attempting to bring in the bars for next weekend's broadcast. For now, of course, you'll have to track manually, if you would, the icons that are showing up next to each individual ship to determine whether or not you're seeing any sort of controller E-War happening there. But it is possible to see, I guess, an E-War set up for this particular
you can
matchup?
bring unbonus D-War in a lot of these setups. We saw Rodj Blake's team use it to great effect. I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of it. Of course, tracking disruptors are bonus on the Crucifier, so that's always an option as well, although when you're looking at frigates versus frigates, it might not be the most powerful tactic, although it still is pretty good. The bars, of course, for most of these matches, because of the fact that everyone's flying the same limited selection of ships, they would look pretty similar on both sides anyways, so I don't think it's a huge loss for this weekend.
Yeah. Now, what's your chosen setup? You're going into this match and you're selecting. Obviously, we have different opinions on what we want. What do you pick?
I'm taking the Punisher, taking the Tormentor, taking the Crucifier, and I'm taking the Executioner. I am not taking the Inquisitor.
Straight up damage.
Going all out.
Not doing
That's
it.
what we like to
Going
see.
straight out damage. Yep.
Now, some of those ships, Punisher's super slow. I mean, that's
Super slow, but it can tank.
Honestly, it's not that slow.
It's pretty slow. Relative.
It's faster than a lot of Tech 1 frigates,
Yeah.
the Tech 1 combat frigates at least. But yes, it's you often fit oversized plates on it, which can slow it down a little bit. Yeah.
It's pretty tanky. If you can catch someone, the Punisher can hold them,
Yeah.
and everyone can.
Of course, the Punisher is getting buffed in December, but that isn't applying here because this is not December yet. But it's going to be getting a new set of stats coming up in our next release in December.
So we may see some differences to how people play these Amarr ships when the actual championship match occurs at FanFest.
Yeah.
Now, the rules for that match have not yet been announced,
No,
but
in
they
fact-
have been determined.
Yes, so we've got rules for the entire tournament figured out. We've discussed them internally and planned them all out. We are going to be revealing the rules for next weekend on next Friday. So you'll have 1 day of lead time for before you actually have to start using those rules. And then for the finals at FanFest, we will be revealing those rules to both teams here at CCP's headquarters. We're going to fly you out to Iceland, take you into our offices here, put you in a room with no internet access, take away all your phones. You will have, however, EFT and PIFA and beer, the really core things you need for theory crafting. And then we give you the rules and let you theory craft on the spot with no outside help. So it's important that all of these teams, if they expect to make it to the finals, they need to make sure that the 4 of them, they have a good wide variety of knowledge in EVE. They need to be good at figuring out what kind of setups will work without having any chance to test them on a server, like actually try them out. And you need to make sure you all get along well because you're going to be locked in a room together for a couple of hours.
That's that's delightful. Just the idea of a bunch of EVE players locked in a room together with beer.
It's going to be great. We're going to film it as well so that everyone's going to get
Or
some
we're
highlights.
filming their theorycraft sessions. Oh, buddy. Fozzie, your pick for this upcoming match.
I'd go swapping out the Executioner for the Inquisitor compared to, you said, the Crucifier, Inquisitor, Punisher, Tormentor.
All right. I'm going Inquisitor, Magnate, Executioner, Punisher. That's my pick. It's a beautiful ship. It's the prize for the tournament in first place and in second place. It's the best. Well, the Tech 2 variant is the best scanning ship, personally. I think. It's awesome.
You ready for me to give a only partially ironic explanation for why someone might want to bring a Magnate? It has drones, so it puts the Crucifier, good use of the rep drones, and lots of mids if you're going ECM.
Yep.
I didn't even have to make my case. He's right there. He's got it. How are you going to argue with Fozzie?
I wouldn't expect most teams to do that, but it's not entirely crazy to consider.
Now, again, we've got a bit of time, so let's talk a little bit about the rule set that will come up later this afternoon for Khador. That set's a little bit further down.
Yeah.
More Tech 1. It's going to be your team chooses one battle cruiser, Tech 1 or Navy. So it's a Navy Harbinger, the Harbinger, the Prophecy, and the Oracle. You put one pilot into one of those ships. And then you put your other 3 pilots in Tech 1 cruisers. 3 different Tech 1 cruisers from the Amarr. So Arbitrator, Augurer, Mauler, Omen.
All right. And what are you going after in that? Obviously, the Augurer is going to bring a little bit of
remote
rep if you want to have that on the field, and I imagine you would.
I imagine most teams would
versus these cruisers. What do you pick for your flagship, as it were?
I think that's a tough decision. It's going to be. either the Navy Harb or the Prophecy, I believe. Both of those, I think, are fine options.
Yeah, I mean, the Prophecy can just have a brick tank, can have a bunch of damage, can have newts. It's a handy choice, but then, I mean, the Navy Harb after the rebalance.
Navy Harb's awesome. I'd probably lean towards the
awesome.
Navy Harb. Again, the great thing about the Prophecy is you can choose whatever damage type you want, which in this tournament, very key.
And for your wing?
I'd probably go Augur, Maul, or Omen.
Yeah, I'm probably going to have to go the same. I mean...
Is there any point to bring in an arbitrator in a fight like this?
I mean, I'd say the Omen or Arbitrator as your third cruiser is a perfectly valid decision to make either way. Yeah. Tracking disruptors are very effective against Maulers, against Navy Harbs, against the Oracle. If they decide to bring that, you would cripple them. And again, it's decent damage and it's drone damage, so selectable damage types, or the ability to use rep drones. There's
I don't know if you guys remember your early days in EVE or not. When I started playing, actually, I came up through the Amarr ship tree, just building as I went, and I think I spent the most amount of time that I've spent in EVE, I spent in a Mauler, because I could run missions in it by myself, and if people were online, then I could join up and at least serve a bait purpose, if nothing else. Some of these ships, for me at least, are extremely nostalgic.
Yes,
they're just what I love to fly.
Yeah.
Do you have any attachments?
It's the Mauler as well. I remember running missions in it. Very badly fit Mauler, getting scrambled by an NPC and dying.
Railguns,
mixed guns, beams and pulses on the same thing. Yeah, it was a special little fit, but it was mine,
I didn't train Amarr until a little bit later. I was primarily a Mitara early on, but the Arbitrator actually was one of the first Amarrian ships I flew in PvP. It's a really surprising ship. People don't expect the DPS that it can put out. Even before the rebalances of all the Tech 1 cruisers, it actually did pretty decent DPS. And then combined with tracking disruptors, it's a great ship for getting people into fights that they think they're going to win easily, and then they die horribly.
Are we going to see a lot of the Arbitrator Tech 2 variants later on? I know that the Pilgrim and the Curse get a lot of love in Auntie-Q. Do we have rule sets for them?
Yeah, we're going to see the option of a Pilgrim. I'd expect we'll see it in House Sarum later on, their first set of rules. And then we're also going to be seeing a Curse in Canid, their first set. And then the Canid second rule set is 4 curses versus 4 curses. Which is going to be amazing.
It's going to be super interesting how they fit those curses. It's going to be really interesting to see.
The classic shield missile curse.
Yep. Are you going to bother muting them? Are you going to just go pure drone damage? No tank, just kite.
Do you fly a curse in game?
I have done, not recently. I prefer going in my blingy Tech 3s. So I'm really looking forward to...
You're a Newt Legion guy. We might be seeing that a little bit later too, actually, in the Tash Murkon rule set.
I'm really looking forward to that one. It's going to be a lot of fun.
See, now those matches are going to have repercussions potentially in the game at large, because when you get blown up in your Tech 3, there's a skill point loss. So are pilots going to be worried about that before they select to bring a T3 ship, or if they have to?
The next time you'll be able to fly a Legion in this is not until next weekend, right? So
they could still go out and party during the week.
And the thing, I'm sure we'll explain it later, but one of them is going to have to fly Legion. So one of them is probably going to lose skill points.
If you have the opportunity to ascend to glory, you must have the opportunity to descend into disrepute, and that's what occurs when you die in your Legion. You've brought shame. You've brought shame to the Empire and to your wingmen. It's just inexcusable. We've got a bit of a delay with the ships taking the field, a bit of a problem with placement. So while we get that sorted, gentlemen, we have a sort of open floor. And Fozzie, I'd like to ask you, a few questions really about the upcoming release for this winter. Acheron is the name of the release that's coming out, and your team specifically, 5-0, has a lot of changes coming.
We've got a lot of balance work coming into this one. We're going to be releasing some new ships. We've already shown off the first round of stats for Navy electronic warfare frigates, and we're also going to be releasing a set of Tech 2 logistics frigates that are very exciting. And getting a lot of module work in too, including some work that will then lead into a lot of what comes into capitals next year.
Are those frigates going to be one for each race, I assume?
Yes, yeah.
So are they included in the rule sets?
They will be included in the rule set for the finals at FanFest. They won't be released before next weekend, so...
Obviously.
Yeah. So there's no opportunity to use them in the first 2 weekends. But yes, I think it's probably no surprise to people that they will be amongst the legal ships in the finals.
Depending on what the rules actually are.
Yes, you may or may not want to use them, but there will be opportunities to use them.
Right.
And that counts for all of the new Amarrian ships that are being released, which is the Navy Crucifier, which it uses a really interesting high power but short range tracking disruptor bonus combined with a lot of damage. The Deacon, which is the new Tech 2 logistics frigate. And the new Tech 2 Destroyer, which I don't think we've announced the name of yet, so I won't reveal it here.
All right. Thank you. And Claymore, of course, your team Game of Drones.
I'm Team Game of Drones, yes. We are working on the Citadel stuff. We've been talking a lot about it, especially at Vegas. We had a lot of announcements, Nullarbor up on stage. We're still super interested in all your feedback. There's forum posts everywhere. Come on, tell us. Watch the Vegas presentation. It's up on the CCP or the EVE Online YouTube channel. Nullarbor gave a presentation, tons of details, super interesting. We're so excited to get them out. But
now those, of course, not for the Akron winter release,
nope,
but for
the next year.
The Citadel's expansion.
The Citadel's expansion.
You guys got the title right there. It's
what
it says on the tin.
You know, no pressure or anything, but. We're working hard. We're working hard to get those ready for.
Are you getting a lot of constructive player feedback on the presentations and the blog posts that you've put out already?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's mainly been Nullarbor and Terbium. He's going to shout at me if I've pronounced that wrong.
You've got it right.
I've got it right.
Atomic number 70.
Yeah, I mean, the two of them have just been amazing at following up with all the feedback, keeping in touch with the players. I mean, we've changed from our initial designs way back. So much has changed, especially coming from player feedback, just stuff that maybe we hadn't thought about, and players like, have you thought about this? And we've gone away, and yeah, actually, they're right. So we need more. Like, we keep announcing stuff, so we just need the players to keep giving us their feedback. It was up in Duality, and we'll hopefully get some stuff out there for the players to test on Duality soon. We as much as reading stuff is great, actually playing with it, even better. So once we can get it up on a test server and they can actually get hands-on with the stuff, that's going to be so good.
Yeah, I think that's the next big milestone is getting parts of the Citadel's expansion into a test server so we can actually try them out together and start to get the feel of it. Both to release to the players, also to do a lot of internal testing. I know there's a challenge has been dropped between our two teams, 5-0 Game of Drones. We're going to, as soon as possible, as soon as we have everything kind of in place to do it, we're going to have our own battle. You guys are going to try to defend a Citadel, and we're going to multi-box a bunch of Titans and try to kill it.
Yep, it's going to be...
It sounds delightful, and this kind of conversation between the players and the developers, I think it's unique to CCP and EVE Online's approach when we present and then offer and then iterate based on player feedback, and it's something is really great to see, especially when you're developing a feature like the Citadels or like some of the capital adjustments or any kind of balancing that comes in where. What really matters is how players are going to use these things and how they feel about incorporating those elements of the game into their play.
With the game as big and diverse as EVE, there's no way that we could actually improve this game without player help. We really rely on player feedback, and it's a big part of everything we design, for sure.
It's a big part of most operations here at CCP, including and not limited to our online presence through structured play like the Alliance tournaments and the Amarr Championships. So again, everyone watching at home and anyone watching on the YouTube channel is invited to participate on the forums and to participate in any conversations on Reddit and Twitter regarding features in EVE and broadcasts from our illustrious community department. We've got a bit more time.
All right.
So with regard to the lore behind our houses here, Clearly, these 6 houses are royal. They're bigger than the holders in the Amarr Empire. They're not just landowners. They don't just operate extensive colonies. These are the houses.
Regions.
These are the houses that own regions of space. Ardeshapur, kind of a fundamental religious group.
Yeah, very religiously conservative, I think would be a good way to describe them. They try to hold on to the old religious ways.
And what do we know about House Khador, the matches that we're about to see?
I think they can be described as kind of cultural conservatives. They believe very strongly in the kind of preeminence of Amarr, and that they want to kind of keep the old traditions alive. And
do we need to modify our statements with conservative in front of the Amarr groups? It seems like all of them are fairly conservative in some respect.
I mean, compared to different groups.
Compared to Galente, very conservative. Conservative
compared
all
to
around.
The Blood Raiders, all very conservative.
Yes, quite.
But there's quite a lot of variety within them. The way that they structure their power, whether or not, for instance, the individual holders have absolute power, or whether or not there's centralized authority. The way that they view the application of their religion. There's quite a lot of variety between them.
Now, did that go into helping develop the rule sets for each of the houses? Did you consider their philosophical background and what they might want to see, or how they might want to choose their competitors or champions?
A little bit, yeah. We talked, like Khador, they really focus strongly on the historic glory of the Amarr Empire, which is why we actually stuck with Tech 1 ships for them. We wanted to give them the traditional ships of the Amarr. And they are less interested in using the newest technology. They think that if it's been around a long time and tried and true, that's the way to go.
And so then Tech 1 ships in both rounds of play then, the first round and the second. And for House Ardeshapur that we saw earlier, obviously the Visium Corporation is one of their associated corps. So selecting ships that they had constructed makes a lot of sense. For the second half of that, the Imperial Navy Slicer. Now, that's not a Visium ship.
No, it isn't. That one didn't have as strong of a connection to the lore behind the house. I think it was mainly, it was one we picked that we knew we wanted to have because it would be a lot of fun, and decided to give it to Ardeshapur.
Did you ever duel in a Slicer, Claymore?
I've flown one once. I took it into Losec very early in the game. Didn't really know what the gate guns were, and I attacked someone and very quickly died. So I've never flown one since, sadly.
I have dueled only one person. I was flying a Slicer, and he was flying, what's the Minmatar Navy frigate? It's
Firetail.
The Firetail. Lebowski, you lost, buddy. What? You're gonna fight me on the internet?
Slicer is one of the best dogfighters in the game. It's a really good.
It's excellent, and I'm a terrible pilot. I'm terrible. So by all accounts, maybe Lebowski won. I don't know, but.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to fly. I've had my own experiences with surprise gate guns and surprise Concorde and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. I remember one of my earliest PvP experiences. I got myself into a rupture and decided to go roam through Losec. So I went through a section of Losec. I planned out this whole route, but it hopped through Highsec a couple of times in between different pockets of Losec. And at one point didn't realize that I had jumped into one of these high-sec systems in between Losec and saw a Hulk on scan. I'm like, yes! I'm going to kill a Hulk! Warped to the belt, locked him up, activated my weapons, and died. And
this would be
up in the corner there. That's what I should have been.
This close to suicide ganking, the Hulk.
Before we introduce the safety now, which we have.
That would have helped a lot. Yeah, that was a long time before the safety.
You would never have done that, but yeah.
Do you keep your safety on green?
Yeah, just because I don't need it.
Yellow is the way to go.
Hide away in wormholes. I don't need it. Say any other color.
Then you can just set it to red.
I could, but then I will forget. I'll jump out and I'll.
What are you gonna? You're
go
gonna
for
shoot
a Hulk
something?
in high-sec. Yeah, you know.
Perhaps. Matches for the rest of the day have already been determined and are on the schedule. For those of you just tuning in or haven't been following along, we do 2 matches for each house, and then at the end of the day have the second round for that house. So once we kick back into action here, we will see the first 2 matches of House Khador. That should be finishing just before 3 3:30 or 2:30 Eve time, and then we'll move on to the next houses. Khanid coming in for matches 5 and 6. Corazor, if I've got that correct. Some people say Corazor, some Corazor. Corazor we'll go with. Corazor for matches 7 and 8. Matches 8 and 9 with House Sarum, and matches 11 and 12. 10 and 11. I've lost my 8.
We have a total of 18 matches.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
and then
11.
13 is the first of the
13 is the
second
first.
round.
There you go. Okay, so Ardeshborg, Khador, Khanid, Corazor, Sarum, and then Tashmerkin, 2 matches each. And then starting with match 13, going through again, Ardeshborg, Khador, Khanid, Corazor, Sarum, Tashmerkin.
Those are the ones that will determine who's moving on to next weekend.
And who is going to win Silver Magnates. Remember, everyone who's alive at the end of today is guaranteed a Silver Magnate or a Gold Magnate for each member of their team. I know we've got a video for the prize ships. I don't know if they've got it queued up, but if they want to work on queuing it up, if we've got time for it, they can definitely do so. In the meantime, we can talk a little bit about this next match includes one of the most famous players in this tournament, Max Singularity. He is, of course, known as the Space Pope. He is a Amarrian holder who himself claims authority over all Amarr.
Does he?
Yes. He was not allowed to actually enter as a royal house into this tournament by the Privy Council, so he threw his lot in with Uriel Kador instead. And so he is now supporting Uriel Kador and has actually a lot of the best PvP pilots of the Imperium behind him. So that's going to be a very interesting team. I think a lot of people are going to be watching him. He's probably one of our big crowd favorites coming into this.
Do we know who he's going up against?
Yeah, he's going up against Fafer's team. Okay. Fafer, a member of Pandemic Legion, a long-time tournament pilot. So that's going to be a very challenging fight for him, I think. I think Max Singularity's probably got a stronger team than a lot of people are expecting, but still going up against Fafer's team is going to be pretty tough.
Do you recognize some of these player names from the Alliance tournament structured play?
Yep. Yeah, you definitely. There's quite a few of these members, and actually the entire round of House Kador are experienced tournament players, including one tournament commentator from the past, Lazarus Telraven on Max Singularity's team. Has been one of our commentators in past years. Namamai's also got a lot of tournament experience. Fafer, Madib, BRJ. There's a lot of experienced tournament pilots.
Now, that's not to say that you have to have flown in a tournament prior to this in order to participate, or that you have to have flown in any tournament ever to participate. All EVE players were actually eligible, provided that you had appropriate standings.
Yes, you had to have at least positive standings. I think 0.5 was the requirement, but we gave preference to people that had even higher standings than that. So if you have to be able to demonstrate your loyalty, and there's a lot of ways to do that. We asked competitors who were wanting to make the short list of 4 for each house to submit some text about why they believe they would be a good choice for that heir, to submit a PvP video of themselves in action to show off their skills, and to have high Amarrian standings. And a lot of these pilots are very dedicated Amarrian loyalists.
Did we get some interesting videos coming in?
Yes, we did. We got a couple people that were PvPing in ships all skinned with their house's skins. A lot of really cool stuff. Yeah, a lot of former streamers or current streamers who put links to their streams. Yeah, there was a lot of really good videos.
Now, Lazarus Telraven, not the only previous tournament commentator to be coming in here. And
later in the day.
Later on today, we will see Elise Randolph flying for House Sarum.
And then Chessur flying for House Tashmerkin.
That's right. That's half of this year's desk, more or less, showing up. And we do look forward to seeing at least some of them explode. If you had any strong preferences for any of our desk commentators during the Alliance tournament this year and would like to see them engaged in battle and possibly die, tuning in later today is one of the best ways for you to do that. Other than hunting them down in EVE, actually, which is also
a very good way to do it.
Not just recommended, but
encouraged,
required almost. Do it. Elise is primary. We again a little bit of time before the ships take the field. The House Khador match Tech 1 ships. Any final comments? Any little bits of information, strategies that you might like to see?
I mean, I think a lot of it's going to come down to what balance teams choose between tank and gank. Whether you go full DPS or whether you try to go full tank. It'll be really interesting to see. It might actually be a good option if people bring rep drones to do something we didn't see in the first couple of rounds, which is shoot the rep drones.
Yeah.
It takes time, but it may be what you need to do if you're not breaking the tanks. Obviously, with Tech 1 frigates, it's not the best choice, but later on, you're probably going to see smart bombs to help clear off drones.
Yep.
So all of those are going to definitely be strong options.
How would you play it?
Coming in with this, I would probably go Crucifier, Inquisitor, Punisher, Tormentor.
And what are you fitting?
And I'd be fitting probably some ECM and some rep drones. Rep drones on the Crucifier, use them to help keep the Inquisitor up. And then probably one ECM on the Tormentor, a couple on the Crucifier, and try to lower the incoming damage as much as possible. Primary the other team's Logi if they've got it, and then go from there.
And speaking of those teams that don't have it, in your Logi-free setup, Claymore, how are you fitting your ships?
I'm going quite similar. I'd be taking the ECM just in case they bring an Inquisitor. Try and shut it down, just kill it straight away. But then I'm just going damage. Just burn them down.
Well, we'll
Kill
get
them.
to see what they've done, what the players have selected for their teams as we go to the boys in the booth, the dudes at the little desk, the men with the mics, CCP Sledgehammer and CCP Larrikin, here for the first of the Cador matches at the Amarr Championships.
Welcome to the boys in the booth. It is CCP Larrikin and CCP Sledgehammer here, presenting you the third match of the Amarr Championships, the first match for House Cador. Why don't you tell us a little bit about it?
Okay, so we have setups ranging from a Punisher, Inquisitor, Executioner, and Crucifier, and then Tormentor, Executioner. My overview is kind of screwed at the moment, so I'm just going to work around that. Yep, basically identical setups on each side. We'll see how it works out for them.
Yeah, we do have one difference, which is Max Singularity teams brought the Crucifier, while the PL team, led by Fafer, brought a Punisher. Otherwise, it is a mirror matchup. Interestingly, we had a small technical hitch, which is why this match is a little bit late, and that's because Max Singularity wanted to bring a Magnate, and there was a small little bug in our tournament system. So there was going to be a Magnate in this match. Super disappointed to see it's not there, but the match has started. We're seeing absolutely no damage anywhere. A little bit of E-War going onto the Punisher of Mordib on Fafer's team from Max's house team. I don't know. How are we going? I don't know. I'm pretty bad with words. Let's move on.
So yeah, we have ECM being applied to the Executioner on Max Singularity's team, and we have ECM applied to the Punisher, or no longer applied to the Punisher on Fafer's team. We have no damage being applied. These frigates are skirting around the outside. It doesn't look like they're going directly in for a quick tackle or anything like that.
Virus Portage and the Inquisitor staying back from his team, staying back just in range to be able to apply reps. While Max Singularity in the Inquisitor is not staying back, he's like, I don't believe in this. He's just gone straight in. I'm not really sure what for, but he's gone in. He's got two EC 300s sitting on him, and it looks like the PL team has achieved a hard tackle on the Executioner. Namamai in the Executioner there. Well, not that hard a tackle, but a tackle, and applying fairly decent damage.
Yep, so he's got webs, he's got newts on him, and he's just about... Well, he's got some reps going for him.
Yeah, Max is keeping him up.
I think he's going to fall fairly quickly.
Max is keeping him up, while Summer Tame in the Tormentor might actually be... No, he's not out of range of his Inquisitor reps there, so I'm sure he'll be a little alright for a little while. Nami is almost about to go down. Max looks like he's going to be the secondary for the PL team.
Yep.
And again, he's not keeping range. He's getting into the middle of this. I'm curious. Maybe this is like a bait Inquisitor.
Oh, and it looks like
guns?
they've actually switched from Max Singularity to Lazarus Tailraven in the Tormentor. They're moving through shield now into armor on that. The Tormentor on Fafer's team's actually still been kept up.
Yeah, look, Virus Portage doing a fantastic job and keeping Summer Tame in the Tormentor up. It looks like Max's team has switched maybe over to Fafer, try and headshot the FC, but I don't think that's going to work at this stage. Lazarus Tailraven hitting structure now, moving through structure rapidly into death, or whatever. Yeah.
It's not looking good for the Space Pope. They've lost their Tormentor. What do you think's next? The Inquisitor's going to go down?
Look, no,
there's webs on the Inquisitor.
I was going to say no. I was thought, well, why bother? It doesn't look like the Inquisitor's given the PL team much trouble here. But in fact, they obviously decided to prove me wrong once again. And Max Singularity is moving through armor now.
Yep.
The Inquisitor is going to go down while the Crucifier cruises around a little bit out of range. He's sort of off the main fight here. He might have been chasing Virus in the Inquisitor. But he's sort of about 20-30 Ks off the main, well, I'm not going to say blob because there's really only 3 of them. But group.
There we go. There's the Space Pope is out of the match. We've got the Crucifier of Randolph left. Randolph, my bad.
Randolph, yes. And look, actually interesting. I'm really hoping to see a DD here, but it looks like Crucifier has decided to go in, or maybe just got tackled here by Mardib and the Punisher. He's gotten on there, gotten some newts on him in webs and all of the other things.
And he's now got ECM drones applied to him as well from those Hornet EC300s.
Just for a little bit of extra...
Just to really rub the salt in.
Yeah, a lot of salt there.
And yep, this is him dropping through armor into structure, and there we go. So, no joy for Max Singularity.
I'm sorry, Max, that's you out, and we'll go back to the desk boys.
Your security status has been lowered.
Curator is primary. Shut, you're so retarded. Curator is primary. Curator is primary.
And we're back. Randolph Thorrk trying to hold on to the Wheel of Time, but eventually falling off into the abyss. And with that, Max Singularity is no longer in the Amarr Championships, and the first team of the Kador family finals has been decided.
It's going to be Fafer.
It will be Fafer.
That means we have now 100% fewer Space Popes in this championship.
That is all the Space Pope is gone. Yeah, we've expended our entire supply.
No more claim.
Yeah, I think that's probably what a lot of people expected. I think the odds were on Fafer's team there, but yeah, I think it's a shame to see Max Singularity's team knocked out this early, but I'm sure Fafer's going to do really well.
There's a temptation with the play that we saw there to put it on the pilots. There was some really good logic work on the Fafer's side.
Yes.
But how much of that victory could you attribute to the selection of the ships? The Crucifier obviously being picked on the on Max's side versus the Punisher.
Selection of the ships and selection of the drones. Because it looked from here as if Max Singularity gets jammed out by the drones. He can't rep it. He can't rep anyone back. Fafer's team can just chew through the frigates. Done.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of an odd choice, not choosing the Punisher in this. The Punisher seemed like a no-brainer to me. Yeah. We'll see what, of course, the next Kador teams do with it, whether they go with something more similar to Max Singularity or whether something more similar to Fafer's. But just the combination of DPS and tank, especially the tank on the Punisher, makes it seem like a pretty clear choice in here. I wonder, actually, with how he was flying right into the middle of them, I wonder if Max's Inquisitor was bait fit, and Fafer may have just not taken the bait. That is something that, of course, is an option. You can fit yourself to not do very much repping, maybe to be easier to jam, like you can't fit ECCM, but have a bigger tank, and then just fly right in the middle, hope that they primary you, and hope you win on that. But it's very possible that Fafer just maybe tested, like you saw him test the tank, quickly realized that it's not going to be the best target and switch something else.
Curious to see what he was gonna try and do with the Magnate. Maybe it was just a last minute throw him in the Inquisitor. We'll see how he gets on.
I mean, I have to wonder, did he swap 1-for-1 the Magnate to the Inquisitor? Because if they were trying to do that team with a Magnate instead of the Inquisitor, that would just be very weird.
Maybe they were just hoping to jam everyone out with that Magnate.
I don't know. That's
it was an interesting choice either way. Ultimately successful for Fafer, his selections, pushing him forward, and that's excellent for him, and unfortunate for the Space Pope. Coming up, the next match between Ithica Hawk's team and Joshua Mistweaver. Based on what you saw in this match, do you change your loadouts? Are they worried about it?
I mean, I have to imagine they're more worried about Fafer's setup, and I think that's a pretty standard setup. Like, I think the big choice in that is whether you swap out that Executioner for a Crucifier, but other than that, it seems pretty standard to me.
So, both teams bring ECM drones. One of you takes an Inquisitor, one of you doesn't. Do you lock up their ECM drones straight away and try and kill them before they get to you? So theirs are gone. Hopefully they haven't done the same. Yours are still there. You jam out their Inquisitor.
Perhaps, if you can notice which drones came from the Tormentor, those would be a better choice to shoot, because the Tormentor doesn't have backup drones. It will in December, it doesn't now, while the Crucifier does have backup drones.
I guess we'll see what the other two teams bring to the match once it's set up and ready to go. We do have, again, a little bit of time before the setup is complete. So discussing this, you're Fafer. You've just won your first match. You're moving on to comping your fleet for the second round. We've seen drones having an impact here. We've seen Logi coming in. Are you sweating it, or do you just go with what you've already determined? Or alternatively, is the match ready, and do you just go straight to the boys in the booth for the next round?
I'm going to go with that one.
I think we're going to go with option number 3 as we proceed to the second Khador match of the Amarr Championships, and we will be joining CCP Sledgehammer and CCP Larrikin, the boys in the booth.
So, welcome back to the desk. As Antiquarian has mentioned, we're on the 4th match of the Amarr Championships and the 2nd match for House Khador. We've got what looks like a merged setup again: Crucifier, Punisher, Tormentor, Inquisitor on both sides. Let's see how we're going to get on.
So, both teams are going to be fairly close to the beacon, obviously. We've got the Inquisitor of Bella Arch, which is on Ithica Hawk's team. Sitting out at 50, while the Inquisitor of Paxwell a little bit closer in at 30. The teams came in at 90-degree angles. The match is going to start in 10 seconds. Predictions, CCP Sledgehammer. I'm not really giving you much to go on, to be honest. It's a mirror match.
It's a mirror match. I think the key is basically whoever pins down the Inquisitor first for the opposing team.
Do you think so? Because, we've started here. It looks like they're not going for the Inquisitor. In fact, Ithica Hawk has gone for a hard tackle on the Crucifier by Jamie von Leituva? Yeah, let's go with that.
On the opposing side now, we have Bay Archie being primaried by Red, and that's the Inquisitor going down into armor now.
I mean, he's got a little bit of range there. He's got 2 Hornets and Joshua and the Tormentor sitting on him, giving him a little bit of grief with the Scrambler.
Wow! And it seems like somebody switched to the Inquisitor of Paxwell as well, but it looks like the Crucifier is going to go down pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean that Crucifier is hitting low armor now, about to drop into structure. I'm actually a little bit surprised. I mean, with this frigate PvP, I would have expected them to maybe focus and just try and get that DPS off the field as quickly as possible. Belly Arche is hitting half armor though, so maybe you were right. Maybe the decision not to go after the Inquisitor is going to cost them the match.
Yeah, I mean both Inquisitors look like they have ECM drones applied to them. Yep, actually Hornet 1's applied to Bay Arche, but ECM drones applied to Paxwell. And
Jamie von Latwen, whatever, is actually surviving very well. He's really only just moving through armor.
That's us. They've lost the Inquisitor on red team. So
yeah, Ithica's Inquisitor, he's gone. Severe disadvantage here, but I mean, if they can get Jameer down, that's going to be a big boon to them, and maybe get some lucky jams. And there you go. There goes Jameer. I think I'm saying that right. And maybe if they get some lucky jams on the Inquisitor, they can bring this back. But Johnny's Punisher is into half armor now.
Yep. And the Tormentor as well of Joshua Mistweaver starting to get picked upon. It looks like they've abandoned trying to hit Paxwell in favor of Mistweaver. I'm
a little bit curious. Jaxley in the Crucifier is sitting at like 40 kilometers from the engagement. I'm just not sure how much damage I mean, most of his damage admittedly comes from drones, and he's using a strike and disruptor. I guess getting in there isn't going to be worth much, but I guess it all depends on his fit, really. Johnny moving into structure. Joshua being kept up sort of all right by Paxwell in the Inquisitor.
Looks like Johnny 12 Bore's just about to go down pretty soon. Is it going to be Mistweaver or 12 Bore first?
I think my money is actually on Johnny. I think Johnny is going to die first.
And there goes Mistweaver.
I was wrong. I was wrong yet again. Not very good predictions.
So Ithica's team have switched on to Suicide's Punisher now.
This is a really close match. Like, it doesn't show it so much. Like, Paxwell's just sitting there with the Inquisitor, putting all his reps into Suicide and the Punisher. But Johnny 12 Store, like, he might survive.
Yeah, it's a tough call. He seems to be mitigating a lot of the damage that's coming into him.
He really does. He's doing super well there. While Suicide's about to hit structure. I mean, he's in structure. He's in structure.
Yeah. I think the Punisher of Suicide is going to go down before 12 Bores for sure. Thematically, Johnny 12 Bore is actually wearing a Kadesh skin.
Well,
so there you go.
That's probably why he's still alive, in fact.
Must be.
Absolutely. Look, I'm going to seesaw back again. It looks like leaving the Inquisitor to last was the right play. Ithica Hawk's team lost their Inquisitor, didn't seem to care too much, and just powered through their DPS and is finishing off the Inquisitor right now.
Good show.
Very good show. I am very curious to see how many of those gems fell off. Like, managed to catch on the Inquisitor. Just let them get through that.
Yep.
I'd be very curious to see some logs from that.
Inquisitor's actually sticking around for longer than I thought it would. Seems to be holding in there.
Yeah, see, this is the thing. Like, that could be a bait Inquisitor. I would love to see that.
I'd love to see the fit for it as well. Yeah, it's holding down really well.
But it's gone
there
now.
It goes.
And congratulations to Ithica Hawk's team. And we are going on a short break. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, confirmed. Short break.
You logged in.
Time's logging. Titan's getting fleet.
Jump to Walter.
Jump to Walter.
Fuck him up.
A reminder to all fleet members that whelping is almost guaranteed to happen at some point on our roams. For this reason, Redemption Road recommends the use of cheap or naked clones while roaming. Thank you for your attention, and don't forget to fly safe.
Message from PL.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
It reads this.
Yay.
We can see you.
Oh my god, I'm a god!
And there you have it, Ithica Hawk moving ahead. Mistweaver's Allomancy utterly impotent against that team, who will advance to the Khador second round, which will occur later this afternoon. What did you guys think about that?
That was good.
Thank you, Rise.
There were lasers and spaceships, and all in all, I was just super impressed. I thought the target choice of both teams, one going after Logi first, one going, we don't need no stinking Logi, and just powering on through. Super interesting, super cool.
Interesting to see them go after the Logi, and the other team let it happen.
Well, I mean, I'm sure if they could have avoided it, they probably will. I'm not sure it was like, all right, then you can have it.
No doubt. But I mean, normally your Logi goes down, your team is going down with it. That's generally that's what happens.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I love about this. There's no standard play, and there's so little time. There's no meta develops. It's like this is just sometimes just bringing more deeps is the best thing. And who even cares about Logi really? Has it ever won anyone any fights really?
Who could say?
Who could?
Well, there's no data on the matter.
Demonstrably.
Of course, we have switched things up here at the desk. CCB Rise joining us for the first part of the day. Rise, good to see you. Larrikin coming over from the booth to the desk. Always nice to see someone improve their station.
Whoa. Whoa.
Hashtag Space Barbie. It's good to have you guys here. Of course, we will have new commentators in the booth for the next matches that are coming up, which will be, if I have the schedule correct, House Canid.
Is it Canid or Canid?
It can be as you like. But I'm going to say Khanid for the rest of the day.
Let's go with Khanid.
And it sounds imperious, and the Khanid are known for being a little arrogant.
Quite frankly, I mean, all of the Amarr houses are probably known for being a little bit imperious and quite arrogant. That's kind of what their gig.
It's so nice.
It's lovely.
It's again why there are so many Amarian role players. Everyone loves to be a little haughty from time to time. Do we not, Rise? Do we not?
Like to what? Be a little
haughty.
Yes.
Haughty. Oh, sorry, I thought you said hottie. And
yeah,
I'm haughty.
We all like to be little hotties too, as indicated in the Twitch chat.
In the which chat?
The Twitch chat. We're not doing any of that. We do have an announcement about the first match of the Cador House combat that came on. Obviously, there was a bit of a delay there, a bit of a problem with the Magnate Hull and the tournament tool, which is what caused the delay and which may have affected and most definitely did affect tournament play there. Max Singularity's team depended on the Magnate not making an appearance because of a tool bug. We did give them time to refit a new ship, but it's something that we wanted to announce and make sure that it was clear that fits were modified somewhat by a snafu on this side.
Whoops.
I mean, honestly, I'm just curious if we're going to see a whole bunch of posts about this is just some sort of conspiracy on the Amarr to make sure that Max Singularity gets embarrassed. It doesn't even make it through the first round. I mean, nope.
I don't know what we'll see from the. I can't.
I'm calling it.
I can't
tell.
We have a vociferous fan base who like to speak, and they will make their opinions known no matter what happens. and we invite it. We want it. That's the conversation that we want to be having because there's so many of them, and they say such brilliant things.
They do.
As opposed to us, the desk.
We say brilliant stuff. Do you, Larrikin, think in the next format that the matches will end?
No, I don't think they'll ever end. This is yes. I mean, I think eventually the court chamberlain will get upset and just doomsday everyone. So I think that's probably going to happen. No, look, actually. What are your predictions here?
Well, let's look at the rules for this match. We've got a thing set up here. In the Khanid fight, of course, the first round you can bring Khanid ships, the Anathema, the Curse, the Damnation, the Heretic, the Malediction, the Sacrilege, and the Vengeance. Slight typo there.
And this one's pretty obvious, I think. Maybe you take a Heretic, but probably everyone's going to be Curse, Damnation, Sacrilege, Vengeance, which is about the tankiest lineup we'll probably see in the whole tournament. So,
I mean, interestingly though, you've got lots of off-damage choices there with the Sacrilege and stuff. So we're not going to see. I was a little bit surprised how fast. Actually, I was a little bit surprised. I don't know what I was with the first match. They went a little bit longer. I thought we'd see Purifiers there with the off-damage type. You can certainly do that with the Sacrilege. That's a fantastic choice. And
I mean, you have off-damage types here, but you also have relatively low DPS ships.
Yeah.
And your off-damage is coming from missiles, which no matter what, you're kind of applied DPS isn't going to be all that great to a lot of, especially to the cruisers and stuff. I mean, your hams, you're like a little bit range limited and a little bit application limited, and they don't have super high damage anyway. And then you're shooting at some of the tankiest ships in the game. So,
I mean, if you, it's all going to come down to, I think, to the support wall with the Heretic and the Malediction Vengeance going in for that tackle, making sure they can apply full damage from the sack and the dam.
Yeah.
What do you?
I mean, I guess part of what happens is the curse probably kills the Vengeance pretty easily. Like shuts him down, and then you can kill that. But I don't know. I'm curious to see. I think it'll be a little slower than some of the other matches, and maybe a little more strategic. Like how you use the curse and whether or not you can keep the curse alive is pretty interesting.
Yeah. I mean, that is an interesting choice. Would you go for a full damage fit or some sort of hybrid maybe? I'm curious to see what else.
I would think this curse you will have to like tank to the gills, maybe even like double tank and stuff, because you don't really need it to do a whole lot. The drones can run around and do things. I'm sure you want some cap war, but you could definitely put most of the fitting resources into keeping it alive, and that seems super important since it's kind of your only way to break the rest of the ships in the match. So I don't know, be fun to see.
For the non-cursed ships, You say the Vengeance is kind of an auto pick.
I think so.
I would consider putting the Heretic in there instead of the Vengeance.
The Heretic's awesome when you need to shoot at support. I mean, I think it becomes a good tournament ship because there's so much small support that you want to be killing. But in this format, having most of the ships in the match are going to be big, the Vengeance just gives you such value over a long match. It's really hard to kill. It does tackling really well, and it is like it's not quite as much damage as a Heretic, but it's there, plugging away for the whole match. So
well, let's see what our teams have chosen in this, the first of the Conded matches, Edeity versus Tyrrax Thorrk. And we'll go to the boys in the booth. That is CCB Fozzie and CCB Claymore.
Welcome, everyone. This is CCB Fozzie, joined by CCB Claymore, and we're here for the first of the Candid matches. This is Tyrrax Thorrk's team versus Edity's team, and a really interesting variety of setups here on the field. They both have very similar, obviously, ship types, because we don't give them a lot of choice in that. Only big difference is that we see a Vengeance on Edity's team and a Heretic on Tyrrax Thorrk's. However, the weapon choices on the big ships are hugely different. Why don't you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, so we have one team going with heavy missiles, the other team taking heavy assault missiles.
Yes.
We've got long range versus short range.
So Tyrrax Thorrk's team is here to do some kiting. They are heavy missile fit on the Damnation and the Sacrilege, and meanwhile Edity's team is ham fit, the more standard. So the match has now begun. Both teams came in at a bit of range for some of the big ships, but Edity's Curse and Vengeance came in at 0. They're going to go in and try to get tackle on it right away. All of the small ships, the Heretic and the Vengeance, are all light missile fit, so they can hit really far away. Already some newts applied to the Sacrilege of Dankel and to the Curse of Nikolai there, and that Curse is dropping their shields fast. We'll see how well this armor holds up. Sacrilege as a primary choice. A little bit odd from Edity there. I would not have expected Sacrilege to be the primary.
Yeah, the Sacrilege is going to be really tanky.
That Curse is shield tanking. Nikolai's Curse is shield boosting. That's probably a ASB fit. There he is boosting away, and he is tanking really solidly, at least until he runs out of charges. We'll have to see how well he can sustain that tank.
See the ECM coming over from Tyrax's side. We can see the icon. Doesn't mean they are actually being jammed. It just means the Tyrax's side are trying to jam Edity's side. We can see one coming back on the Curse from Edity to Tyrax's side.
Yep. Of course, ECM is going to be less effective in this match than it has been in some of the earlier ones because all of these ships are Tech 2 and therefore have higher sensor strength.
Yeah.
So we can obviously see, for instance, that the Curse is still... Actually, it looks like that Nos is coming from the Vengeance onto that. There you go. The Sacrilege now has Nos again. That Curse did get jammed out there for a little bit, I think. And, of course, the newts on him are going to be hurting. He's not going to be able to run any tank after that ASP finishes, which I think it has. I'm seeing no boost now on that Curse. I think it's only a matter of time now before he goes down. And meanwhile, that Sacrilege is slowly going through armor, but not fast enough. Sacrilege as a primary choice, really odd from Edity.
Yeah, if they lose this curse, I mean, he's slowly going through armor. Once this curse goes down, choosing the Sacrilege, he's got such a good tank.
The team that has a curse left over, like later on in this match, as the match goes on, that curse is so powerful. It's going to reduce the tank. It's going to knock out active partners. It's going to remove the ability to use prop mods.
Okay, any potential links coming over from the Damnation.
It's such a great ship in this format.
Getting rid of the curse seems like the right idea, but that curse heredity is just hanging on there, and the army's boosting back. So
we can see from that view, like way out, is that the curse has actually pulled away to the other side of the arena, outside of the range of the heavy missiles, and now has reloaded his ASB.
Yeah. I mean,
this is huge. I'm surprised that he was able to get so far away so effectively. But Tyrrax Thorrk team just couldn't keep up. Like, you'd think that they would get their own tackle. Of course, maybe that's part of the problem. The curse of Nikolai is now using a micro jump drive. He's using one of the micro jump units to bounce himself closer and get back into the fight now that he's reloaded his ASB.
So edeity, they seem to have they've changed off the Sacrilege. So now they're going for the curse.
I think that is a stronger choice.
Less tanky.
Meanwhile, Tyrrax is back onto the Sacrilege now. Moving through it a lot faster than Edity's team was, it should be noted. And the Edity's team's curse is back now into the fight. However, he's got a reloaded ASB, so I have to imagine they're going to be hesitant to try to eat through that all over again.
Yeah. I mean, that Sacrilege for Bardom is just going through armor slowly.
So we got a shield tank curse from maybe a dual tank curse, but at least shield tank from Edity's team. It looks like this is a full armor tank curse from Tyrrax Thorrk's team, piloted by Destoya there. Of course, Tyrrax is making very good use of these rep drones, which is why I think that Sacrilege is going down so much faster on Edity's team. You see the big cluster of rep drones there on the field. There's drones from the Damnation, drones from the Sacrilege, drones from the curse, and they're all rep all the time. This is a very, very tanky
and
team.
he's into structure.
Yep.
It shouldn't be long now. Sacrilege going down.
So the curse of Destoya is down to about half armor now, but that is a Sacrilege off the field. That's huge. That is a significant chunk of the damage away for Edity's team, and they're going to have a harder time now breaking through these rep drones. They might have to start doing something to the rep drones, which is going to be so hard with hams. I guess the light missiles on the Vengeance might be able to take him down.
Yeah.
Or a smart bomb on the Damnation, but they haven't used it yet, so they probably don't have it.
No. I mean, like, if you've got the smart bomb and you're next to them, you got to get rid of them. That curse is just holding on there with them.
They're back to shooting at the curse now of Nikolai, but he is boosting, but again, it's only a matter of time. The use of the Heretic here against the Vengeance. I think we both chose Vengeance as our primary one there.
No, I would have brought the Heretic.
Okay, you did.
Yep.
All right, yep. I think that's a very interesting choice. They both obviously they're the curse dropping quickly now that he's in close and has all the newts on him there. You go. That's the curse off the field for Edity. It's now only a matter of time. Of course, if they don't finish off the Damnation and the Vengeance both before the end of time, then it'll go to whoever has more ships left, which would be in this case Tyrrax, assuming you can keep some of the ships alive.
Tyrrax's curse is going down. If they've got enough damage left to take it down with the Damnation.
There's a decent chance I think it'll die because just they've got all these the Damnation left on the field. But it's not going to be enough. I mean, there's no way that Damnation and Vengeance by themselves are going to eat through the curse and the Sacrilege in time, and that's what they need to do to get a win.
Absolutely. I mean, the Damnation's through into armor now. He's got a pretty good tank on him. It's going to take a little while for him to chew through, but he's going down.
So we saw the lack of tackle on Tyrrax's team hurt them a little bit, as they weren't able to keep that curse locked down, and very good piloting by Nikolai in the curse. We also saw, however, the much tankier version of the team. So heavy missiles, so you can project across the whole battlefield. Rep drones, so that you can keep yourself alive. Less DPS, more tank. Kind of like Rodj Blake's team at the very beginning of the day. And we've been seeing that be quite successful when it's used. People going max tank and really outlasting their opponents.
No real way for Edity's team to deal with these rep drones as well. They've held that curse up through pretty much the whole match after they switched off the Sacrilege. He's just been floating down about half armor.
Yeah, they're going to try to take down this heretic now, but that's just, I think, a hope that they can get a kill. This is their best chance of getting another kill.
Yeah, the heretic.
That damnation is dying faster than I would have expected, actually. There is decent DPS, like damnation, curse, sacrilege, heretic. That is quite a bit of DPS, actually. Edity's damnation right at the edge of the arena now. We'll see if he actually slips out or not. But yeah, this team from Tyrrax, even with heavy missiles, able to break through these ships quite quickly.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, they've now switched on to the Vengeance. The Heretic should be able to apply good damage onto that Vengeance. He's just melting now that they've switched over onto him.
Yep, of course, the Curse with a Tracking Disruptor bonus, neither team is using that because there's no possible targets for a Tracking Disruptor at this
missiles
point.
not affected by Tracking Disruptors.
So we're seeing those mid slots used by Shield Tank on the case of Edity's Curse, and with what looks like just more jammers, ECM, on Tyrrax's team.
Absolutely.
Now, coming up in December, we are going to have Tracking Disruptors that affect missiles. So for the finals at FanFest, it would be very possible to see Tracking Disruptors used against candid ships like this. But not at the moment. So now it's just a matter of time. I do think this Damnation's probably going to die in the next 2 minutes. He is going down fast enough, I think. And we'll see if he decides to slip out of the arena or
He's
not.
trying. He's moving over there.
But yeah, I think this is probably what a lot of people predicted. Tyrrax Thorrk, of course, a really well-known, long-time tournament pilot in EVE, supported by some of Pandemic Legion's pilots. Edeity, Dirt and Glitter, strong low-sec PvP group. Edeity, of course, was very controversial coming into this. A lot of the role-playing community had suggested that he might be a heretic himself, that he might have Blood Raider loyalties. So that, of course, was a big scandal within the role-playing community. He, of course, denies being a heretic, although he would say that his views are misunderstood.
Of course.
But it's going to be a moot point now because Edity's team is eliminated from this Amarr Championship, and Tyrrax Thorrk is going to be moving on to the next fight towards the end of the day. So thanks, everyone, and we'll send you back to the guys at the desk.
3, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This is EVE Radio,
where we play music for the masses.
If you can't handle the heat, you should get out of the kitchen. PvP is hard. I have sweat rolling down my chest. Now that's sexy.
And a deity falls in the first of the Kadesh matches as Tyrrax Thorrk moves closer to getting his hands on another gold magnate.
Predictions for how long you think that gold magnate will last?
I have no predictions with regard to the longevity of his next potential gold magnate. Rise?
I don't think it would last long, but I don't think he'll get it, so I'm not super worried about it.
That's horrible. That's horrible.
I don't know. He might. They did good. Maybe he will.
He did.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. All right.
We wish you all the best. We also wish that people would remember when I said that a heretic would be in there and would do fine. I think we'll see that the heretic team took that match.
It's a really interesting decision, but it's not actually that important. Like it's. I think it's fun to talk about. Good job, I guess, choosing. That's
Thanks.
fine. But this match was really about the strategy around the curses and the target calling, much more, I think, and which makes sense. And I think, Tyrrax's team just did a better job going after the curse early, forcing it away, giving them the opportunity to kind of do what they wanted instead of losing their own curse.
Early primary of the sacrilege by a deity, Larrigan.
It wouldn't have been my prime. I mean, again, it depends very much on the positioning. I actually missed the first 2 minutes of the match, but it depends very much on the positioning and where they're moving. But look, if you can avoid just shooting to all that armor, I certainly would. And that's not exactly the linchpin of a team, a sacrilege. It's damage, or perhaps reps if it's got rep bots, and then just a bunch of armor.
Another interesting thing here, and I don't know how much, I'm not sure how much this factors into their decision making, but with so few ships and such obvious target choices, or what seem like obvious target choices, I wouldn't be surprised if people were tempted to like under tank ships like a Sacrilege because it's so unlikely it's going to get shot. I mean, like they were saying on the desk, the Damnation went down surprisingly fast, and I feel like that could just be because you have a pretty good chance that it's not going to get shot at. So why not do something else with the slots? Put a lot of damage mods in, and or a lot of or whatever it is you were going to use for tank. And it could have been that they thought maybe the Sacrilege would be kind of under-tanked, and so they thought it'd be an okay choice, but it could have just been position as well. No, it wasn't. It did exactly what they usually do.
Now, I did like seeing use of the micro-jump units.
Yeah.
That curse got out of there, and while ultimately didn't pay off, managed to reload a shield booster, jump right back into the fray. And that's something you don't see so much in
not
some
successfully,
of our other
at least. That's you've seen a whole bunch of like just jumps into Nowheresville, but look, it's actually surprisingly hard to use those too. It's very easy to coast out of range, I think, after you've used them or bounce off them.
And maybe just so people know, in case like we added those to the arena. The arena is 125k radius, and we put 8 micro jump units and 1 in the middle. So like, I don't know how many there are. There's a bunch of them around the arena now. 9. 9. That's what 8 plus 1 is.
That's why you're on the desk.
Put those in for the Alliance tournament starting 2 years ago, I think, and left them there even though they don't get used tons, but it's a cool option for stuff like this. It's awesome. He kites away from the fight to save his tank, and then has a cool but slightly riskier way to re-enter, and worked out fine here. So
well.
Worked out other than losing. I don't think he lost because of the micro jump unit.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. I think that encouraged some play in a way that we wouldn't normally see.
Yeah, it gave him
his
role like in taking down the other curse. They had switched and started attacking Tyrrax's curse, and him being able to come back in quick and put cap pressure on it maybe gave him a lot more of a chance of that actually working out than if he would have had to come back in slow. So.
What do you think about the choice? Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Tyrrax's team was effectively all long-range fit, right? They were all
heavy
missiles, light missiles. What do you think about that choice over Hams? Hams, you get, like a 10-20% damage bonus, but your application's a little bit worse. You lose a chunk of range.
I think it's probably pretty smart. I mean, there's enough heavy tackle in these matches that the match could get kind of split up. I mean, you could just kind of insist that your ships are all together, but then they get to choose what you have to shoot at. In a situation where a Damnation or a Sacrilege gets tackled by a Vengeance away from the fight, with heavy missiles, you don't have to worry about it too much. You have your damage kind of no matter where that happens, whereas with Hams, you could get in a spot where you're tackled 40k from where the main fight's happening, and then you're just stuck shooting a Vengeance.
And arguably, if you're using Hams, you're very, very reliant on that Vengeance tackling whatever, so you can apply damage with painters and webs and whatnot. A lot less with the heavy missiles. I mean, it's still going to be important, but you can get some damage out there.
Yep.
Now, what kind of damage are we going to be seeing in the second round of the Khanid family fight, where everyone flies a curse?
The second,
that's going to be cool. It's all drones. I mean, obviously, what's weird there is that you can make it so cap doesn't matter. Actually, like curses are usually so much about cap war, but in a match where everything's a curse, you can just do a lot of tanking. You don't even have to worry about E-War much because targeting's not that important. I guess maybe a big thing becomes killing drones. You put smart bombs on all of them maybe, and maybe all the damage dies, and then I don't know what happens.
Well, I mean, you can get a little bit of damage out of heavy missiles or Hams or whatever fit to a curse, right? Like there's a little bit.
Yeah.
Do you vary the fits? Do you have like one damage curse and then you've got a bunch of drone curses?
I mean, maybe you can like have something out there with a whole bunch of smart bombs or something like, shoot me first.
Heavy missile sentry curses. And just like kite around. I don't know. I think there's actually a lot of pretty interesting ways that could go.
Well, we'll have a chance to check it out after we determine the second participant of that fight, which is coming up here in the second of the first round of the Khador Royal family matches, a match between Soldarius and Damassys Kadesh.
Okay.
And they will be fighting with the same rule set we just saw, all Khanid Innovation ships. And we will go immediately to the booth where CCP Fozzie and CCP Claymore are ready to begin commentating on this, the 6th match of the Amarr Championships.
Yeah, welcome back. So we have Damassys Kadesh against Soldarius for the second of this Khanid fight. Why don't you tell us what we've got here?
Yeah, so once again, we have one team choosing the Vengeance, one team choosing the Heretic. It's Soldarius' team with the Heretic and Damassys' team with the Vengeance. Both teams have gone heavy missile for this one, so lots and lots of long-range fits. They're both going with the type of setup that won it for Tyrrax. It'll be interesting to see how their curses are tanked. We also have a difference in warp ranges. The entire test Soldarius team came in at max range, while their opponents on the red team brought most of the team at 30, and then their captain in at 0 in the Damnation as heavy tackle.
Yeah, so
the match has just now begun, and so we're going to see where they start to primary. Both teams starting to move now. Looks like they're kind of circling around each other at the very beginning. The Soldarius team, which is, of course, Test Alliance, please ignore. These guys are going to try to take advantage of the Heretic, I think, to pick off.
Looks like they're going for the...
Yeah, there you go. They are going for the curse, actually.
Damassys' curse.
So we got a Heretic and a curse at the primary so far. A Painter onto that Heretic, which of course will help apply heavy damage. If they can get him off the field fast, I think that's a good choice. It's one of the most vulnerable ships, obviously much more vulnerable than their Vengeance. However, he can survive a long time, and long enough for the curse to maybe get to half armor, then that'll, I think, do the job. That'll be enough work for him.
Curse, almost third through his armor now.
Yep.
It's been good pick for them to get it off, lose some of that drone damage. Oh, and that curse.
Yeah. So it does look
Both
like
the
red curse here is armor tanked fully. We're also not seeing any boosting from the blue curse either, as he's taking a fair bit of damage. The Heretic is low, but has pulled a lot of range. Yeah. So it's going to be hard to hit him at this point. I mean, they should still be able to hit him with heavy missiles. He's actually pulling back in now. He is getting back into the fray. Quite close. He's now like 10 kilometers away from the Vengeance. I imagine he just knows he's going to go down at this point, trying to do as much damage as possible at the last minute. Finish it off. There you go. First blood to Damassys and his team on red there. But their curse is down to like 40% armor. I don't know if he goes down pretty soon, then this will be Soldarius right back in it. We do see a lot of rep drones on him, so that's going to keep him alive a lot longer than he would otherwise.
See, the target painter's now coming over to the curse on Soldarius' side.
Yep, that will help with damage from heavy missiles.
That'll help the application of the damage.
So we're actually seeing... I'm not seeing any rep drones on the field from Soldarius' team. It looks like they're probably going to be using mostly damage drones, but I don't know about that choice, actually, because that means their curse is going to go in a lot faster. We're already seeing their curse of Red Burly Squirrel down to about 60%, 66% armor, while Repic for the red team is holding on in low armor. He's down to like 25%, 30%, and it's like very, very slow dropping down. The damage
it's just
from
that
Heretic,
choice of taking the rep drones. Just keeping him up while Red Burly Squirrel's curse is just slowly going through.
Yeah, I mean, this I think is actually a really good spot to be in. Even though that curse is getting low, I like the position of Damassys here, because that curse is probably going to last long enough for Red Burly Squirrel to go down into fairly low armor himself. And if that happens, then essentially they'll be close to being traded, but just with a Vengeance left extra on the red team.
Curse now slowly, curse for Repic slowly bleeding towards
he is
structure
going
now.
to structure now. It's be interesting to see.
Drones are just...
He is trying to pull some range here. He may be out of range of the Sacrilege on the blue team, Dante. It'll be interesting to see if the damage starts to trail off a little bit, because they are getting pretty far away from each other. They're at opposite sides of the arena at this point. But we'll have to see. There's a lot of the E-War from the red team is all being applied to the Damnation of Soldarius, while the blue team is spreading it across the Curse and the Vengeance. Vengeance, an interesting choice for the gems. I would have expected that would have been a better choice on maybe the Sacrilege. The Curse, of course, has the strongest sensor strength here. So maybe they just really wanted to get the newts off the field, and he isn't currently newting anything, so that might be working out effectively.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, strange choice for the ECM and the Vengeance.
this damage is slowed so much on Repic here. I think he has pulled enough range to no longer be hit by the sacrilege heavy missiles, and that's allowed him to stabilize while very slowly Red Burly Squirrel is dropping. This is kind of what you'd expect out of a candid match, I think.
Yep. This one more of a slugfest. Both teams just slowly chipping away at each other.
So, Repic, I should actually note, this is something that I expect to see in the Curse versus Curse match. Repic's red Curse here is actually heavy missile fit. So it is...
Repic's Curse is
There you go, it is down. So it was dealing a decent amount of damage above and beyond its drones.
Yes.
While we've actually got another full missile set on the blue Curse as well, which is actually, I think, why we're not seeing a lot of nuding from either team. But Red Burly Squirrel's Curse is running rapid light missile launchers. So this is something I think we're going to see a lot of. Even if you get smart bombed off, because you have to know that you're going to be in danger of having your drone smart bombed off, you want to make sure that your ships can still do damage in the Curse versus Curse match later on today. So the Vengeance dropping fast, that's probably, with the help of those rapid light missile launchers, a really nice choice on the Curse, because you know you're going to be up against at least a Vengeance or a Heretic.
Yep, absolutely.
That Curse is dropping low now, but the Vengeance very well may die first. We'll see how he does. This is still, I think, like a close match. Advantage, obviously, to Damassys, but oof, it is right on the razor's edge at this point.
About to start bleeding structure. There we go. He's not long for this fight.
So I think there's a very decent chance here. We've got 4 minutes left.
Yep.
That we might end up with a tie in points. I wouldn't be surprised if, for instance, we end up with Damnation versus Damnation left.
Yep.
And if that happens, then we will have an overtime period and to let the teams fight it out. And we'll see if they're able to finish each other off in that. Of course, both teams need to make sure they're always engaging with each other, otherwise they will be smote by the glory of the Amarrian god.
So what's the deciding factor going to be? We have 2 Sacrilege, 2 Damnation left.
Mm-hmm.
How is it up to the pilot's skill? Is it just going to be the fits they have? What's going to play in one team's favor?
The fits will matter. The jams will matter if they both. It looks like there's no more jams applying to the red team, so it might be that all their jams are on the Curse and the Heretic.
Absolutely.
That could play a big difference, but I think hugely that Vengeance is still alive.
Yep.
That I think is going to be basically he's eating up a lot of time. They're even switching off him. He looks like he's got enough range now. They've realized that with all the rep drones, they just can't break him. They're switching to Damnation. Meanwhile, the red team is firing on the Sacrilege. That Vengeance being alive, I think, is one of the key deciders here. He's going to be able to do extra damage. He's applying that target painter. He may have a web. All of it would help increase the damage.
Absolutely. Does the team for Damassys Kadesh have enough time to burn down either this Damnation or Sacrilege?
It's going to be tough. I do think they're probably going to be able to take one of them down. I think there's a decent chance they get that Sacrilege down.
Yeah.
However, even if they don't kill anything, all they have to do is keep themselves alive.
Keep their Vengeance alive.
And they'll win on points.
Yep.
There is, however, 2 minutes left, and Dante in the Sacrilege is taking damage. He's already down to about 75% armor. I do expect, especially because Soldarius' team isn't making use of these rep drones, he is going to go down faster. Rep drones, I think, a very good choice. We've been seeing really strong use of them. That's what's made that Vengeance impossible to kill.
Yep,
and that's what's going to make the Damnation impossible to kill as well, I think.
It looks like they're switching over to the Sacrilege, shields dropping down on it. But once they hit the armor, they've still got the rep drones to fight against.
Yep. I mean, at this point, maybe killing the rep drones, but I think it's too late. Maybe a smart bomb on one of these ships would be what could turn it around for them if they've got that in reserve. But without the Heretic and the Curse, which are kind of their 2 best ships for killing rep drones, eating through those medium rep drones is going to be a big challenge, I think. But we'll see how long that Sacrilege survives. 1 minute and 33 seconds. I think I can pretty confidently say now that unless that Vengeance flies out of the arena, we're going to see a win for Damassys and the red team.
Yeah. Dante just slowly getting his armor chipped through. Down about 50% now. Target painters, ECM coming across.
So what rule sets are you looking forward to a little bit later today? I mean, we just had the House Canid. We're going to see something similar from the Sarum team, where they have to choose all the Cartham ships. It'll probably be kind of, actually in a lot of ways, similar to this. But then in between, we've got destroyers all the way, Coercers and Dragoons for Corazor.
Tash Murkon is what I'm looking forward to. Legions and Confessors.
Yep, that'll be a fun one.
One of them
for sure.
has to be in a Legion. They, of course...
Yep. How would you fit the Legion for that?
I've been toying this over. Do you go Newt Legion? Do you just shut down those Confessors? Do you ham? Just...
You know what?
Try and get super close, apply that damage.
It would be a really weird, it would be like a fail fit if you use it in normal combat, but I would go new to rapid light missiles.
Yeah, okay. Interesting.
Because you know you got 3 Confessors against you, right? So if you can be able to apply damage to them, that's going to be huge. Only 20 seconds left now. This Sacrilege is probably going to survive, but that will be a victory for Damassys, and him and his team will be going up against Tyrrax Thorrk's team in the all-curse versus all-curse match later in today, which I think is one of the most anticipated matches.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of positive feedback about that.
We've now seen 3 different ways to fit a curse so when we've got 8 of them on field, it's going to be super interesting to see how they're going to be fit.
And that is the match complete. Time is up, and victory for Damassys, Kadesh, and his team, and we will see them later today. And we'll run some ads and then see you back over at the desk.
There's a revelation. I'm pretty sure that's bait, but we're gonna go for it.
Scramble up on revelation.
You want the caps?
Good job.
Oh my god.
Oh, good job.
I don't have a salvager.
And there we have Damassys Kadesh moving forward with that team to the next round of House Khanid's competition to determine its champion. That fight happening later this afternoon, in which every team member will fly a curse. Bound to be interesting. Damassys Kadesh versus Tyrrax Thorrk in that fight. Coming up next, though, we're moving on to House Corazor and their rules for their first elimination match. Corazor, a bit of a mix here. Instead of having a selection of every Tech 1 frigate or every ship of a particular manufacturer, it's a set of 2. 2 team members fly Coercers, 2 team members fly Dragoons. And so you've got, it's basically a destroyer fight, 4 destroyers on field. The matches are necessarily mirror matches. What do we see people fitting on those ships? CSB Rise.
I mean, I don't know if there'd be anything really like out of the ordinary. I guess maybe putting rep bots into the Dragoons could be something that would be a little different from TQ, but otherwise I would think you will see pretty straightforward. Coercer fits at least, a lot of laser damage, trying to probably kite around and mitigate damage a little bit.
There we have the rules up on the screen.
Really small,
of course,
but
the Archon and the Apocalypse not coming to this fight. But the text is correct. Coercers and Dragoons. Again, Dragoons primarily drone boats, Coercers, laser ships.
Yeah. Well, no, I was going to say Dragoon boats are like get Newt bonuses, can carry some drones. They can certainly fit turrets as well. I think. So yeah, look, I'm curious. I'm curious how much effect the potential neutralization of those Dragoons is going to have on this match.
I don't think that Newt's. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, it's going to be hard to catch things. I think it's going to be a little bit kitey, and I would think one of the kind of bigger decisions is you don't need tackle or you don't need points anyway, so you have room for some tracking disruption, maybe some ECM, maybe, which has been really popular throughout the day. So there's some interesting choices in there, but I think it's going to be fast, and it'll be a lot like Frigg Destroyer fights on TQ would be, where I think it's kind of a lot of positional kind of fighting, and then
that real marker positional, where
and then quick decisions after somebody makes a mistake.
Is there any potential for variation on the coercers, or are we just going to see lasers? Is there? I mean,
you won't see anything but lasers.
Well, you could see an autocannon fit, maybe.
I think some of the choices you probably do have to make are, like pulses with some tank versus beams, where you just try and kite. There's probably some of that. You can get pretty good range out of a beam courser probably, but you can't fit a lot else on it after that. So then you have to count on evasion and. There's some differences in there, but you'll see lasers no matter what.
Okay. Postulating, this sounds like a crazy idea. It probably isn't going to work. Artie coerces.
Yeah, you could do that.
You're not really sold.
I said
by
you'll
this
see
at
lasers
all.
for sure, but
Rise remains unswayed. Lasers
I mean,
for sure.
Artie coerces go for that big bang.
It wasn't hard to turn me around on that.
No. Stick to your guns or your lasers.
Yeah,
I'm sticking with lasers.
All right.
I would imagine that that's all we're going to see. I think
me
that
too, to be honest.
You're gonna go where your home is, and the coercer is made for shooting flashlights. That's what it's for.
That's what the coercer home is all about.
Yeah.
Flashlights. Yeah.
They're tiny little light lasers, beam things. No. Nothing.
No.
Nothing. I expect to see it's a drone and laser fight. I think that the Dragoons are going to go with damage amps, and they're just going to drop drones in space and try and take out the other team's deeps immediately. I just think that's going to happen. I don't think it's going to be a...
That's probably the path to victory, though, is taking out the other team's deeps.
As opposed to going after their potential newts or whatever is going on. Your hypothetical super fit non-drone Dragoons. I don't know what you're talking about, buddy. I don't know where you come up with these ideas.
I mean, I said it was a dumb idea to start with.
I've been talking to some of your teammates, and possibly some of these interviews will be coming out later on throughout the Amarr Championships. But frankly, sir, some of your ideas just astounding.
Terribly bad.
It's good. It's that sort of experimentation that people really go for, and I think what we have right now is the match being ready. Cool. So we're going to go straight to the field for the first of the Corazor preliminary challenges, Coercers versus Dragoons, and we'll head over to CCP Fozzie and CCP Claymore.
Welcome back, everyone. This is CCP Fozzie, joined by CCP Claymore. We're bringing you the next match of this Amarr Championship. This is the first Corazor match. And we've got two really interesting sets, mainly of high slots on the Dragoon as the variety here. So we've got... Aldrith and Lysus here, and Lysus's team has brought their whole team in at 30 lasers, of course, on the Coercers on both teams. But the Dragoons for Lysus's team are a mix of autocannons and then probably newts, so don't have the full set of high slots filled up with weapons. While on Aldrith's team, you have a full set of weapons, so it's missiles and autocannons on the Dragoons. They're going max deep Dragoon. So the match has just now begun. Aldrith's team came in at 30. Lysus' team came in at 30, Aldrith's team came in at 50, and we'll see how they start to apply the damage here. It's pulses on the Coercers all the way around. They're going to be making heavy use of Scorch. So there we see a Dragoon with the red Rada Sunset skin, which is, of course, perfectly legal, moving in, made by the Friends of the Amarr over at the Caldari. And they are charging across the field. While it looks like we're seeing much slower movement from the team of Aldrith here, they are basically holding back, taking advantage of their E-War. They've got jams applied to both the Coercers here, and they're just going to try to wait to see what comes in. That, I think, is a pretty good strategy. Lysus charging right into the middle with his Coercer. Let's see what happens here.
Damage coming over on Yanolel's Coercer.
Yeah, already some significant damage. Lysus isn't jammed. He does have an E-War effect on him, but it's not been successful. But he is up close. He moved in, charged right in. He might be bait fit because he obviously was the one that felt the least fear. But we're seeing essentially the entire team of Aldrith clumping together, holding back a bit, while Lysus moves right in. And Lysus is going to get first kill there. That is Aldrith's Coercer. First one. Lysus is also dropping down.
Super fast.
Yep. So this is going to be a fast match, I think. These teams both have a lot of DPS. I think there's going to be higher DPS coming from Aldrith's team. There we go, as the second Coercer is dead. But meanwhile, another Coercer is already in half armor. This is, I think, even a slight advantage. A couple of seconds is all you really need.
So are we just going to see one Coercer go down, the next Coercer go down, and then it's whoever loses their Dragoon first?
Yeah, Dragoons are a lot tankier, so that's going to slow things down a little bit. The Dragoons of Aldrith with their max DPS fit, it's going to be interesting to see how that compares to the Newts, because once you have the Coercers down, the Newts aren't going to matter very much. Absolutely. I think Rise had a pretty good instinct that maybe the Newts just aren't going to be good enough. The Coercers will be down so fast, the match will be at such long range that you don't really need them. And Aldrith's team looks like they decided to try to go with that. We'll see how it does for them.
And they're losing a Dragoon here now with Aldrith. Lysus still got 2 Dragoons and a Coercer.
I mean, Lysus' team, I think, just in a huge advantage at this point as another Dragoon dropping down.
Dragoon just about to drop into structure. And the Coercer's still, he's just sitting there in his shields. Lysus'
team, obviously the more aggressive piloting of the two. We saw Aldrith kind of sit back, wait for the guys from Lysus to come into them, which is actually often the best strategy. It's the team that is not charging in as quickly often gets themselves in the best position. But it looks like Lysus took advantage of the fact that I assume he was the most heavily tanked, because we saw his team charge in, but he was way out of the front.
Way ahead.
And so that may have been kind of the key defining moment, if he was able to just tank long enough and then reduce the DPS.
And there we see Aldrith dropping into structure. A little bit of his armor coming back. He's dropping into structure.
He's sitting on a micro jump unit, so he might try to jump away. I doubt it, though. It's not going to really do enough for him. And there he goes.
Down.
And that is the first Corazor match done, with Lysus' team moving on to fight later in the day. And we'll see who they're going to be up against very soon. But in the meantime, we'll send you to the guys on the desk.
When I'm Morgan Freeman, am not busy contemplating the beginning of the universe, I think of which corporations I should war deck using the Marmite Collective. And you should too, because I'm Morgan Freeman.
This just in. Dixon Cox Boat Preservation Society has been accused of having the dankest men.
Oh shit, you're right. And welcome back to the desk here at Amarr Championships. There we have Aldrith Shutaq falling to the team of Lysus, who will move ahead to the next Corazor match, which will happen later this afternoon. We have one more Corazor battle coming up. Again, Coercers versus Dragoons, and that will be the team of Uriel Paradisi, Ante of Nuechi, and Morgaine Mighthammer. And pardon me for slaughtering whichever first name that was. We do have a notification here that Uriel Paradisi's house was assaulted by Minmatar squirrels earlier today, who chewed through a power cable and apparently caused some amount of damage. We apologize for any sort of political fallout from that.
Well, I don't actually think that we should be apologising for the actions of a Minmatar squirrel, to be quite honest.
No, we shouldn't. But we should condemn
CCP neither condemns nor supports
squirrel assaults.
Minmatar.
The use of squirrels as weapons, as a rule, generally frowned upon.
By who?
By the squirrel lobby? I don't know. I have no idea. We trust that this will not have an impact on the schedule for the rest of the day. We will keep you informed as the broadcast continues. For now, though, we will be considering the match coming up. We saw there some interesting variations. We did see non-lasers come into play, which...
I completely messed that up. Totally forgot about the 6 launcher slots that the Dragoon has. Awesome choice for the Dragoon, all those missile launches and whatnot.
I think it's 3 and 3.
No, I think it's. I don't. We should ask.
Ozzy says so.
Oh, there you
we
go.
have confirmation.
Take that.
Rise is right yet again.
Junior balancer.
Yet again. Not very good.
What's funny, they lost though, right? The ones that used all the that didn't use newts and went with all 6 weapons. They were the ones that lost. But I mean, I think that's more because of, again, like positional game.
Yeah, the aggressiveness perhaps.
Yeah, and like one thing I saw towards the end that I thought was pretty cool is the Lysus' team's second Coercer was primary, and he just basically split. Like, he tried to just avoid the Dragoons. I think since they're a little hardier and their damage runs around pretty well, it can be hard for the Coercers to survive, obviously. Like, they're obviously going to go down first. So he was smart, just tried to kind of avoid them and drag the fight out longer so his Dragoons could chip away at the other team. And I think that was really smart. And that's kind of, I think, a lot of the time this much smaller size ship combat just comes down to positional control.
And a question I had before is if you had the chance, is it advantageous to go over prop on this? Like, so traditionally you'd go over prop so you can ensure that you keep up your speed, perhaps cut away, use some positional gameplay, and mostly avoid incoming damage. But you're fighting against all small guns and drones. So, like, is that actually enough advantage? It's going to cost you on the fitting?
Yeah, I don't know. I would actually wonder if it goes, if it would go the other way. I mean, you're not mitigating tons of damage here once you're in range. So it kind of seems, I mean, controlling range is still important so you can single out targets, but
like
I would wonder about stuff like just not propping anything and keeping all your ships together.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. I think, these limited formats are really weird. There's definitely a lot of things that kind of work differently because of that, and I think some really out-of-the-box stuff is on the table. I don't know about overprop. You'd give up so much fitting on these ships. You would,
and you'd almost be locked into, I mean, you probably wouldn't be, but it'd be close to being locked into short range and certainly less tank.
Now, we saw aggression playing a role there. Again, positional gameplay, Lysus moving directly in order to engage the other fleet. What kind of tactical changes are you making if you're Uriel or Morgaine for the next match? What considerations? Do you consider going after the same kind of baity coercer, as it were? Or do you just sit with a more like kite-based?
I mean, being aggressive seems really good. Staying together seems really important to me. It depends on the way they're fit, but getting separated is really bad because then, like here, if they're trying to kind of split up and catch the enemy team coming in, which would normally be pretty solid in a tournament, I think here you run the risk of them coming in aggressively and just getting all on top of one dude while you have some damage kind of not being used because your guys are split up. So I don't know, it's hard. Aggressive is good as long as you don't like get something peeled away from your attack fleet and get it singled out. I think the key is just to not get stuff singled out.
Larrikin, you're a fan of aggression.
I am a fan of aggression, and
mostly in conversation.
What? That's unfair.
What are you saying?
No, look, I think that's really the key to this. These are short, brutal battles. Getting in, getting that first kill, knocking 25% of the potential damage off the field, and just staying focused is dependent on the situation, the key, I think. So, yeah, absolutely. Aggression all the way, balls deep.
Oh, thank you for that. Now, we will be moving to the second Coercer matches later on, the final match for today. And that rule set, a little bit different. Choose any of the following 4 cruisers. Arbitrator, Augur, Omen, Mauler, Augur, Navy Issue, Omen, Navy Issue, Sacrilege, Zealot, Devoter, Curse, Pilgrim. Straight up cruiser fight.
Wow. A lot of options.
Yep. Now, coming from this, where they've selected destroyers and given you very limited choices, and we definitely see mirror matches for these 2 matches, to go from that to the absolute freedom of picking any cruiser, more or less, from the Amarr stable, what do you go for?
That's tough. I mean, I think the Pilgrim, Curse, Arbitrator all look really attractive to me because they all have really flexible, they're all flexible across the board. You can choose damage types, which is really good for the most part, and then you can also do a lot with their disruption, both with Cap War and with their mids. So
yeah, but you got those Tech 1 resists on the Arbitrator. Why bother with that?
Yeah, is there enough Tech 2? I mean, probably you want to favor the faction in Tech 2 stuff because it's got more resist. But
Sacrilege, Zealot, Devoter, Curse, Pilgrim.
Yeah.
I mean,
Navy issues, like there's.
Yeah, you probably don't have to dip all the way down to the Arbitrator. I just think that line is really solid in this format.
Yeah.
The Cursed Pilgrim, Arbitrator. I think they're all pretty cool.
Larrikin?
I mean, I think Sacrilege is one of my favorite ships, so I would just choose that and then work from there. Which I will admit.
Have a Sacrilege, we're good.
Yeah, well, maybe not. I will admit, maybe not the smartest choice. But yeah, I just think a lot of this comes down to heart, and having that sacrilege there would really give me a morale advantage, I think.
The morale advantage is nice. How do you support the sacrilege?
All right, sorry, you want to know the rest. Look, I think a curse is a really solid choice. Pilgrim definitely, definitely curse, maybe Pilgrim. But Devoter might not be too bad, depending on the fit. I mean, you could do a bit of a bait tank there where you actually don't tank it and just go all gank and hope they don't shoot it first. That might be something.
I mean, both the faction cruisers are really good as well.
Yeah, the Navy issues are super solid as well. So
Navy Omen, I think, in a lot of play sessions on TQ at least, I picked the Navy Omen over. I mean, even the heavy, the Zealot. It performs better for the situations that I'm in. I don't know that it would work in this format because the Omen. Sometimes it's not as nice as I would like it to be.
I kind of have a feeling that, I don't know, it'll be really great to see, but I have a feeling it'll be more like Curse Pilgrim, Sacrilege Devoter, go with the more flexible damage types, the more tank, and I just feel like it'd be really easy for those laser platforms, the Zealot and the Navy Omen and the Navy Arger, to all get abused a lot by all the kind of free mids you have for disruption in this format.
Yeah. But alternatively, you've got people that are specifically saying, "Oh, well, I'm going to tanky him thermal because everyone's bringing lasers." No, and then you think, "Okay, no, overthinking that. Yeah. They're not bringing lasers. They're going to bring everything." So I go for enams or whatever. Then boom, lasers show up. Come on.
It's true. You can level yourself right into doing almost anything.
You gotta double think it,
or not double think it,
or triple think it.
I'm not.
Because then you end up back with missiles. It's hard. I don't know. I can't wait.
We'll see what happens.
I'm looking forward to it.
Of course, these matches that have already been determined, Ardeshapur, Khador, Khanid, those teams determined for the second half of the day. Khorazor about to be determined. We will have one more match before the break. We'll have this match that we're about to have, and then we'll have one more match after that before the break, and that will be the first of the House Sarum competitions. The Sarum rule set, 4 of the following ships, and of course it's the list of Cartham conglomerate ships: the Absolution, the Crusader, the Guardian, the Pilgrim, the Retribution. That match, I think, pretty beautiful. I really love the red and gold colors of the Cartham conglomerate production line. I think they're great.
Yeah.
But more interesting than how they look is how they blow each other up. I'm not seeing anyone. I don't know. What do you think they take from the Sarum ships?
I think the choice really is: do you take a Retribution or a Crusader? And my money's probably on the Retribution there. So I think we're going to see Absolution, Guardian, Pilgrim, Retribution. And
no point for bringing the Crusader, speedy little guy.
You don't really need a speedy little
guy. Zipping all around.
Yeah, I think
it's kind of like the Heretic versus Vengeance choice, except the Crusader doesn't do nearly as much as the Heretic. So it's not really a choice.
That's good. Thank you for filling that in. The ellipsis has been closed.
It's just worse than a Retribution. So.
We'll see the first of those of the House Sarum matches before the break, the second one picking up afterwards. So the second team there will have a little bit of time to see how that plays out. Again, the second Khorazor fight coming up, Uriel versus Morgaine. If I've got that correct. And again with Uriel's...
The victim of Mimitar terrorism.
Squirrel terrorism. That sounds horrible. That may be causing a bit of a delay on our end as far as getting people ready to go. Coming up in the winter release here for Acheron. Rise, why don't you tell us about some of the stuff that your team has coming in?
I mean, the big thing we have coming in December, as long as we can get it to not be broken in the next couple weeks, is the new destroyers. These new crazy command micro jump field destroyers, and they're going to be really awesome. I'm so excited to see what people do with them. And it'll probably be broken, and we'll probably have to change them afterwards, but I think it'll be a really fun month while we see what happens.
All right. Those ships will be available for the Amarr Championships match that happens at FanFest. Presumably they're included in the rules that Fozzy's picked up.
I believe that's the case. The Pontifex may make a showing.
Will we allow people to fit the micro?
No, absolutely not. If you didn't know, those destroyers have a new micro jump drive, which when it fires, it doesn't only move your ship, it moves all the ships within 6 kilometers of your ship as well. And in a tournament environment, that would just mean jumping teams out of the arena at the start of every match. So we probably can't really have those.
Why don't we try it? Come on.
Maybe we should do some exhibition matches with only those ships.
No, we can
like
talk to
during
some
breaks.
of the guys who run, some of the players who run their own tournaments and see if they want to experiment a little bit.
There's plenty of stuff we can do, but I don't think putting them in official matches is one of them.
All right, that's fine.
Neither is putting them in high sec, but we'll
I mean, the ships can work in high sec, but not the
micro jump
module,
drive,
because that would be a little bit bad.
Because you could just kill incursion fleets
and jump people off on docks and.
Yeah. There's some complexity.
Yeah.
There's some interesting gameplay. Of course, Larrikin, you're working with Team 5-0.
I am.
With Fozzie, in fact.
I am indeed. Much to his dismay. But
he has talked to us a little bit about some of the balance changes that are coming in Acheron. Have you had a hand in that?
A little bit, yes. In fact, I just announced a module tier side pass on neutralizers and Nosferatu, as well as warp disruption field generators, and we're introducing some meta and faction modules to that, which is we're changing the fundamental mechanics so that scripted warp disruption field generators now scramble, and people are both very excited
when they're focused.
Scripted, focused. Yeah. Very excited about this, and a little bit worried about this. So we're going to be watching that reaction and seeing how that gets used.
Pretty strong tool against kiting.
It certainly is, yes.
Do you guys spend a lot of time analyzing your features on the test servers, on Singularity or Duality, like with the players? Do you like to see how they use them initially, or
Singularity is such
it's. I think it's really valuable to have them there. We do get a lot of information when people can go and play around with fittings and run some of their own kind of testing, running 1v1s and stuff like that. But really nothing ever lets us know how things will go in TQ. It's really hard, even on Singularity, to get a very kind of thorough example of what will happen on the live server. It's a good piece of information, and we do learn things and often get really good feedback about the way the like the slot balance or the fitting allocation is set up, that kind of stuff. But it definitely doesn't compare to the sort of in the field testing we get once it's on TQ.
Totally different numbers, I think, population-wise.
Well, and the value,
500 pilots.
The value of things changes things a lot. Like we saw that with some tests we've done on Duality, where I don't care if I bring this expensive ship; it's actually only worth 100 ISK. Like that just changes players' usage of those ships and modules a lot. So.
And just the kind of breadth of different environments on TQ is never going to happen on Singularity. Like for instance, if this ship had the potential to let people kill incursion fleets in high sec, you could never find that out on CC, because no one's running incursions in high sec on CC. So you don't really get a chance to test it unless you ask specifically, and there's just thousands of examples of those. And I'm guessing a match is ready based on your nervous nodding.
My nervous nodding indicates that the match is just about ready. So we are going to go to the second of House Corazor's matches. This between Uriel and Morgaine, and I will excise their last names from that. And we will go to the boys in the booth, CCP Fozzie and CCP Claymore, for this match 8 of the Amarr Championships.
Welcome back. Yeah, so we have Uriel Paradisi against Morgaine Mighthammer. Same thing, but they had to bring 2 coursers, 2 dragoons. You want to talk us through the setups?
Yeah, so once again, the main choice is how you fit the dragoons. The team for Morgaine has fit light missiles and newts, so not full high slot DPS. And then actually on Uriel's team, there's no high slot weapons at all. It's going to be the drone damage only, but then probably a full rack of newts. So it'll be interesting to see whether that actually gets a chance to play in effect. Also, hilarious and awesome, Uriel's team is all using the red Rada Sunset skin, so they all look really gorgeous. So we've got the match just about to begin now. Both teams, the Uriel's team coming in at full max range and split dragoons closer. Of course, is further away for Morgaine's team. Beams on these coursers, so they're going to be able to do damage from good ranges. And we're seeing these dragoons charge in right now, so we'll see how effective they're going to be in just a minute. Both teams have newts on these dragoons, very likely, so we're going to have to see once those take effect, whether that does much. Already the first primary is Walter Cohen for Morgaine's team in the Dragoon. And we're seeing firing on the drones. Looks like they're trying to pick off these drones really early. And we'll see if that does a good job for them. Looks like they had rep drones, but they're going away fast.
Dragoon for Walter Cohen is, he's going down. He's past half armor now.
Meanwhile, though, Uriel's Coercer dropping quickly as well. He's down to like 20% armor and is going to be off the field in just a moment. He's probably going to be down before the Dragoon. Of course, Coercers, very squishy ships. Both of these two are going to go down very quickly, I think.
Especially if they're fitting beams on them. Are they going to be reduced in the tank they can actually squeeze on there?
Yeah, there we go. The Dragoon of Walter Cohen down. Uriel now down as well. And there we go. We got a trade. So Coercer for Dragoon trade. Which of those do you think is more important to get off the field early?
Probably the Dragoon. He's surely putting across more damage. Tanks a little bit more, whereas the Coercer just seemed to melt away.
Yep. So now we've got another Dragoon going down from Morgaine, the champion for his team. And he's actually dropping a lot faster than the Coercer Ferox for Uriel's team. But they are both going to die, I think. This is a fast trade back and forth match. And we're going to be seeing two Dragoons versus two Coercers.
Two Coercers.
That is going to be fascinating to see who ends up winning with this. Keep in mind, the Dragoons for Uriel's team have no high slot weapons. So these are just drone DPS, which of course is their primary DPS, but they don't have the supplementary.
Against Pulse Coercers.
Yeah. That's going to it's gonna be interesting to see how their DPS is going to hold up. Man, Gorski Carr, CSM member and member of Uriel's team, dropping really quickly. Him going down that fast is really good for Morgaine's team here. Morgaine now has a 2-ship-to-1 advantage, and as we've seen in these small ship matches, getting a small lead in the number of ships is absolutely huge.
Absolutely.
Because looks like, there you go, the Dragoon of Feridian there is dropping off the field. There he goes. And that is a really strong victory for Morgaine Mighthammer, and Uriel Paradisi is out of this championship. And so that means that the finals for House Corazor are going to be between Lysus' team and Morgaine Mighthammer's team, and that'll be later today. And in the meantime, we'll send you back to the guys on the desk.
I mean, my heart's beating, my hands are shaking, but I'm still shooting, and I'm still getting the headshots. It's like, boom, headshot, boom, headshot. I'm still getting the shots. It's like, boom, headshot, boom, headshot, boom, headshot.
Showed up in the kitchen sink. I've been sipping codeine in my cruiser, so I'm pissing pink. Ask me if I'm boosted, I don't even own no fucking links. Ask me if my fleet is boosted, man, what you fucking think? All these haters thirsty, so I guess that I'ma let them drink.
Yeah, so funny.
And Morgaine Mighthammer moves ahead for House Corazor. That team will go on to fight versus Lysus in the Corazor finals later on today. I guess the Squirrels win.
What do you think the Squirrels had any impact on the preparation of Uriel? I'm just going to leave it at that. Uriel's
Ante of Nucci.
I can't imagine him having to fix the power.
Well, he
to
probably
his
called
home,
someone to fix it,
and maybe having to fight squirrels for a while as well. That could be really stressful.
And you're already stressed because you're prepping for this, and you've got this big thing coming up. You're on TV.
I would have thought with the loving support of Gorski Carr, he could have
apparently not
managed it, but apparently not.
Apparently not. Morgaine instead, triumphant.
Yeah, good job.
And we'll see them later on today. Coming up, though, the first of the House Sauron matches.
Which is Elise Randolph versus Smitty Uitra?
Is it? It is Elise. Elise Randolph coming up.
I wonder if these matches are going to be... they can probably kill the Pilgrims, too. I think this will be a bit like the Conded matches, where it's slower and a lot more... strategic and, disruption and time. It's a long sort of endurance match rather than this fast destroyer type fight. And
less focused aggression, more...
tactical gameplay?
Yeah, yes. Strategic gameplay.
Reserved strategies. Rise, what's your fleet for this? If you have to pick between all of the Cartham Conglomerate ships, which four do you bring?
Wait, this is this one, right?
Yep. Sorry. For our viewers at home, and if we have a graphic for the rules, we can bring it up. The Serum rule set is that you choose 4 of the following ships, no more than 1 of each. The Absolution, the Crusader, the Guardian, the Pilgrim, and the Retribution. All of those ships manufactured by the Crescent Conglomerate on behalf or for the glory of House Serum, whose champion is being determined. Now,
like we were saying before this last match, I think here the Crusader, even though it's a really cool ship and definitely has a lot of things it's good at, on TQ really doesn't have a place. Here, the Retribution just kind of outclasses it for everything you need to do in this match. So I think it'll just be those 4 ships: Guardian, Absolution, Pilgrim, and Retribution.
You feel the same way, Larrikin?
Absolutely, 100%.
All right.
Easy.
That's enough from you.
Feeling the hostility over this side.
No,
Wow.
but I do want more.
Okay.
Using those 4 ships as a base, how do you fit them, and what do you go for? You were talking about strategic gameplay earlier. What's your strategy?
Well, I think it's going to come down to your Guardian. I think that's the linchpin, right? You've got all these potential reps there. What do you do with the Guardian? Do you bait fit it? Do you go for some sort of weird, I don't know, out of the box fit? Would you triple thinking yourself? You just go for a standard 100 Guardian, try and keep it out of range, keep it kiting?
I mean, one question, is there any chance you can kill something before the Guardian?
I mean, you might be able to kill a Retribution before the Guardian, or if you can get Damps, or if you can get an ECM, or something like that, yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you can get a Pilgrim sitting on top of that Guardian, I would just forget about it and start killing everything else. Neut it out, ignore it.
Yeah, so is that what you go for?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't want to. I don't want to kid me. Well, yes.
Confidence,
yes.
Willow.
No, I would. Willow.
Courage, Willow. Never mind.
All right,
so
fine.
Before your time.
Look, that's certainly one tactic. Trying to get a hard tackle, like maybe send your Retribution, hard tackle on the Guardian, get your Pilgrim on top of it, mute some webs, and then focus on.
I mean, that's definitely one true thing about this format that's different from the tournament is you probably don't have any trouble tackling whatever it is you want to fight.
Well, you can't screen.
Not really. The Pilgrim can a bit, like it could nuke the Retribution off, I guess, but with fewer ships, it's going to be easier probably for you to just get on whatever it is you want to fight. I don't know, actually, with the Pilgrim, it gets a little tougher. I don't know. These matches are so weird. I wish we had 7 years of past experience so that I could feel like an expert, but I don't really know what's going to happen.
Do you like this kind of format?
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
It's really good. I think it's really nice how in the Alliance tournament we do change the rules, but also we have a lot of built-up history, so there's a lot of expectation, and it's easy to understand the evolution, but at the same time, it's really fun to just dramatically switch formats and force kind of completely new sets of decisions. I think that's really cool.
Larrikin, what do you think so far about the varying rule sets?
I think it's fantastic. I think it's changing all the time. You never get sort of stale, oh, look, there's yet another Typhoon fleet sort of happening.
It'd be so awkward if one of us said that it sucked right now.
It would be difficult.
I really don't like this.
I'm so uncomfortable right now.
I wish there wasn't a whole nother weekend of it.
There's a whole nother weekend of this.
No, it's fun. It's great.
Someone make sure that this is being recorded.
I'm sure it is.
Your performance review is coming up, CCP Rod.
That's true.
And all of your phrases.
Thankfully, my boss doesn't know I do this.
Oh, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
I agree.
I quite like the variation rules, and yeah, it would be awkward if I didn't. But I think what I'd like to see is a lot more of this type of very structured gameplay from players running small tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, you can find out online about players running tournaments. I believe there's one run for Eve Down Under.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
one of the coolest formats around, really.
Yeah, yeah.
And you're actually going to be at Eve Down Under this year, are you not?
I am. I've been every single time it's ever been on, and I just could not be there this year, so I will be there this year.
That's great. Are you speaking or giving any sort of presentation?
I am. I'm going to be speaking to the very good ladies and gentlemen at Eve Down Under about internet spaceships, probably something about capitals. We might announce something special there or something.
I don't have the dates in front of me for Eve Down Under.
It's the last weekend of November. I can't remember the
specific
specific dates, but like 20th, 29th.
14 sleeps from now.
14 sleeps. Or maybe 14
it's
and
like
a half.
12 for me. But
what do you do?
I just stay up with Tyrrax downtown.
It's
weird. I'm impressed with how he did today. I saw him really late last night. It's good on him to win after that.
Well, he did all right.
Yeah.
He did, and
he did as well as he could do, to be honest. Like, literally, he did as well as he could possibly do. He won.
Yeah.
There's no further.
I mean, you could have one with no losses, or with the other team connecting no damage. There's grades.
Is there?
Yeah, I mean, you could. Yeah, we could.
He did great, guys.
He did
great job,
Tyrrax. And we do look forward to seeing him later on in the next House Khanid match, which will be coming up this evening. The schedule after, if I have this here, the schedule after the break coming up will be starting with match 10, the second of the Sarum matches, moving on to Tashmir Khan. And Tashmir Khan matches will be the last of the elimination matches for the houses. And then from there, we will progress to the final matches for each house, which will determine their champions. And that, again, will be in correct order, starting from 1720 Eve time, Ardashapur, Khador, Khanid, Khorazor, Sarum, and Tashmir Khan, which will take us through to about 7:30 this evening. Awesome. Anyone that you're looking forward to seeing again so far of the pilots that have flown today?
I'm really looking forward to seeing Tyrrax fly in his next match. And obviously, which isn't actually answering your question at all, because you asked what I'm looking forward to seeing.
You're going to say Elise, aren't you?
But I really want to see Chessur's fight.
Yeah. Yes.
I think Chessur versus Kelon's going to be very interesting.
Well, you'll get to see it, provided that Chessur performs as admirably in the eyes of the Amarrian god as he can. You may be able to see him fly twice.
Maybe. Who knows?
I was really looking forward to seeing Gorski again, but he lost.
He did. I was going to say that as well, but he.
It's too bad.
That's just too bad. And coming up with the first of the Sarum matches, the Sarum family fights will begin. The second round of the Sarum house fights are every team member flies a Retribution. Now, of course, that's the ship that's edging out the Crusader, really, in these early fights. So we'll get to see probably a whole bunch more of them in addition to the ones we're about to see. The Retribution. Now, what exactly does the Retribution do on field?
I mean, it's just a really solid kind of classic Amarr ship. Like, a lot of laser damage, projects it pretty far, and has a lot of low slots, so you have a lot of options for tank.
It's a bonus to micro warp drive signature bloom, so with an MWD, it's pretty hard to hit, can move pretty fast, and all 4 bonuses, other than its roll bonus, are all lasers, I believe. So.
Now, are we going to see fast fights or slow fights then? If they've got
with the Retributions?
Yeah.
I bet it'll be a little slower than the Destroyer fights we saw, because they're a little bit tankier, but probably similar damage output, maybe a little lower damage output, but still fast matches. I mean, you won't have a lot of like sustained tanking, not a lot of disruption either, because there's not a lot of mid slots there, so still pretty quick.
It's kind of happy and sad. These house rule sets that will come in the second round will only ever see 1 fight with them. Of course, we get 2 fights for all of the preliminary rounds and the elimination of 4 teams down to 2. Only 1 fight with the second rule set. So even if there's something really interesting that we'd like to see more of, we're not going to see it again, unless for whatever reason Fozzie decides to bring back one of the rules next weekend or in the finals.
Wouldn't count on it unless something extremely special comes out of one of these formats. Like if the curse match is like the coolest thing ever. But I think probably that won't happen. not.
The curse match is going to be great, and Rise really is looking forward to it. He thinks it's going to be amazing.
That's what I meant.
That's exactly what
But he's looking forward to the Retribution.
We're just not going to do it again. It won't be that good.
It'll be good. But
it'll be like average, like above average in terms of like spaceship fights, I'd say.
Something to look forward to later this afternoon, an above average spaceship fight. Larrikin, which of the second round matches are you most looking forward to?
I'm really looking forward to, I think, the battle cruiser. Choose 1 Tech 2, Tech 1 Navy battle cruiser, and 3 basic Tech 1 cruisers. I think that's going to be super cool. It's going to be a bit of a slugfest. Going to be lots of interesting choices there. Lots of ways that can go and synergies that can get between those different things. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. I'm sure I'm a little bit disappointed we're only going to see 1 of those, in fact. Unlike CCP Rise, which is quite happy about only seeing 1 curse match, apparently.
Well, we'll eventually get to see the 1 match. For right now, we're going to go to 1 match on the field. The first of the House Sarum fights. This match in between the teams led by Elise, Randolph, and Smitty, Uitra. and we will go to the boys in the booth, CCP Fozzie and CCP Claymore, for this match number 9 of the Amarr Championships.
Welcome back, everyone. This is CCP Fozzie, joined by CCP Claymore, and we've got the amazing first Sara match coming up here. Lots of red and gold. This is my favorite color scheme, I think, in all of Eve. And it's Elise Randolph's team versus Smitty Uitra. And some really cool setups, some differences. We've got beams on Elise Randolph's Absolution versus pulses on Smitty's Absolution. And we also have lasers on the Retribution for Smitty and autocannons on Elise Randolph's Retribution, flown by Elise Randolph. He is using 0 of the bonuses of that ship. We'll see how it does for him.
Old cannon Retribution, not the normal way of fitting it first.
So the Elise Randolph Pandemic Legion team came in at max range, while Smitty Ultra's team came in pretty close, except for the Guardian back. We're going to see how they can deal with these Guardians. That, of course, is the big question in this match, how effective these guys are going to be at either neutralizing, jamming, or just killing the Guardians. So already tracking disruptors applied to Elise Randolph's Absolution. That is going to be very effective against a beam ship. Good choice in that. But it looks like tackle on the Pilgrim, that might be the first primary for Elise Randolph's team. We'll see if they can...
Drones being dropped from both sides. Different. We've got rep drones coming over for Elise Randolph's side. For Smitty, we have ECM drones, Hornet EC300s and 600s.
They might be trying to stick those onto the Guardian. We'll see what happens. Or maybe onto the Pilgrim. So damage being applied to the Pilgrim for Smitty Ultra's team. We're going to have to see whether or not that Guardian is able to get reps on him. He's obviously not repping yet, because we don't see the icon yet,
Smitty's
but
team
there we
going
go.
for the Absolution. Is that the best choice?
Interesting choice. I think seeing the beams on it suggests that it's not going to have a big, heavy plate. Actually, a pretty decent choice. If they can kill that Abso through the Guardian somehow, which is going to mean somehow dealing with the Guardian. Like, they can't kill the Abso while the Guardian's alive unless they jam it or nude it. We're not seeing either of those effects on it yet right now. Both teams just... at the moment holding up fine. We've got the Pilgrim was being shot at, but he is now doing fine, getting repped up on Smitty's team. Now it looks like there's some damage being applied to the Guardian by Elise Randolph's team. We're going to have to see how well they're going to be able to apply that damage.
Smitty's team still trying to chip away at this Absolution. Will it be how many links? 2, 3 on that Absolution?
I'd say probably 2. We'll see, but it could easily be 3. The Guardian is not going to hit very hard at this point. I think the Pilgrim newts on him are probably doing more to disrupt him than the damage at the moment. He's mitigating the damage very effectively. And just basically afterburner fit. You see him bouncing around there at like 450 meters a second.
The Guardian of Doom Chinchilla just keeping off the damage on Hans' Absolution.
I have to think that the tracking disruptor that's being applied to Hans' Absolution there for Elise is just preventing him from doing anything. He is not able to hit this Guardian. Beams, of course, very vulnerable to tracking disruptors. We're seeing, of course, the other Absolution, Newelle there for Smitty's team, has both guns and also newts applied to the Absolution for Elise. We're going to have to see, as the match goes along, both teams have Pilgrims, both teams have some other newts, at least one on the Absolution for Smitty's team. It's going to be interesting to see how that changes the match as time goes on. Because these guys are going to be probably eating up cap boosters, they're going to run out before the match ends. And that Absolution is slowly, I mean, obviously he's holding on okay, but he is going down faster than the Guardian, at least. It's not saying much.
He's holding on. The Absolution, he's losing quarter armor and just getting repped straight back up. As he got.
So we do now see newts being applied to the Guardian for the Pandemic Legion Elise team. The Pilgrim is caught up to him, and that may be a very key moment. This Guardian is MWD fit. You can see him burning around pretty effectively, but the Pilgrim is actually a little bit faster than him. He's not able to pull range, and they're basically off on their own, so they're a ways away from the rest of the fight. With a Pilgrim right on top of this Guardian is bad news. Elise Randolph is rushing back in his Retribution. He's going to probably try to tackle this Pilgrim and peel him off of the Guardian, because they're going to need to do that, because that Abso is going down through armor, probably because the Guardian can't rep all the time. He probably only has a couple of his reps running right now. All right, we do see a Scrambler onto the Pilgrim. That's going to be really important. That's going to shut off the micro warp drive on the Pilgrim. Maybe allow this Guardian to pull range. The Guardian is getting some range now. There's still newts being applied, but it looks like they're going to be off any second now. There we go. They're off. So yeah, that tackle is very key, and that's allowed them to keep that Abso all the way back up.
Yeah, Absolution almost back up to full armor now.
So we're approaching the halfway mark of the match. We're at 5 minutes and 40 seconds, and still nobody has died. Is it interesting that we're actually seeing less death here than we were in the Canid match? Of course, Canid, well known for their tanking.
I mean, with the Guardians, we've just got a huge amount of reps coming across. And with, I think Elise's team had the rep drones as well, just a massive amount of reps.
Which we just saw one of them explode, by the way.
I think I did see some smart bombs coming from someone.
It was a gun, I think, shooting at it
okay.
on the field there. Yeah, it looks like we are seeing fire onto these drones. That is a clever tactic. As the match is going to go long at this point, I think everyone is starting to realize this match is going to go the distance. Clearing off those rep drones is a good investment as we now hit the halfway mark.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's been newts being applied to Hans's Abso this whole time.
Yeah.
The lasers he's firing take cap. The links take cap. He's been moving around at a decent clip for part of the match with a prop mod going. You have to wonder how his cap is doing. We can't see it. But that's going to be something that's very high pressure as this match goes on.
It's only a matter of time until maybe, as we've said, he runs out of cap boosters or the cap pressure on the Guardian gets too much we can't keep.
Yeah, he is dropped to like half armor now. This is definitely rough for him. This is he's catching back up a little bit, but the reps aren't quite enough to keep him entirely up to full now.
He's just getting reps. Can't see any rep drones. He's just getting reps from the Guardian. Guardian's going to be coming under cap pressure eventually.
Yep, Guardian's under cap pressure now as that Pilgrim's back on top of him, and there Elise runs back with the Retribution to tackle the Pilgrim. It looks like Elise is tackling the Pilgrim, then running back into the fight. Then going back to tackle the Pilgrim, then running back into the fight.
Yep.
And it's a rough route of it because that Absolution is below half armor now. He is obviously the Guardian's going to be able to keep him alive for a good while longer, well, at least a bit longer. He is still getting reps on him, but he's not repping enough. I think he's only got some of his reps running due to cap pressure. And this Abso might maybe have hardeners not be able to consistently stay on due to all the cap pressure.
If the links get turned off, that's more. The Guardian's going to need to use more capacitor in his reps. They're going to be cycling slower, depending on what they have fit, obviously, for the links.
Yep. This is rough shape. We still have rep drones applying to that Abso, so that's helping to keep him alive. But this is rough. He's back up now. It looks like. Yeah, there you go.
A fresh set of rep drones come across, just helping him claw back.
All right, so we're down to 3 minutes now. Both teams are, of course, firing heavily, but that Absolution is now back to full health. I have to wonder, actually, whether or not they might have been baiting a little bit there, because he came up really effectively.
Yep.
Still, just like not too much damage being applied to the Guardian. I honestly think
Smitty there, trying to take out these rep drones on the Absolution. I mean, it's key if they need to get rid of the reps somehow.
Yep. And that's a great use for the Retribution, which they're using right there. A Pulse Retribution blasting through these drones, clearing them off the field. It's really, really effective use there. And that's going to be key as the match goes long. We're seeing a change of primary, it looks like. Elise Randolph's team is now going to try to take down this Pilgrim. They've switched off of the Guardian. We're seeing the Pilgrim's shields drop in, and they're going to try to ping him down while the Guardian lives.
Smitty's Retribution as well. Do you think they've just thought, we need these drones to keep tanking, let's take out the Vengeance?
And we're also seeing damage on Elise's Retribution.
Yep.
There is a lot of spread damage here.
Yep.
Meanwhile, the Abso for Smitty is still firing at the Abso for Elise's team. So at least they're trying to make the Guardian split up his reps.
Increase that cap pressure.
Yep.
He's got to be running low on cap soon. He's just been repping this whole round.
Yeah, this is a slugfest, an endurance match. We talked about those primary changes, but neither of them are in real trouble. The Pilgrim of Sir Tears there for Smitty Altria's team is holding on pretty well. He's just slowly taking a bit of armor damage, but it's being repped up, no problem. Meanwhile, the Abso of Hands dropping back below half armor, but we have seen him pull back really quickly.
As you said, is he just bait tanking?
It's possible. We're going to have to see how that continues. The rep drones look like they are fully gone from him now, though. It looks like the last of the rep drones are off the field as far as I can see.
Nope, they switched
them over to Elise. Okay.
Keep him
interesting. Yeah, there we go. But they are still they're shooting at them, and we're gonna have to see how that goes as we now have less than a minute left. So what will happen is we are going to go into an overtime period, and if nobody dies before this minute is up, which seems very likely, everyone's going to be alive. It means we'll go into the 5 minutes of overtime, and if it's not a sudden death overtime, but at the end of that overtime period, we'll see if anyone else has died, and then count the points. And if both teams are still tied on points, with that Guardian for Smitty dropping pretty low now, so that might hurt them during the overtime period. We'll see. If we're tied at the end of that, then the winner will be whichever team had the most potential DPS at the beginning of the match.
It's going to be interesting.
Which is
with
probably
an
Smitty's team.
Retribution.
Because of the fact that they had the laser retribution and the pulses on the Abso. Well, actually, no, there's more damage from the beams on the other Abso, just less tracking. Potential DPS. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. It's going to be very close.
Interesting to see.
But actually, that may be all for naught.
Smitty's
because that Guardian for Smitty is dropping down. So we are now into overtime. And it's really just now a matter of time to see if this Guardian goes down. But he is dropping. I think I don't know exactly what they did to make sure that they could hit, but
did see a flight of, I think it was Stasis web drones come out.
I
don't know if they're still. I can't see them in the field.
That Guardian is dropping low now. I think he's probably going to die in the extra time. And if he does, then that'll probably mean a win for at least Randolph, because I doubt that Smitty would be able to pull back from that loss with only 5 minutes.
Once the Guardian goes down, the other 3 ships are just no reps coming in. It seems like all the rep drones are gone.
So Lord Rappas there is doing his best to pull range, but there he's got a Pilgrim right on top of him. This is there you go into structure. Gone. That is the Guardian down. So this isn't a sudden death period, just to remind you. The overtime period is still going. We got 4 minutes left on the overtime, but it appears likely that at this point it's going to swing heavily towards.
Switch over to Sir Tyr's Pilgrim. He's almost in half armor now. Tomb Chinchilla and his Guardian just managed his cap. He's kept up the Abso through almost the whole game.
Yeah. So if you are the next 2 teams in Sarum, Mitara and Flyinghotpocket, you have the break that we're going to have right after this match to think about what you're bringing. What are you learning from this match? If you're seeing this, what are you taking away from it?
If I don't have rep drones in my drone bay, I'm switching them out for rep drones. They've just been key to this victory.
Yeah, I think that's been one of the stories of the day, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen the ECM drones come out. Didn't seem to do too much. Didn't seem to break the Guardian. Just kept repping the Abso up. We saw some Stasis web drones come out. They didn't seem to do much. It's all down to these rep drones. They've just kept the retributions alive so well.
Just under 3 minutes left in the overtime period to catch everybody up. I think you're absolutely right with that. I think the other kind of thing that I try to take from this is that killing the Guardian is a big challenge, so you want to focus a lot on trying to disrupt it. If you can, we saw a lot of Newt pressure back and forth on these Guardians, but potentially focusing a lot of jams on it might be enough to let you kill a Pilgrim, for instance.
Would you be tempted to maybe bring some neutralizing drones?
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think that would be worth it in this case.
Not bringing enough extra newts just to shut it down a little bit quicker.
But one thing that would have helped Smitty's team, they were quite vulnerable to getting tackled on that Pilgrim because it was an MWD Pilgrim. If they had brought a Scram on it themselves and maybe made an Afterburning Pilgrim to keep the Guardian within range, that might have been effective. We did see, of course, even though it didn't win the fight for them, really, really effective tracking disruption from Smitty's team. So that is something I think you'll also have to take away from this if you're in the next Sarum.
Dropping into structure.
Less than 2 minutes remaining, and there goes the Absolution. And now we have just a Retribution left on the field, and he is honorably nice and close. He's not trying to delay this fight. He's engaging here and will be dropping before too long, I think.
He's still burning about. He's still giving up some fight, but it's only a matter of time before he goes down.
And that will be Elise Randolph through to the final of House Sarum. So he'll be up against the winners of our next match after the break. At the end of the day, flying all retributions all the time.
Retributions.
Yeah, and
Are they
that'll
going to be
really
all
exciting
10 retributions at that
Hell,
point?
who knows? We've seen Elise bring that out, and it won them a match. Well, it was part of a winning strategy, at least.
Yes.
So we're going to have a break, but in the meantime, we'll send you back to the guys at the desk.
There's something really cool when you realize that you're catching snippets of different conversations happening on all the different tables, that everyone's talking about internet spaceships.
Internet spaceships, EVE Online, awesome.
It's like, yes, my people. Yes, my people, I'm here.
And Elise Randolph moves one step closer to being chosen as the champion for Royal House Sarum. Kind of predictable. You get one of the best Logi ships on the field. It's going to keep things alive. That goes to full time. It even proceeds past into the overtime period. And those Guardians are just, I mean, that's a tough road to hoe.
They do a good job of guarding. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry about
close.
That was
you almost had it. Almost.
Good.
I think it is long. Like with having the Guardians there, they can obviously rep things for a super long time. But it's such a cool. Like the format worked out perfect. It's almost exactly the right amount of time to break down. I mean, both sides almost broke down. It took a really long time. Almost lost the absolution on Elise's side twice. It looked like he was struggling for Cap to keep the reps up the whole time.
I do wonder if that was a bait tactic. I thought it came up a couple times, and
you don't really get a lot from baiting here.
Distraction at least.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe they were worried of getting heat on their own Guardian.
Baiting overheating, perhaps.
Potentially, but. I don't know, but it was really cool how they needed exactly this much time to kind of chew through all of the Cap, finally break something. It was a really good match.
It will be interesting to see if the second House Sarum match goes to full time as well. We will continue with that match after a break here. The second House Sarum match, match 10, due to start at 16:20 Eve time. That may be pushed a little bit, but for now the 16:20 schedule is holding. For now, though, we will leave you for just a little bit. Please tune in after the break for more action, both with House Sarum, the final house matches of Tash Murkon, and then the decisive matches for each of the royal houses here in the Amarr Championships. We're going to move straight to the desk discussion of the upcoming Sarum match. I am joined at the desk again by CCP Fozzie and also by CCP Sledgehammer. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me.
Glad you for having us.
We saw the first of the Sarum House matches just before the break. Obviously, those Guardians providing quite a lot of support, making those fleets very tanky, very resistant to taking damage, and kind of a pivotal role, a pivotal target for people to call in there. What do we expect to see in the second Sarum match? More of the same?
I would expect this to also be a pretty tanky match, yeah. I think teams need to come in there with a really strong game plan for dealing with that Guardian. In the last match, we saw Elise's team trying to kill it the whole match, and they eventually were able to, but it just took them a very long time, thanks to tracking disruptors. Meant that they weren't able to really hit it very effectively with their absolution. It's going to be tough. Smitty tried to newt it out. It worked a bit, but didn't quite do enough to allow them to kill an Abso. Might have done enough to allow them to kill a Pilgrim. We're going to have to see what strategy people use. Jams, newts, or damage.
Do you think we're going to see the same fleet composition for this match?
Yes, I'd expect
definitely.
so. Yeah.
And I imagine that we will go to time for the second instance. It's possible that people play a little bit more aggressive and try and take that Guardian down initially much earlier on, but I think people are going to be attentive. The pilots are all going to be watching to make sure that nothing pops sooner than it has to. There is a small announcement to be made. There was some consideration on behalf of the tournament organizers regarding the schedule later on today. We are going to hold to the existing schedule. All the fights will occur when they were originally scheduled to occur, which means that we will see one Sarum House match just now, followed by the Tashmir Khan matches, and then we will proceed to the final decision matches for each of the houses. Again, that's Ardashapur, Kador, Khanid, Khorazor, Sarum, and Tashmir Khan in that order, starting after the Khorazor, starting after the Tashmir Khan preliminary matches complete. Now, obviously, we've had some discussion about these matches already. Anything exciting that you're expecting to see? Sledgehammer, your opinion on the upcoming final matches?
I mean, I love the format for the Tashmir Khan match. 3 Confessors in the Legion. That's going to be fun.
It's always nice to see one of the Tech 3 cruisers on field.
I was debating with Claymore yesterday what sort of fit we'd see on the Legion, whether it's going to go for hams or straight up missiles or beams or pulses, who knows. It's going to be interesting.
Newt Legion? Does Newt Legion make an appearance there?
It's possible. I mean, it's going to come in handy trying to pin down the Confessors if they're going to be, like, afterburning or micro-warp driving about the place.
CCP Fozzie?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Newt subsystem. I also wouldn't be surprised if we see a rapid light missile loadout, perhaps. You're not getting the kind of bonuses, but it's going to be so helpful for trying to take down these Confessors. Either way, I think it's going to be missiles. I think you're going to see missiles supported by Newts.
And the Confessors, of course, did make an appearance at the Alliance tournament, very popular T3 destroyers. What role do you expect them to be playing here? More of the same, just getting in there and cutting things up?
Yeah, I mean, they're a very versatile ship. They can do a lot of things. I'd expect probably at least one of them to be fit up to do a lot of the tackling, to hold down your target. And then maybe that one with pulses, and then probably beams on the rest. Lots of damage, long range.
What's your strategy, Sledgehammer, going into a fight like that? Do you try and pin down the Confessors and take them off first?
Yeah, I would straight up try and take down the Confessors first. The Legion's a tough nut to crack with its, Tech 3 resists, very high armor resists. My money would be on trying to pin down the Confessors first, yeah.
Sam?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the best target early on. Clear off some of the DPS, then allow your Legion to go the distance against the other one.
Now, of course, the Sarum fight that we're going to see, the Guardian has to go first.
One way or another, whether it's through killing it or newts or jams, yeah.
The other matches that we have coming up before we go into the elimination matches are Tashmir Khan. The Tashmir Khan rule set, interestingly, also features the Legion. One team member flies, the Tashmir Khan final, rather, after that Legion fight is what I'm going for. Battleship fight.
Yes.
And I think people have kind of been looking forward to that. At least I've been looking forward to seeing maybe some of the larger hulls on the field delivering the pain.
It's going to be a slugfest. It's going to be great.
Yeah. We're going to have a lot to talk about once they take the field. For now, our pilots are on field, ready to participate in the second of the Sarum preliminary matches. Mitara Newelle versus Flyinghotpocket. These teams competing to go up against Elise Randolph in the Sarum family finals. We will go to the booth with CCP Claymore and CCP Rise for match 10 of the Amarr Championships.
All right, guys, welcome to the Commentator Boys. I'm CCP Rise with CCP Claymore, and we're going to see this last Sarum match now. As expected, retributions on both sides. No Crusaders today. Mitara Newelle versus Flyinghotpocket. Super roleplay fitting name there. Good job. And you guys can't quite see it, but ranges real scattered. Red team spread out. Of course, Absolution up front. Pilgrim somewhere in the middle. Retribution up front as well. And Guardian way in the back. Whereas blue side, we have all their ships in the center, but you can see the Guardian there off to the side. And actually, he's a bit, it's actually fairly close because of the angle to the rest of the red team, and kind of on his own, but I don't imagine that'll matter all that much. And we are underway now.
Yeah, we have the Absolution and the Pilgrim. The Absolution from Mitara landed right next to the curse of Flyinghotpocket. Pilgrim, sorry. Flyinghotpocket. We see drones. We've got some jam drones coming across from Mitara's side. Jam drones from both both sides.
Interesting. I mean, choices here. Again, we're seeing one team go after the Pilgrim first, other team go after Guardian first. Flyinghotpocket's Guardian not chosen as the target. The Pilgrim taking damage instead. And then on the other side, they are going after the Guardian. No, the other way around. Anyway, it doesn't matter for now. Neither of them really taking any damage.
Flyinghotpocket's Guardian, flown by Jahali, already taking a little bit of armor damage. Do you think they're going to be able to break that quicker than we saw in the previous round?
I mean, it's possible. There's jams here. You get a cycle. I mean, like we saw last time, when you can shut off reps for a second, even the absolutions go down relatively fast. So something like that happens. It's possible. For now, it looks like everybody's pretty comfortable. Reps going to both Pilgrims. Neither Guardian taking any significant damage.
Is it worth trying to take down the Guardian first, or just stretch his cap? Switch the other targets, try and take down the Pilgrim, the Absol, the Retribution, or just focus in on that Guardian straight away?
I'm not sure. I think you kind of end up doing some back and forth, end up like playing this cap game for a while first. I think you can see Tackle there now applied the Flyinghotpocket's Guardian, catching him. So obviously they're interested in putting damage there, but I assume it's going to be some time before the Pilgrim can really put enough pressure on to make something happen. You can see, though, the Mitara Newelle Pilgrim is actually scrammed, so I don't know if he's too far away to newt the Guardian. It doesn't look like it because newts did just get applied.
It's being applied to both Guardians now.
Yep, and pretty serious damage now coming in on the Flyinghotpocket Guardian. He's down to maybe 60% armor.
He's got a bunch of armor maintenance bots on him, with the Retribution just floating about. Do you think they're going to be doing the same thing, taking out the armor maintenance drones on the Guardian?
Yeah, I mean, they're doing enough damage now that they might try and just break through it. There's only 5 medium rep bots on him. And if he keeps taking more damage like this, it might be worth just ignoring the drones for now. But then if it looks like they can't do that and it's going to go to a long game, they'll have to try and chew through those.
Yeah, I mean, his Guardian's sitting about 50% armor at the moment. It looks like they've got the damage at the moment to break through.
Yeah,
the red drones.
He's going down slowly but surely. Not a big enough tank on his own. Obviously under cap pressure from the Pilgrim. The Mitara Newelle Pilgrim is sitting right next to Flyinghotpocket's Guardian, and then the Absolution on the Mitara side trying to push the Pilgrim away. Sorry, the Absolution on the Flyinghotpocket side trying to push the Pilgrim away from their Guardian, but it's not doing any good. He's just continuing to go down. He's got the rep bots, but his local tank is not holding at all.
Do you think it potentially comes down to a choice of the links they've chosen on that Absolution? There's the damage control gives them all bonuses to the resists. If they haven't gone with that, if they've gone for capacitor,
could be that. Could be the decisions with the way they fit the Guardian, including what kind of prop they chose. But he's just going to go down.
Yep, and the Guardian
so
is
different
gone.
from Elise's match. No long strategic cap war here. Just burning straight through the Guardian, no problem. And of course, now the rest of the team should topple pretty easily with no reps.
Yeah, they didn't even really try for the Templar Dare's Absolution. They've just focused in on that Guardian, slowly chipping away at him. And it looks like it's going to pay off with that Pilgrim now in armor as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think from here it's going to go really good for them. I'm surprised. Flyinghotpocket team obviously got no meaningful damage applied, and it looked like in a way they were actually just trying to defend. They kind of right away looked like they were just trying to fend off. Like the whole reason they were attacking the Pilgrim was just to try and get it off their Guardian.
Yeah.
Because it was causing so much trouble for them. So big credit to the Mitara Newelle Pilgrim pilot especially, I think. I mean, he did a really nice job breaking down the Guardian really fast, and yeah, now these guys will just
they've now switched over to the Guardian of Elizabeth, but it's too late. They've lost the damage from the Pilgrim now. They've got no reps coming in from Guardian because they've lost it. Retribution going down. Is there anything at this point Templar Dare can do to pull it back?
No, I don't think so. Yeah. I think that's pretty much going to do it. Abso strong. There are groups of 4 ships the Abso could kill by itself.
Yep.
But not many of them include a Guardian.
Guardian from Elizabeth is dropping through armor just to...
Yeah, it's funny. They switch now off the Pilgrim and onto the Guardian. It looks like he's going down really fast, actually.
Really fast, this Absolution.
I was looking for local reps on the other Guardian to see what kind of... I'm curious, I would expect them to kind of just run a plate, but I know in the last match there was... I guess it was just the bots pulling his armor back. No, he does have an active rep, so there's an active rep effect. But yeah, it looks from what's happening right now, even with his local rep, it looks like if Flyinghotpockets might have just turned everything onto the Guardian right away and ignored the Pilgrim, it could have gone differently.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Guardian here just seems to have melted through that first. He's clawing it back now. But yeah, so yeah, I mean, if they'd, as you say, if they just focused everything in on Elizabeth's Guardian, maybe.
Smart Bomb there on the Absolution is an interesting choice. You can see the Mitara Newelle Absolution running a Smart Bomb in that, and I'm surprised they gave up a high slot for that, actually. It's interesting. We're wanting to protect, maybe just have an option against rep bots, or possibly protect against offensive drones, but a little bit surprising. High slots are pretty precious on the Absolution. He needs links and he needs guns. So interesting choice to give those up.
Which would they have given up, the links or the guns, to fit a Smart Bomb in there?
But almost down. Flyinghotpocket Absolution, just a couple more seconds here to finish him off. And that'll mean Mitara Newelle will go to fight Elise Randolph's team in the All Retribution Serum match that'll happen a little bit later.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one.
Maybe Elise will bring all AC Retributions. We'll have to see. Probably not as good of an option in that match as it was in his first one.
Maybe the more classical laser ones. Never know.
But that'll do it. Flyinghotpocket down. So Mitara Newelle doing a really nice job, just killing the Guardian straight away and taking that match. So good job to them. We'll go back to the desk, boys.
And Mitara Newelle scarfing the Flyinghotpocket. Mitara advancing to the next round of House Serum's Amarr Championships qualifier will face Elise Randolph later on this afternoon. The schedule for this afternoon is staying as originally put. A note from the tournament organizers, because of difficulties bringing the Magnate earlier, a rematch was offered on favorable terms to the team of Max Singularity and his opponent Fafer. Max Singularity declined the rematch, so will not have a second go at that. More information on this will be coming throughout the week, so please keep your eyes on eveonline.com for any announcements there with regard to tournament progression. Again, Max Singularity declining a rematch, so Fafer moving forward in the House Khador finals. Coming up next, the final... the last of the House qualifiers, first round, Tash Mercan. Now this rule set, like we discussed earlier, one team member will fly a Legion, the remaining 3 team members will fly Tech 3 destroyers in the form of the Confessor. Our pilots, teams coming up, Chessur, previous Alliance Tournament commentator, and Kelon Darklight. What do you think about this match coming up?
I mean, obviously, the Chessur team, one of the more favored in this whole championship. A lot of very talented pilots, a lot of very talented theory crafters. It's going to be a tough match for Kelon Darklight's guys. We'll have to see how they do. He is a pretty experienced FC, I know. I think anything can happen in these matches. When you're talking about rules that are this out of the box, it's always up in the air, I think.
Now, lore-wise, the Tash Mercan family being unique in that and offering a champion, an heir, to replace the dead Empress, Jamal Sarum, Tash Mercan have offered up the only female heir.
Yes, in this round, She's also the only that's not from a traditional true Amarian family.
Tash Mercan being new
Eudorian.
money.
This is the family that was elevated to the status of royal house when the Canid Kingdom split off. from the Amarr Empire.
Now, that was during the last Amarr Championships.
During the
or
championship
just
before the
afterwards?
last.
Before the last.
Yeah, so it was actually it was 2 championships ago. That was the time when, the House Tashmurkhan, as a very established and very wealthy merchant house, was elevated up to the status of royal house.
Well, it's possibly that money that's fueling an entire T3 sub-qualifier.
You can see with both of their sets, they don't go for the cheap ships.
No.
So you've got Tech 3 and then faction battleships. Yeah.
It's something else. I'm looking forward to seeing this fight. Obviously, we discussed the strategies a little bit earlier. Once again, you've got a T3 destroyer at the heart, kind of forming a tinker. Maybe?
You're not allowed to fit remote reps to that Tech 3. So remote reps for this championship are limited only to the logistics frigates and logistics cruisers. No Tech 3 remote
So
reps.
all local reps, if reps are represented. Rep drones, though.
Rep drones, yep. There's not obviously a lot of potential drones on the Legion, and none on the Confessor, but you could fit rep drones, yeah.
In theory. Sledge, what have you got?
I've been thinking over what we're probably going to see from the Legion. I agree a bit more with Fozzie about newts on it. Probably newts and drones, I reckon, is going to be fielded by the Legion. Drones are, of course, quite powerful against any smaller ships, be able to keep up with the Confessors. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. I think it's going to be fun.
Have you piloted a Confessor in-game?
I have.
And how'd that work out for you?
Yeah, pretty terribly.
Pretty terribly.
It didn't last long.
2 jumps?
2 jumps, yeah. Out of the wormhole, into nullsec, dead.
He's a wonderful man to fly with. He does excellent work. I always think it's enjoyable when we release something to see the devs tackle it for the first time.
Yes.
And it's so much so that I almost regret that we don't share more of those experiences with players, because watching someone from the development side here at CCP go in there and try and use one of our, I wouldn't say complicated, but like certainly versatile weapons like the Tech 3 destroyers. I mean, it's like watching a child play with blocks.
How do I walk to something?
They know they can make something.
It's great whenever you release new stuff, right?
Why are you decloaking?
Everybody is on the same footing at the beginning, trying it out. And that was always a really exciting thing with the Tech 3 destroyers, to see what people would do with them right off the bat and how people kind of refined their tactics as they went on.
Are you looking forward to seeing some of that with the new Tech 2 destroyers?
Yes, that is going to be interesting. I think that's going to take a while for people to really get a mastery of. It may be the kind of thing where people do some things with it right away, and then it sort of settles for a while, and then 2 years from now, somebody comes up with a new thing to do with it that no one's thought of before and breaks everything wide open. These kind of tactics, the kind of tactics that you make a Rooks and Kings video about. I think you'll be able to do some cool stuff with it.
So how long do you think it'll be before we see our first video of people daisy chaining gate camps away from gates?
That would be, yes, I think pretty hilarious.
We're just about ready to start the first of these Tashmurkhan matches. Again, the first of 2 in their initial qualifier, before we decide for the last match of today, actually, who will be the Tashmurkhan champion for their heir. We will go to the boys in the booth. That's CCP Rise, and if I can confirm, CCP Claymore, to offer commentary on this match 11 of the Amarr Championships.
Yeah, welcome back. CCP Claymore here, joined by CCP Rise. Rise, why don't you talk them through what we see here in the Legions?
Yeah, so I'm trying to find all the differences I can. The models are so small and stuff, but I think on one side we actually have Beam Confessors and on the other side Pulse Confessors.
Yep.
With actually Chessur being the one with Pulse Confessors. I'm not 100% on that because the turrets are so small, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. And then as far as the Legions, we have Kelon's Legion going with Rapid Lights. Rapid Light missile launchers, like Fozzie was saying, might be a good idea in this match. And then on the other side, Chessur's Confessor is sticking with lasers. There's also a subsystem difference, the back-end subsystem, but I don't know which one is which. So, you guys can just figure that out for me. And we're underway now.
And we're underway here. Yeah, well, so we had Chessur's team warping in at range with Kelon's warping in at 0. See that damage coming in now to Boondock's Confessor and Chessur's Confessor.
Wow, interesting.
None coming back. Wow.
Interesting choice here by Kelon's team. You see their Confessors pulling away, taking advantage of those beams, and at the same time tracking, disrupting everything on Chessur's side.
Yeah.
1 kill already. Boondock Saints down. Kelon's team looking so strong here.
Yeah, I mean, the Legion for Lucian has been tackled by the Legion from Lady.
Yeah, but the Confessors all probably optimal optimal tracking disrupted by Kelon's.
Yep.
Kelon able to provide damage no problem because of the beam range.
There goes Chessur's Confessor.
They're just pulling back and kiting. Wow. Just feathering the crap out of Chessur here.
So Tonya's now been primaried. He's dropping through. Wow.
Yeah, it's gonna be over for him quick. And then after that, the kind of laser Legion on Chessur's side not gonna have an easy time killing all these Confessors.
Think he's gonna be able to do it? And
No.
then just have the 2 Legions?
Not at all. He is getting some damage into Kelon's Confessor now.
Yeah.
But they should be able to abuse his tracking pretty easily. And even if he can kill all the Confessors, he then has to deal with the Legion. So we'll see how hard, how strong the tank is of the character called Lady Labia, by the way. But I don't think it's going to be very easy for him. It looks like he is going to, kills 1 Confessor. So that's a solid start.
There, don't see huge damage coming across on Lady's Legion.
I mean,
and he's wrapping.
If he's able to actually kill the Confessors without them being able to hide from his damage somehow, then he equals the field. And then I believe, then we have this Laser Legion on Chessur's side against the Rapid Light Legion on Kelon's side. And I would think the Laser Legion would be in a lot better shape in that 1v1.
Lady's taking huge damage now. He is local tanking, local repping, but just huge damage coming across in on his Legion, even with those T3 resists.
Yeah, the Rapid Lights got active again on Kelon. He was on reload, but now those missiles are active, so there's 500 DPS, 400 DPS, something just got added. And, he is chewing into... Chessur's Legion is chewing into another one of the Confessors here, but right now this is looking real comfortable for Kelon's team.
So what kind of rep do you think Lady's got on his Legion? Is it going to be the ancillary repper?
I would think it'd be, I don't know, I would think a dual rep fit would actually be pretty strong. I don't know if they would have gone with that, but 1 AAR and 1 normal rep I would think would be good, because there's a good chance that by the time you're at the point in the match where you needed to be repping, which would be after all the Confessors were dead ideally, you would want a lot of long sustain tank rather than buffer. But it's hard to say. It could just be 1 single rep. Depends on what else they wanted to do with the lows. But it's pretty strong. I mean, he's holding.
Yeah, he seems to be tanked pretty well just now. So are the Confessors, Legion for Lucian, not under any real pressure at the moment.
Confessors now on the Kelon side making a good choice, I think, and just getting lots of range.
Yeah.
Just staying as far away as they can. They're ahead on points right now. They can let the Legions 1v1 add some damage if they're able to safely, but for the most part, just try to survive. So that they're ahead for the rest of the match. And at the least, I guess they can kind of hang back until their Legion isn't on reload, so that they get as much kind of DPS active at once as possible. Which was happening again now, and you're seeing Chessur's Legion there dropping, maybe getting close to structure. Yep. Not able to tank all the damage when it's all active.
He's still repping it back, but if this is ancillary, is it because he's now on reload, or
it could be? That's true. If with an active rep, at least one of them will be an AAR, and it will lose efficiency. And there he goes. Nice job, Kelon Darklight. I would have thought this Chessur Suetonia team would have been one of the favorites for the whole thing, and now they're out. So really good job to Kelon Darklight. And with that, back to those cool ads.
Carebearing in EVE can be dangerous. The minds behind Section 8 understand this. Your corporation can gain access to premium regions all over Imperium space. We don't even charge rent, just pay taxes on towers and ratting. Become Care Bear Kings with our help.
And Kelon Darklight puts Chessur down. Chessur not advancing in the tournament. I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are. This Chessur Setonia team was one of the kind of odds-on favorites. A lot of people were suggesting that they'd go really far, and them getting knocked out early, I think, is going to surprise people. But this is something we've talked about before. That in a format like this, you don't have a ton of time to practice. Your teams are being thrown all these curveballs. This is, I think, if there's ever a tournament we run where you're most likely to see big upsets, it's, I think, this kind of format.
It's interesting. I really thought that Chessur's team was top tier.
But apparently not.
Apparently not. Sledge, what did you think about that? Is that what you were expecting to see from that fight?
It wasn't the Legion fit that I was expecting to see, but I honestly thought that Chessur had this, but as upsets go.
I was surprised already when we heard Rise say that there was a Beam team and a Pulse team, and that Chessur was the Pulse team. Beams seemed to me like the way to go in this one, and the Beams plus Tracking Disruptors plus Rapid Light Missile Launchers was a great combo from Kelon Darklight's team.
Yeah, they came across really well. A little surprising after they had brought down all of the Confessors on Chessur's team. Ladies Legion was able to take out one of the Confessors. That was some admirable flying, and it would have been nice to see it drift a little bit more that way. They just she wasn't able to hold on to the damage she was delivering.
Confessors, of course, are a really challenging ship to fly. Likely that Confessor just found itself a bit too close to the Legion, and maybe in the middle of a change away from tank mode. I think it would have been quite vulnerable in that case.
Usually, though, I see these Confessors flying around. They're usually in speed mode, right? Isn't that the preferred?
Speed mode would be common. He might have been switching to Sharpshooter to take advantage of the extra range. Like if you're planning on like shifting into kind of sniping around the edges, you'd want to be in Sharpshooter. But perhaps he did that when he was too close, and then didn't have time to switch back.
Might have happened.
Do you think it was at the point when the first Confessor went down on Kelon's team that the other Confessors sort of split up to the edge of the arena?
Yeah, I think they saw that and they knew how not to make that same mistake. I've seen that in plenty of tournaments where you get small ships on a team that is already winning just find themselves a little too close. I've been in that situation before where I ended up like losing a stealth bomber in an AT match because I just happened to, for no reason, drift within drone control range of a Proteus, for instance.
It is crucial to not get overconfident and to adapt quickly to the situation that you're in. If your Confessors are doing fine at a particular range, but you need to change it, you need to change it. That is the first of the Tashmerkin sets. We have another one coming up. This one match between Raphael Saint and Rakia. If I've got that correct. Again, these teams are going to have a chance to compete to see who will face off against Kelon Darklight in the finals, which will be happening later on this evening.
It'll be the last match of the day.
Last match of the day, 7 o'clock. This being the final of the preliminary house matches. This is the last fight for which any pilot has any idea of how it actually plays out. Are we going to see a lot more learning on the fly being being done or not done in these later matches?
I mean, I think these guys they've seen the rules for the second round as well for this like second set of matches, so they obviously have been thinking about them since Friday. However, for a lot of these teams, I would be willing to bet that they put most of their thought process into the first round matches because you can't guarantee you're going to make it to the second round. So you want to first make it to the first one. So yeah, they probably haven't thought these through at least as thoroughly as they had the first rounds.
And we do have rule sets for all of those. The rule sets that were announced on Friday. For the Artishper rule set, every team member will fly an Imperial Navy Slicer. For the Cador rule set, Tech 1 or Navy battle cruisers, all Amarr.
One Tech 1 or Navy battle cruiser and then three cruisers.
Regular cruisers, you're right. For the Conid rule set, every member will fly a curse. For the Corazor rule set, it's just cruisers, any cruiser class?
Every cruiser other than the Guardian. We thought that would have been a bit too tanky.
Well done.
Yes. Yeah.
Well done. For the Sarum rule set, every team member will fly a Retribution. And of course, for the Tashmerkin rule set, it's battleships. a lot of interesting formats coming up.
Yes, indeed.
A lot of interesting choices on behalf of the tournament organizer who chose the rules. CCP Fozzie.
Yeah, well, it was a group effort. Yeah, I was the primary rules writer, though we had a lot of people giving input and just making the final decision. But yeah, this was some of the most fun I've ever had writing tournament rules because we got to do this kind of variety where we also got to bring in the lore behind the houses. I thought that was really fun. And we haven't revealed them yet, but the rules for next weekend are also pretty intense. And then the rule set for the finals are easily the most difficult theory crafting challenge we have ever asked players to complete. But if you make it to the finals, you should be ready for it.
We've had some giggling over here. CCP Sledgehammer, have you looked over the rules for next weekend already?
I have, yes.
And are you excited?
I think it's going to be pretty fun, man. Yeah, I think it's going to be good.
All right.
Yeah.
Is your mic?
We apparently have lost
We don't need to listen to CCP Sledgehammer. As much as we value his opinion, it can be represented by sock puppets and or dancing water bottles.
But yeah, I think it's going to be really exciting to see that going on. I'm again, it's going to be interesting to see what Kelon Darklight's team does with the battleships because that was a very dominant performance. I think a lot of teams might have kind of looked him over and just, we expect we're going to be facing Chessur later on. We shouldn't put too much thought into them. But now everyone else just kind of stood up and noticed. And there's going to be a lot of eyes on him now.
All right. We're not quite ready to go to the field yet, so we do have a minute. Now, CCP Sledgehammer, haven't had a chance to talk to you here at the desk just yet. Of course, we work on the same team, which makes it a little weird to be asking you questions. But for the people watching at home, would you tell them...
What's my mic again? Well, I screwed up.
He's much better in the office, I assure you.
Sometimes.
One of our quality assurance professionals.
Yeah.
I apparently can't assure the quality of my mic, so.
Which is upside down now.
Yeah, it'll work.
It'll work eventually.
Tell us a little bit about what you do and which team you work for.
So I'm a graphical quality assurance analyst, much like yourself, on Team Trilambda. I'm tasked with putting assets into the game, making sure they all look spiffing. And yeah, just general graphical quality and engine performance is my jam.
And you're also an avid EVE player. I don't think I mean...
I do really like EVE, yeah. I've been playing for 4 years now.
I've never seen anyone manipulate EVE information like this gentleman here. It's an honor to have you at the desk. Can you tell us a little bit about what your team and what you specifically have been working on for the Akron release coming out this winter?
So yeah, we've got a bunch of new transform effects. So those are like your shield boosting effects. And we're going to have these new shield effects themselves, which are going to be like ellipsoids around your ship. So if you imagine the shield effects that you would get in Star Trek, they're very much like that. We're also going to put out new armor and hull effects for damage. Yeah, there's a lot coming up graphically. We're going to be deploying temporal anti-aliasing. And yeah, there's just a lot of stuff. And the boosters,
the gorgeous boosters that everyone can see in the trailer for this championship. Yeah.
It's looking like quite a full release for your team. Quite a lot of work coming to improve the way that EVE looks.
Yeah.
EVE can get a little bit of flack, I think, from players who aren't familiar, people coming into the game for maybe being more focused on out-of-game elements that you might track in some sort of spreadsheet style. How do you engage a player visually to get in there and actually be looking in space?
I mean, what started me off was just how cool some of the ships look. Like, that's a big hook for me. I love sci-fi in general, and I think that EVE has some of the coolest ship designs out of any sci-fi that I've subscribed to. And it's just a gorgeous game. Like, the nebula backdrops, it's just very, very pretty. And I think it handles scale quite well as well.
Now, visual gameplay, there's not so much of it in EVE, but are we getting some pushes in the design side, Fozzie, to kind of include some elements of visual gameplay?
I mean, as much as possible, we want to try to tie information visually in as well as being as part of the UI. So one good example would be a lot of the new super weapons that we're adding for Titans super carriers are using visual telegraphs to let people know where they're going to be, to know who's getting hit. So if you're watching the effects, you'll be able to get a lot of key information. I think it's great to see things like the new shield effects that you talked about that we showed off with a video at Vegas. I know a lot of people really enjoyed that. And also, as much as possible, tying effects to modes. So we've always had a visual transformation for Siege mode for Dreadnoughts, but it's always been just kind of a shimmer effect for the triage mode that carriers use. In the Citadel's expansion, when we introduced the new class of capital ships to do remote repping, they're going to have actual physical transformations that happen as they go into triage. So it'll be nice and clear. And if you're watching basically the shape of the ship, you can learn which ones you should be primarying.
Nice. And of course, there are a lot of videos that were shown at eVegas that are available online for players who weren't able to make it out to Clark County, Nevada. However, I don't know anyone who's seen the videos and hasn't reacted strongly to the sweeping space laser.
Yes.
That's from 5.0.
The visuals, of course, are still just prototype. This was actually something that CCP Mankiller just kind of threw together very quickly for us so that we could demo it and have a prototype that we could use to test out the targeting. But we're going to continue working on the visuals of it. But yeah, that's one of many really visually stunning effects that we're going to be adding in the Citadel's release. Besides, of course, the visually stunning gigantic structures. Yeah.
Nice. I think we're all eagerly looking forward to the forthcoming releases, both on the graphical side and on the gameplay side. Of course, with regard to EVE events like EVE Vegas, for those of you who are looking for player meetups in your area, there is a website, evemeet.com. Sign on there and check out EVE player meetups that may be happening in or around your hometown or wherever you happen to dock your ships, as it were. Of course, more information about official CCP-sponsored events can be found directly at eveonline.com. FanFest is it sold out this year already?
I don't think it's sold out yet.
Not yet.
No.
Tickets may.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we still have tickets. But
tickets are available for FanFest 2016, so be sure you hop into eveonline.com and snap yours up right now. It will be one of the only times, in fact, the only time that you will be able to sit and watch the final match of the Amarr Championships live. That will be happening in April of next year. And in order to facilitate that match happening on time in April of next year, we are going to move directly to the next match in the Amarr Championships right now. Tash Merkan qualifier match 2, Raphael Saint versus Rakia. We will go to the boys in the booth, CCP Rise and CCP Claymore.
Hello, welcome back. And here we have another Legion +3 Confessors mirror and more new stuff going on. You're looking at the Rakia's Legion, I believe. I want to make sure before I say that for sure. Yes, Rakia's Legion, which has no weapons fit at all. Want to make absolutely sure I'm right. Yeah, so this one is a 100% new Legion on the blue side, and then Raphael Saint on the other side is going to be almost, or at least a lot of newts, and then a couple autocannons.
Yeah, the Newt Legion here, I'm not entirely sure off the top of my head, could have drones. There is a drone sub. So could just be Newt drone, and we're off. Match is underway. Yeah, an autocannon Legion coming in from Raphael Saint's team. That's going to be super interesting.
And these guys started at max range. They came at opposite angles, you can see here. So about 100k between the Confessors to start the match. And looks like all the teams except Chessur's had the same idea here, which is to bring tracking disruptors on their Confessors. So you can see those going back and forth across the field now. I believe all the Confessors here are going to be beam fit as well.
Yep.
It's so hard to tell with the tiny little turrets, but I'm pretty sure they're all beams. And we'll see what happens. Nobody really eager to close the distance here. The Legion's kind of venturing forward, but Confessor's hanging back at long range.
I mean, everyone's just sitting back at the moment, being a little cagey, don't want to rush in. So now we see some damage coming across over onto Rakia's Legion. Just on shields, though, unless he's shield fit. It's not going to be...
Confessors getting active now on the Raphael Saint side. With sharpshooter mode and beams, there's really a lot of range potential. You can shoot to, I don't know, something crazy, 60 or 70k pretty easily.
But how with the tracking disruptors coming across?
Yeah, right, exactly.
Potential.
It puts it back down. And damage isn't going to be high anyway at that range is. It's just, it is possible to poke at least.
Which they're doing. They're poking away at this Legion. No real damage coming across onto Raphael Saint's side.
Everyone's Legion pilots have really inappropriate names.
And there we have.
I'm not going to say.
Have some drones come out from the Legion. He's sending them over. Will these Beam Legions Beam Confessors be able to take down those drones?
Pretty easily, yeah. If they're able to lock those up, it should only take, especially if a couple confessors are active, maybe 2 volleys, but probably just one per drone, so you can clear those off pretty fast. I mean, it's just one flight of Vespas is not going to make a huge difference either way.
No.
But yeah, I mean, this is extremely mirrored. Tracking disruptors back and forth. Both teams only putting the Legion far enough out in front that it can be shot. Webs now, the Legions tackling each other.
Yep.
Newt's active, like we said, both Legions fielding a lot of utility in their high slots, so Cap War underway. Actually, you can see the Raphael Saint Legion is running Nos, whereas the Rakia Legion is running Newts. So I don't know who comes out in the long run on top in that. But actually, Raphael's Legion taking quite a bit of damage here.
Repping it back up, so
both of them.
Yeah, they're both active tanking it.
Wow.
So it's just going to be a race to see which Legion we lose first?
Yep. I mean, it might be. I don't know if these guys will try and swing the Confessors around to attack each other, but right now it doesn't look like it. They look really content to just sit still and shoot at the Legions. And even though they are tanking for now, it looks like they're having to work a bit. Raphael Saint's Legion's hanging at about 70% armor.
So both Legions actually have drones available to them.
Yep, Vespa's now active from Raphael's Legion. And in response, Rakia pops his out right away. And we'll see if the
damage coming in on
shoot
Raphael Saint though. He's down
below
past
half.
50. The Rakia's Legion is just about a third of the way through his armor. Are they going to be able to tank this? With the Newts and Nosses coming from each other to each other, is this going to come down to if you've been anti-repped or if you're just a local rep? Is this going to come down to if you need your capacitor or not?
There's so many things that, I mean, this is because this is such a straight up kind of numerical fight. It comes down to everything: skills, you know, the exact hardeners you choose, all that stuff, and it's really close. I mean, both these guys about to head into structure. Raphael looks like he's probably going to go down first.
Bled about 50% of his, and he's down.
Wow, so big blow there for Rakia's team.
But
see if the Confessors can finish off Rakia's Legion.
The Legion on Rakia looks like he's going down as well. He's just entering structure now.
Wow, I thought maybe with tackle broken, there's a big armor rep back.
Yeah, huge armor rep back.
And now Confessor's starting to take damage. They'll start closing the distance and trying to bring those guys down. It looks like he's going to have no problem tanking it. Back to about half armor now. It looked for a second like he might actually go down, and then there'd be a mirror between the Confessors to fight it out, see who kind of
Rakia's team now
pilots
have the added bonus of the damage coming across from the drones from the Legion, plus the 3 Confessors.
Yep, absolutely. These got Valkyries out there. They're sitting on top of the Confessors as well. The range is crazy. Confessors doing just fine damage to each other at what looks like 60 or 70k here. And first one down, so Raphael's in real good shape.
Tracking disruptors don't seem to be playing too much against them. They're still applying really good damage. The drones from the Legion as well, just hovering about the Confessors.
Yeah, I mean, nice job by Rakia. I feel like this is, some combination of probably, the character skills, some exact choices in fitting. I'm curious how much difference the high slot choices made. Obviously, they were different. The subsystem choices were a little different as well. But just tiny little things here. It's kind of cool that with so little time, I mean, like Fozzie was saying, they're kind of scrambling to have to figure out what to do theory crafting wise in such a short time, and it's cool that in this format everybody pretty quickly arrived at a very similar conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Confessors, that just comes down to how you fit them, but with the Legion, there's so many different configurations of subsystems you could be taking, different weapons platforms, different bonuses, abilities, and then as you say, it comes down, each of those subsystems has a skill related to it. One of these guys could have had them all at 5, the other maybe not, we don't know.
Yep. Lots of little things, but adds up to make a big difference in here. Obviously, Rakia is going to take this down and head into the Tashmurkon second round later today.
Second round, which is going to feature Navy battleships. No expense spared on those hulls. It's Tashmurkon. They're super rich, so it's fine. You know.
So
this Confessor somehow just tanking it though.
Running away.
He's running away. He's wrapping up.
He should be... We have that Titan there. If he does this too long, we can smite him, hopefully. They'll catch him, no problem, though.
They'll get
him. But yeah, cool stuff. What did you say the second round is? Later today?
The second round, they're going to have to pick.
There it goes.
Out of faction battleships and battleships. One
Nice.
of the 5.
That'll be super cool to
That's
see. Yeah,
gonna be
not a cheap house to fight for, I guess.
Nope.
But anyway, good job, Tarakia. Match over. We'll send it back to the other side of the studio, guys.
And Raphael Saint falls to Rakia, who will advance to the second round of the House Tash Murkon elimination challenges. That fight will be against Kelon Darklight.
Yeah, so we're down. We've cut the field in half now.
Yep.
Down to just 12, and soon we'll be down to 6.
50% of all participating teams have been eliminated, and now we're going to eliminate another 50%.
Yes, over the course of like the next hour and a bit.
Now we have 6 matches coming up, each of these for one particular house. Obviously, whoever wins is going to go into whatever gauntlet has been devised for next weekend, and the same rules, the same style of rule delivery will apply. In this instance, on the Friday before, each team captain and team will receive the rules for their match, or for their series of matches.
Yeah, we'll announce them publicly in a news report, just like we did last Friday. So everyone, both the public and the teams, will find out exactly the same time what the rules are.
Now, presumably there will be some amount of elimination on the Saturday, and
actually no complete elimination on the Saturday, because what we've got for the next round is a round robin. So we will have all of the teams. They'll all have 5 battles each.
Don't reveal too much.
I'm not going to reveal any of the. This is what we've already revealed. So it's a round robin. They'll all face all of the other teams.
I see.
And then the 2 top scoring teams will then go to the finals. So we probably won't know until Sunday who's eliminated and who continues.
All right. Well, then it's double important that everyone tune in on both days to make sure they capture all of the action. That's right. Shameless plug. Next Saturday, starting at... do we have a time that we're starting next Saturday?
We do, but I don't remember it
The
right
schedule
now.
was up earlier, and we've
announced it. It was in the dev blog.
We've lost it. It's in the dev blog.
You can read
Please
that.
tune into the dev blog to make sure that you're here on time. Saturday's broadcast somewhat shorter than today's because there's less elimination
I want to
involved.
say 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock seems...
I think that feels right.
Feels secure.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable
Give
with
me
3.
a warm, fuzzy feeling.
3 o'clock, or just before 3 if you want to catch all of the chatter from the boys in the booth and the dudes at the desk.
Yeah, that works. Alliteration is always great.
We don't have a thing there.
So yeah, that means we now the winners of all of the rest of the matches today are guaranteed silver magnates.
Guaranteed.
Yes. So the remaining 6 teams, all of them except for the team that ends up winning, will get a silver magnate for each of their 4 team
So
members.
you're looking at 20 silver magnates being introduced into the world of EVE. 20 shiny targets.
and
Silver
4
magnates are primary.
gold magnates, which are like the silver magnate except gold and better in every way.
And probably going to be sitting in hangars.
Unless Tyrrax gets one.
Unless,
Yes.
which is entirely possible.
Yeah.
The matches coming up for the rest of today, starting off with House Ardeshapur, that will be Rodj Blake versus the Soulless Zealot. The second of the house matches, House Chessur, will feature Fafer versus Ithica Hawk. The third match, going over to House Khanid, will be Tyrrax Thorrk of gold magnate fame, and Damassys Kadesh.
Yeah, not just gold magnate fame, gold magnate and Imperial Armageddon, and not directly, but it was his, and he was flying in the match with it. Imperial Apocalypse as well.
It's a glorious fire that you ignite, sir. Glorious. Following the canon matches, House Corazor, which will be Morgaine the Mighthammer versus Lysus. Then House Sarum, Mitara Newelle versus Elise Randolph. And then for the final match of the day, the ones we've just recently decided via trial by combat, Rakia and Kelon Darklight. I'm excited to see these teams take the field again, and extra excited that they're going to have an entirely new rule set for each of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's a very different rule set, too. We're taking one match, they have to fly 3 Confessors and 1 Legion, 3 Destroyers and 1 Cruiser to flying all battleships.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we expecting those matches to go long? A battleship, tanky,
I would
but
expect
also
them to be among the longer matches,
Yeah.
yes. I wouldn't necessarily say they would go to full-time, but they'll probably take a while, yeah.
Sledgehammer, which of these is the standout right now? Which of these teams, I'll say, actually, who do you want to see fly?
I mean, I really like Sarum. Just like Josh was, Fozzie was saying earlier on, it's the best color scheme in the game, and everyone flying Retribution should be pretty good fun.
And did you like what you saw from Elise earlier? I thought they were a little bit slow, actually, to take out that Guardian.
It was an interesting contrast compared to the second Sarum match. Guardian went down a lot quicker.
Yeah, Mitara and her team, or his team, a little bit quicker to position themselves and take down the Logi support.
Yep.
I mean, I'm interested to see the fight, but I don't know. I think I'm more interested in seeing either the battleships on the field and that curse match. 4 curses. I think there's a lot of room for variation there, more so than the other mirror matches, the Slicer and the Retribution.
Yeah, the curse match has certainly been an interesting talking point over the past couple of days. Shield missile curses, I think, is our current working theory.
Now, have you flown in stressful situations where it's all or nothing? Because that's what we're facing here in the second half of these matches. The eliminated team is gone.
Yep.
Now, personally, have you been there?
I've been there with a curse, yeah.
Have you really?
I had to say, I saved my salvager from getting ganked in our wormhole by newting off the tackle and getting him out of there.
Can you fly through the adrenaline surge?
It's tough, but I'll get there sometimes.
I do wonder. I'd love to be at someone's shoulder when they're flying in one of these matches, just to hear how violent comms get.
I'd really like a sort of equivalent, like Jiminy Cricket style entity on my shoulder. That's the guy from the This Is Eve video, just going, "Come on, relax, don't worry about that."
Yeah. No,
but I just shake like a leaf.
I think it's very different from group to group, the way they work on comms. Like, some are very silent, all business. Some are yelling, the screaming Allah Akbar in primary. Yeah.
What's your comm style, Fozzie?
I'm more the calm, like just the facts, like try to keep everybody as calm as possible. Because I mean, a match like this is incredibly high stress, and I think people are going to be at their best if they aren't shaking too much.
It's shameful to admit. I'm the guy on comms who wires his speakers in and starts playing whatever music he decides is most appropriate for the match, and I feel bad about it, but not that bad.
Yeah, we really love you for that, man.
But yeah, this kind of high pressure situation is really tough. I've flown in the Alliance tournament, and it's an incredible challenge. It's an incredible rush, but also it's so stressful. I have like straight up just had to throw up before matches from the stress.
Wow.
That's the first time I was going into a match where not only I was flying in it, but where a team that I designed was up on it. So if we lost, like, it was going to be my fault. That was quite a stressful situation. But we won, so it's all right.
You've got it from CC Fozzie. EVE Online, a horrible way to lose a few pounds. It's just no good, man. Don't put yourself in that kind of stress. Just relax.
It felt so good when we won.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What'd you win?
A bunch of Adrestias.
Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Of course, on the line for ships looking to advance in this tournament, not only the gold magnate for the winners and the silver magnates for anyone who wins one of these, or at least anyone who's not the winner but does win one of these matches later on tonight, but also for the 2 finalists from next weekend's play, trips to CCP headquarters here in Reykjavik, Iceland, in order to participate in the Amarr Championships matchup, which will be taking place at FanFest 2016. Once more, shameless plug for FanFest 2016. Please, if you're interested in coming, I cannot emphasize enough how wonderful it is to be here in Reykjavik during FanFest. Businesses decide to redecorate their windows for us. There's no shortage of players just wandering around having conversations, both about the game and just about anything that should interest them. And some of the best interactions that I've had, certainly with our player community, have happened at FanFest. And of course, each individual discipline at CCP, from design to quality assurance, will be hosting events, roundtables, and discussions, presentations, and videos to delight the fan base who does happen to make it there.
Yeah, it's always a really great time. I've been to FanFest once as a player before I started working here, and then a couple times as a dev, and it's one of my favorite times of the year.
Well, without further ado, we will make our way to the arena where the finals of House Ardeshapur are set to take place. Rodj Blake versus the SoulLess Zealot in armed combat to determine the champion of the House Ardeshapur Air. We will go to the boys in the booth, CCP Rise and CCP Claymore, and commence this match 13 of the Amarr Championships.
Welcome back, everyone. Yep, CCP Claymore here with CCP Rise, and we have 8 Imperial Navy Slicers on the field. All look as if they're all beam fit. How are you going to be playing this one out, Rise?
I mean, this is going to be like a very fast kind of skirmish kite fest, and I don't envy their position. Being in an arena, having to fly like that seems really tough. And they've been sitting on field, letting those nerves build up now for about 5 minutes while the desk boys were chatting.
So about 10 seconds. Desk boys better be ready.
See if everyone can stay in the arena. One of them's going through to next
weekend, and one of them's going out.
Exactly. But yeah, like you said, beams on everybody, on all of them. I expect they'll all be fit, super similar. Micro warp drives for sure. And yeah, we'll have to see how they...
Jams coming across.
They do have a spare mid.
Rodj Blake's side, none coming back onto SoulLess.
Yeah, interesting. Usually you would have a point, of course, that's 2 mids there, so you have micro warp drive and a long point.
Yep.
But here you don't need the long point, so jams are one way to spend it. I wonder what the other guys did with it.
Yep. It doesn't mean that those jams are actually landing. It just means that SoulLess Zealot side is trying to jam them out.
Exactly. And so far, looks like SoulLess Zealot's team getting the worst of it. They're trading about even.
Yep.
Slicer for slicer right now. One gonna go down first. It's gonna be about the same time, I think.
Merdneth is repairing like a boss, just managing to stay alive.
Whoa.
Got the first one down.
Another rep cycle. Oh my gosh, actually pulling armor back.
But yep, these reps just so important. He's now almost back up to half armor.
He's flown a bit further away. Finally does break there.
Good effort though. Those reps just managing to keep up some extra DPS.
Yeah, and that amount of time is actually really important in a match like this. I mean, every extra couple cycles you earn is making a really, really big difference to how much time you get with more ships on the field shooting.
Yep. But we're back to even. Do you think SoulLess Zealot side just haven't fit any reps onto their slicers?
We can take a look and find out.
Pure damage.
Usually I think you would have one small AAR there, but you don't have to, of course. It doesn't look like the one piloted by Torre here is actually repping at all, so you might be right that they've just skipped that completely. They've gone with plates instead, or even just speed.
See more reps coming back from Ladle Theravada, and none coming off of Torre, so maybe they haven't.
Yeah, maybe not. Torre taking a lot of damage. He is trying to head away from the enemy confessors as fast as, slicers as fast as he can to mitigate damage with range.
Yep.
So not as much coming in now, but still sitting low, and SoulLess Zealot team haven't been able to really return a lot of damage so far. Now starting in on Icar. See if they're able to get much applied.
Also now, Torre seems to have been able to get away from the damage, but now SoulLess Zealot being the one to take the brunt of that damage.
You can see the field's really spread out. Actually, SoulLess Zealot's team in a really good spot here. They've got Liddell Travada's Slicer totally isolated from his pals. They can get closer to Liddell while getting further from the enemy damage. So that seems like a good spot for them. But despite that, Liddell, he is going down. Now heading into structure. They're still working on Tori on the other side. Oh, Liddell's going to go down first. He got in a really weird position. I think he really kind of hurt himself there by kind of looping around behind the SoulLess Zealot team. And so now it's 3-on-2, which is a huge, huge advantage.
Yep. Unless if they can... Yep. Rodj now taking half armor already. Seems like the SoulLess Zealot team's got themselves in really good position here. Just applying great damage over
and
to...
And of course, jams stacking up now. They have 3 ships worth of jams on 2 slicers, so if they get 1 jam, it becomes kind of a 3v1.
Yep.
And yeah, there goes another one. But 2 of SoulLess Zealot's slicers really, really low.
Really low.
But it's going to be tough now. I mean, 1v3 in a slicer is not something that many people can pull off. We'll see if he's able to bring one down, but it looks like they can just close in on him fast and finish him off.
And of course, he can't just turn and run away, because if he's not fighting, we've got the...
we've got the boundary, and we've got the boundary.
We've got the Titan there if he...
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be bad shape for him. This is this is such a cool format. It's hard to see a lot of it though. Cap is actually really difficult on these beam slicers.
Yep.
If you waste some volleys and don't get much damage, and you're burning with your micro warp at the same time, you can run out of cap really quick, and then suddenly it's like your ship isn't there, even though we can't tell.
Yeah.
A lot of
just holding on with that rep.
Yeah.
He's got fitted.
I can't believe they haven't finished him yet. They should be able to basically just approach.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't seem to be able
off,
to put back the damage with the potential ECM on him. So
down
this
into
point,
half structure.
Looks like it's only a matter of time before Icar.
So it looks like the jam no rep slicers are going to take the match over the no jam no or with rep. They had reps on theirs, but not good enough. Anyway, nice job, SoulLess Zealot. Slicer match goes to them, and so they will move on to next weekend. So congratulations to SoulLess Zealot.
Guaranteed themselves some silver magnets.
Boom. And we can, if whenever the other guys want to talk.
Should we just pass it back?
Yeah, I mean, we might as well.
Let's pass it back to the guys over on the desk.
And the champion for House Artigebor has been decided. The SoulLess Zealot will represent that house next weekend in combat here at the Amarr Championships and potentially progress onwards to the finals at FanFest in April of 2016.
Yeah,
SoulLess Zealot with a very strong showing.
We thought they were falling behind like really, really badly at the beginning. It looks like it was positioning that just won them the day. They managed to actually keep themselves together, to apply their damage much more effectively, and didn't get themselves kind of split off and separated.
Sledgehammer for the prize of 1 pen. What did you make of that fight?
I found it really interesting that we had ECCM on the side of Rodj Blake's team.
Mm-hmm.
I was quite curious. You did point out that it's almost like they expected jams to be coming their way. But yeah, really interesting match.
Yeah, it was a fascinating choice there. ECCM on your 1 mid slot on a slicer.
Yeah.
It meant that if anything other than ECM slicers were brought against them, that was a completely wasted mid slot, unlike like a cap booster or your own tracking disruptors, literally anything else. So they almost had to know what they were going to be up against to bring that.
Did they double think themselves into that fit?
It worked out perfect. Well, I mean, they came up against exactly what they were hoping to come up against.
Yeah.
Because you bring in ECCM, you have to be hoping to face ECM, but it just didn't do the job. It looked like it was doing the job at the beginning, but then they got themselves split up, ended up dying anyways. Yeah. But I think that was a fascinating choice. The lack of tracking disruptors, like we've seen how effective they can be against all laser teams. It seems like that would have been an obvious choice.
Sufficient but not perfect. Part of a pen.
That's better than nothing, I guess. Do you think ECCM was present on all of those slicers?
I saw it on at least one of them,
Yeah.
and I have to imagine that it was on the rest too.
They wouldn't have put it on all of them, would they?
Well, why would you put them on one if you're not going to put it on all of them? I mean, if you expect to come up against ECM slicers, so let's say you,
it's a gamble. They're gonna split it, right? Surely.
Let's say you. Well, I mean, if you're going to split it, then they can just see who has ECM and jam the other ones. Like it's a visual effect, right?
Yeah,
it's
true.
It's not worth it unless you bring on all of them. It's the only reason I could think to do that would be if you had some kind of intel. So maybe you saw them practice on Sissy, for instance. You had an idea, or you just did your own practicing and found out that ECM slicers were dominant.
You're just checking all the kill mails for every slicer that died and seeing what's on there.
Well, I mean, obviously very different fits here than what you'd normally fly, because normally you need to tackle people to kill them.
The next match coming up, House Kador, to decide their champion for their heir, Fafer versus Ithica Hawk. Now, the rules for this match, I think we have a graphic for it. Coming up, House Kador, choose one Tech 1 or Navy battlecruiser, that is the Navy Harbinger, the Prophecy, or the Oracle, and then choose one of the three basic Tech 1 cruisers. That's the Arbitrator, the Augur, the Mauler, and the Omen. How do you load your fleet for this, Sledgehammer?
I think I go Prophecy, Mauler, Omen, Arbitrator.
Omen?
Yep.
You're going no Augur.
No Aug. No.
Wow.
Although we're allowed the remote reps on the Augur, right?
Yeah, Tech 1,
fair point.
Tech 1
Okay.
Magi.
Then I drop the Omen and take the Augur instead.
You thought he was brave for a second. He's not. He just forgot.
I think the big choices are whether you go Navy Harb or Prophecy. Both seem valid choices to me. And then whether or not you go Arbitrator or Omen. I think Augur and Mauler are almost guaranteed picks.
Yep.
Does the Prophecy, as resident space chicken here, does it offer anything resembling the kind of assistance that you would get from, say, one of the command ships that would have links?
It doesn't have the bonuses, but it does have the ability to use up a lot of its highs for utility, because you don't need to use the highs to do your damage. So you can fit more. You can fit some links and then fit smart bombs and newts or links and damage. I think it's going to be a pretty effective one. The Navy Harb, obviously a lot more hit points, does more damage, but it's locked to lasers, more vulnerable to tracking disruption. I think I would probably lean towards the Navy Harb, but I think the Prophecy is a perfectly valid choice there.
I know Claymore is a big fan of the Prophecy. Sledgehammer, you have the same kind of affection for it, or are you looking like Fozzie towards the Harbinger?
I do really like the Prophecy, but I don't know if it's just because it looks like a chicken.
It is. I do really like the Prophecy model.
There's a lot of utility there. I think it personally would be my choice over a Navy Harb.
I think the damage is key for me, and I think that's been swinging a lot of these matches, and it's hard for me to get away from the thought that being able to deliver immediate heat as soon as the match starts is crucial, which puts me in the Harbinger camp. I kind of want to sit there. But if you're increasing damage across the board and maybe offering a little bit more support like the Prophecy can, it seems like unless you have inside information, I go the Harb. And then if I know something, then I pick the Prophecy.
I mean, drones are quite good in a tournament environment. It's really easy to get the damage onto targets. You can choose your damage type. Obviously, we don't allow Tech 2 damage drones, which definitely is a big negative for the Prophecy. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a choice that really comes down to preference and practice. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the two teams bringing different battlecruisers.
Now, the question here, obviously, Fafer and Ithica Hawk are two competitors, potential chosen champions for the heir of Kador. From what you saw earlier today, who do you think is a little bit more versatile when it comes to getting on the field and actually responding to what their opponents have chosen? there's some potential here for debate. I think at least there was. I mean, Fafer played a good match, but he played against an opponent who didn't have his selected ship at the time.
Yeah.
That might
I think
put
it's
him
going to
in
be tough. These are two very strong teams. They both have a lot of tournament experience in the teams. They both have a lot of experienced theory crafters. And it's going to be tough. If anything, I'd say Ithica Hawk by a razor margin would be my bet.
Sledgehammer?
Yeah. I think Ithica Hawk as well.
Well, you're not getting any pen parts for that. Give me more.
Do you want this back?
Fork it over. No clicking on the mic.
I think Ithica Hawk have this.
I think it is very close. And actually, I wouldn't be surprised if the majority of people out there, I think Fafer has the advantage. I think he's probably the consensus favorite from the entire Khador lineup. But I think Ithica Hawk and Bayard J, Johnny 12 Bore, that's a strong group of pilots. And they can, they're right up there with them, I think.
Now, these are obviously fairly small fleets, not a lot of investment. I mean, some investment to stock them, but certainly some are worth more than others. This fight coming up, it's, I mean, a Navy battlecruiser or a Tech 1 cruiser, it's not that much money, really.
No. The Navy battlecruiser definitely dwarfs all the rest of the price.
Certainly.
Yeah.
But later on today, we're flying battleships. How much do the economics of purchasing these ships and participating weigh in? Like, are people stacking these fits, or are they concerned about how much money they're actually investing in the Amarr Championships?
I mean, we don't allow you to spend too much money on it. The ships can be a little bit expensive, like the Navy battleships, but you can't fit faction modules to it. You can't use the most expensive implants. So you really are pretty limited in how much money you can spend. This is a pretty affordable tournament, especially if you're not competing for the Tash Murkon.
Which is, of course, a little bit different from what we get in the Alliance tournament, where frequently, like, billions and billions of ISK are spent to ensure that
the big difference there
team
is that you can use the tournament prize ships, the unique ships.
Which are worth significant amounts of ISK. But this tournament, fairly accessible even to players without the kind of financial backing that you might expect to see in the Alliance tournament.
Yeah, you don't need the financial backing. It is actually, I think, in a lot of ways, a more challenging piloting contest than the Alliance tournament. Smaller teams, less time to practice. But I mean, I think that makes sense. This isn't just a contest to see who wins glory and a bunch of expensive ships. This is deciding who the next emperor of the Amarr are. That's big. That's a big deal.
It's interesting to note that this tournament does in fact affect the actual storyline of Eve. Who wins here will determine who ascends to the throne, and actually may change the stories that progress forward, especially. With so much happening in the Amarr Empire right now, and in all of Empire space, the drifters moving in and making moves that are somewhat uncertain, who you have beyond the throne, whether they're a conservative religious individual or a conservative
who perhaps
social individual.
attempted to invade the Glente Federation and failed horribly. Or someone else.
It's an interesting resume.
Yeah.
I tried to invade an empire and I failed.
It made a good trailer, though, with lots of excellent memes.
Yeah. These types of small tournaments are, of course, very interesting to watch, and we hope that you're enjoying watching this one right now. We do encourage players to host their own structured play, and if you're having difficulty with that, or if you're having great success with it, and just want to talk to other players about it, EVE Online, the forums are available, and as well, please feel free to get in touch with us here at ccp.com. We have supported player-run tournaments and player-run events in the past, and we will continue to do so as long as there's interest from the player base.
We've been supporting EVE NT most recently in their Collides tournament, and it's been great to see with the stuff that they've been doing.
Yeah.
And if anyone else wants to do that, just get in touch with us. CCP Logibro would be the best contact for that.
Logibro is the best of bros. That's true, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Everybody loves Logi.
That's how it works. We've got a bit of time before the match is ready. Any comments so far on what you've seen that might interest some of our newer viewers, people who don't quite know all of the terms and the techniques that are going on? Something you'd like to share as a man behind the scenes, Sledgehammer, Fozzie?
I mean, it's a tough one to try and explain to people when you've been sort of evolved behind the scenes with Eve for such a long time. Like, I wouldn't ever be able to like take up the new player experience, for instance, because I wouldn't be able to provide any valuable feedback on it.
Yeah, once you have the experience, it can be a bit tough.
Yeah.
Now, I think for somebody, if you're watching this stream and you haven't played Eve before, you just started, it's important to note that this tournament is limiting our contestants to only about 1/4 of the ships in the game. Even a bit less than that. There's multiple different factions that all have their own ships, and 4 major ones, and this is just one of the major factions, the Amarr. So the kind of ships you see here are the kind of ships that you would be able to fly if you decided to specialize in the Amarrian ship path, which doesn't mean you have to start an Amarrian character. Any character of any ancestry can fly any ship. You just have to train the skills for it. But yeah, there's some pilots who decide to really specialize and get entirely attached to one group, like we see from the Pi Corp that has had a lot of entries in here. And some people like to spread out and do a variety, and that's completely up to them.
All right. Well, we welcome our new players to continue watching, and we welcome back all of our veterans who are watching. We will proceed with the next phase. Here, House Khador's finals, Fafer versus the Ithica Hawk, in a match of battle cruisers and cruisers. And we will go to the boys in the booth, CCP Rise and CCP Claymore, in this match 14 of the Amarr Championships.
All right, guys, welcome back to the part where the spaceships fight. We have Fafer versus Ithica Hawk for the Khador finals here, and they were talking on the desk about the choices sort of here in composition. These guys have gone with the same options on the cruiser part, so Mauler, Augur, and Arbitrator for both teams, but then differing in the battle cruiser. A Navy Harb on one side and Prophecy on Ithica Hawk's side.
Yeah, Fafer team warped in at range. Looks as if they're going to be trying to keep range with their beams. We have a bunch of rapid lights from Ithica's side. It's going to be super interesting. They've warped the Ithica, has warped the Mauler and the Prophecy in at 0. Generally quite tanky ships. Do you think they're going to be running one as bait or just trying to draw out all the DPS so they can get the Arbitrator?
Yeah, I mean, I think they just want to like you said, the tankier ships. They want them to do the tackling up front so they keep more stuff off the Augurs. The Augurs are going to have a harder time tanking than the Guardians did earlier. Yeah. So I imagine, anything they can do to peel away some of the incoming ships to keep them off the Augur is going to be good news. And like you said, rapid lights on both the Prophecy and the Arbitrator on the Ithica side, and then the Arbitrator going with no weapons in his highs, actually, on the Fafer side, just going with newts.
Yeah. We see ECM coming from both sides, been really popular today. And webs on the Prophecy and the Navy Harb. Seems like they might be tackling each other.
Yep, everybody kind of just in a ball there. Nobody even bothering to try and go after the Augur. You can just see them hovering right on top of each other there.
We seem to have the same story we've had again a lot of the day. One team has gone with repair drones, the other team seems to have gone for just pure damage drones. It's the Prophecy from Jaxley that is currently being repaired from all these rep drones. They can field quite a hefty tank, the Prophecy. Is it a smart choice to be going for this first?
I don't know. I'm actually a little surprised by it. I would think that breaking the cruisers would be easier, whether you're able to catch the Augur or even if you just go for like the Arbitrator.
Yeah.
The resist tank's not going to be tons different. They should both have pretty similar kind of resilience to damage, but the total HP is just so much smaller on the cruisers, especially compared to that Navy Harb. The Navy battlecruisers all have a kind of massive base HP boost compared to the Tech 1, normal Tech 1 counterparts. Little more comment on the drones. Fafer's team does have some Hornet ECM drones, and they're also fielding on their Arbitrator a smart bomb. So I said there was no weapons on there, but there is a smart bomb. Looks like he's actually running over with that smart bomb to try and clear Vespa ECM drones off of Fafer's team's Augur. I want to make sure he doesn't get jammed at an important time. So
yeah, the Augur basically filling the same role as the Guardian, remote repairs, but it doesn't have that T2 resist profile that the Guardian has.
Ithica has gotten their Augur tackled by the Fafer Mauler. Fafer himself actually running a Blaster Mauler, by the way, has just pinned down Bay Arche in that Augur and has got him webbed, and all of the offensive drones, Valkyries, from the Fafer side now on top of the Augur. So we'll have to see how his tank does. Just a local tank there.
Yep. As we can see, the Augur trying to repair this Navy Harbinger.
Wow, in the meantime, Ithica's team doing a really nice job on that Navy Harb. He's getting really low as well. Even with, wow, there's rep drones actually active on the Ithica team Mauler, which is kind of weird.
Bay Arche's Augur going low.
Ooh, about to trade with the Navy Harb. That's a really solid trade for Ithica Hawks team, I think, if they're able to make it. We'll see if they're able to get the Navy Harb down. The nice thing is if they get the, even if they lose the Augur, it doesn't change their damage on the Navy Harb, so there's really no reason they shouldn't be able to finish him off.
Yeah, I mean, he's slowly just repping through, holding on there. Oh, that Harbinger slowly creeping through his structure.
It looks like the Augur is going to go down. The Ithica team Augur, it's definitely going to drop. He got one more cycle, but not enough, so he's dead. First blood to Fafer's team. But that Navy Harb now at about 30% structure.
Oh, structure just grinding down. Well, the Arbitrator, the Mauler, all
such a big kill if they get it.
Yep. He's slowly trying to rep through, but
like 10% structure, just got another rep cycle.
Yep.
Nope, down he goes.
Down.
Big kill for Ithica Hawks team. So now we have a 3v3, but we have a battle cruiser left on the Ithica side, obviously, but still Logi left on the Fafer side, which means they you know, the longer they have the Logi as ships go away, the kind of more powerful it gets because you need so much damage to punch through it.
You think they've got Ithica Hawks side have got enough damage to just cut straight through the Augur reps?
I mean, that's what they're going for. It looks like they're relying on the jams as well. You can see right now they're heading into the Arbitrator, taking him down really fast and no reps at all coming from the Augur. So he's probably jammed right now, probably a little frustrated with that, watching his friend die while he can't do anything. Arbitrator down. Another really big kill for Ithica Hawk, now definitely in a commanding position here, even though they don't have Logi.
The Arbitrator from Ithica Hawk just hanging back. He got low in armor, but just pulled back, sent his drones over. Doing really well.
Yeah, the Ithica Arbitrator taking some damage, even though there's not anything really close to him. He's hanging outside the fight, running some of the jams on the Ithica Hawk Arbitrator. You can see the kind of effect going into the fight. So he's running some of the ECM.
Mauler being tackled now.
Yep, and still no reps. Really powerful jams here. I mean, obviously you know what race you're up against. That makes it very easy to choose jams. I wonder if they maybe even use some low slots or rig slots to make the Ithica jams even stronger because, I mean, this Augur hasn't gotten to do anything in so long. I hope I'm not missing something about his position or something. No,
he's covered in a flight of ECM drones as well. So.
So Mauler down now. Obviously nothing Fafer's team can do now with just that Augur left. That must be so annoying. He's even running ECCM as well.
Yeah.
And still most likely was jammed for at least a couple cycles there, keeping him from repping anybody towards the second part of the fight.
Didn't see many reps coming back across. So that would be Ithica Hawk's side at the moment. Once this Augur goes down, moving on to next weekend.
Yep. Ship the Silver Magnates at least to Ithica Hawk's team.
Yep.
Very good job. And then, yeah, they get to take part in that round robin next weekend to keep going for that championship, win those gold magnates. But this is a cool match. This format's really, really interesting. Like obviously the Augur Logi not having as high sensor strength as Guardian, not having as big a tank as Guardian makes the dynamic here a lot different than the Sarah matches earlier we saw with the Guardians. It's like a lot faster, kind of a lot more fragile, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, with the Sarah match, everything was Tech 2. They've all got these Tech 2 resists. This one, everything Tech 1. Augur just not able to repair as much as the Guardian.
And another big victory for Rapid Lights here. No surprise there.
Yep.
Best weapon system in EVE. Also, a little shout out to a lot of the competitors today. We haven't talked about it, but pretty much every match ends with a lot of good fights in local and best wishes to the winners of the matches from the losers. A lot of like really solid sportsmanship for a game that's meant to be full of criminals and
Yep. Just seeing
horrible.
some real nice sportsmanship going on in here today. Just some good fights all around.
Love sportsmanship.
Yep. Going to see the same.
What?
Are we going to see the same in the Curse match?
Oh man, I can't wait to see that. I don't know. It seems like there shouldn't be sportsmanship there, huh? Curses are not
As
really.
the augur
friendly.
goes down, cementing Ithica Hawks team's place in next weekend.
Yep. Great job there.
And on that note, we'll pass you back to the guys at the desk.
Because of winning with broadswords and then winning with Dominic's.
This was a very interesting match. I'm going to come back and look at this later.
Oh no, he's so cool, but not very good.
And the Ithica Hawk swoops across Fafer, eliminating them from the tournament. Ithica Hawk will be the chosen champion for House Kador.
That was a little bit of an upset, to be honest. I mean, everyone thought that Fafer was going to comfortably take that, but it didn't turn out that way.
Yeah, it was an interesting match. Sledgehammer, did you take anything away from that?
Well, I mean, I called it. So there is that, I guess.
You feel pretty chuffed, huh?
Yeah, pretty chuffed. Get a badge or something. That'd be pretty good.
I could give you a pen.
Don't give him a
I
pen.
don't think I'm allowed pens. Yeah, it was a great match. Getting that harb first off the bat was a a great decision from Ithica Hawk, in my opinion.
Interestingly, that trade would have been so much different in, say, an AT format when you're looking at eight players, but the 4v4 losing a harb for a Logi isn't a great trade at all. 8v8 losing a BC for a Logi would have been like, yeah, this is great, this is good, we're in a good spot right now. It's not a great trade, but it's all right.
Mm-hmm. And you saw the augur there on the Fafer side, just not really being able to do anything, even though it was still in the field.
No, those jams were really, really effective. I didn't see where the jams were coming from. I was a little bit busy transitioning, but did you guys spot what exactly was jamming the augur? Because they were super effective. Like, it was obviously wasn't jamming it constantly, but it was enough just to get that cycle here and there. And I think you saw the arbitrator maybe like drop without a single rep cycle.
Yeah, I thought it was the prophecy, but I could be way off on that. I didn't have the actual fight zoomed in. Was relying mostly on our boys in the booth.
Yeah, the booth boys, as you might call them.
I might call them that on occasion.
Fair enough.
Still, great play from both sides. Yeah. It was really interesting, and it's interesting to see those trades happen and see how they play out and how that's different in the smaller fleet format versus a much larger squad of 8 or 10 or 12 ships.
Yeah, and it was so incredibly close. I am very curious to see just how much heat damage Ithica's guns were taking, because I suspect they're sitting on like 99, 98%.
Now, you, of course, responsible for some of those graphs that we had during the Alliance tournament.
All right, yep, so I was.
So at least in part.
Yeah.
Are you going to be working up some data mining?
I'm going to give it a red hot go. Yeah, I'm going to see what we can come up with. Maybe we can come up with some actions per minute,
or
perhaps
APM.
reps or something like that.
It's exciting. It's interesting to see. It's totally different. It's a completely different format from what we've seen in other tournaments. So, like, seeing how these pilots have reacted to this situation, I think is going to be like, if not enlightening, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of the third-party tools that have been out there as well that basically recreate these battles are so fantastic. Like, we try and cover it from the commentating desk, obviously, the positional gameplay, but it's so complex and really difficult to sort of even catch in the moment. Being able to go back, replay this on like nosec.com and that sort of stuff, and actually see the positional gameplay is, there's a lot that goes into this.
You've got to wonder whether or not the people participating are going to go and I mean, I say you've got to wonder, you've got to imagine that that's what they're going to do.
I know for a fact that
obsess over their combat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know some of the teams, in fact, develop their own tools just to get all that information and then assess all of those battles. So, yeah.
Now, we mentioned earlier before the match that there were player-run events that CCP supports, at least in some capacity. I'm going to support one right now if I can from the desk. If you have a moment and if you're interested in something to do on the 29th of November and you're not going to EVE Down Under.
Which you should be.
Which you could be.
Should. I like to use the word should, but anyway, let's move on.
Please do sign up for the Charity Rumble event. That's at eoc.tv/eve/rumble. It's a race in EVE and an associated Rumble event, I assume, at the end of it, where people will just get wrecked.
I assume they will probably rumble.
Yeah, they did have some fairly amusing submission videos, or if not amusing, then just great. So go ahead and visit that URL, eoc.tv/eve/rumble. And more information will be available there. Of course, there are player events happening all across New Eden, and ways of finding out about those events are available at eveonline.com, on the forums, and of course through personal contact or group events like the ones you might find at Eve Meet. So please do feel free to hop on the internet and do some research. And if you're not going to Eve Down Under, go to the Rumble.
But you should go to Eve Down Under.
Or the Rumble.
All right.
I
think we have to agree to disagree.
It's another hemisphere.
It's a very nice hemisphere.
It's a heck of a trip.
They have sun.
It is summer, isn't it?
It is summer.
It's early spring or late spring.
There's really just summer and then a slightly less
there's
warm
melting
summer.
And there's less melting. It's Australia. It's a wonderful place. There's nothing like it. We're going to move to the next match coming soon. The fight to define or to determine the champion for House Khanid, occasionally somewhat heretical, but still part of the Empire. The Khanid match, of course, highly anticipated, at least as far as us desk jockeys are concerned. 4 curses.
4 curses.
I've asked this question already, and I'm going to ask it again. How do you fit your curses? You have 4 curses. You can fit them any way you want. They don't all have to be the same. You can fit some of them with some things and some of them with other things. How do you fit your curses?
I'm a big fan of focused aggression, as we discovered earlier in this broadcast. Are you all right, buddy?
I'm fine.
All right.
Stop focusing your aggression on
Yeah.
Oh, right. Sorry.
It's very sensitive.
So, I mean, for me, it has to be all tank. All gank. So, like, drone damage amps, BCUs, as much damage as I can get out of this thing, and just go in and try and kill things as quickly as possible.
Do you vary it? 4 different fits, or do you go uniform?
I don't know. I think I'd probably vary it. Like, there's not a lot of advantage, especially if you're using missiles and drones. They don't really have... So with gun fits, it's often advisable to all go the same fit. So you can try and keep the same sort of distances and make sure you get maximum application. With missiles and drones, that's not the case. If you're in range, then you're getting potential maximum application, depending on tackle and whatnot. And same with drones. So there's really less reasons to go for a uniform fit with missile and drone boats, and in this case, of course, is both, compared to, say, gunboats. I think I'd probably vary it. Definitely vary the E-War, perhaps, getting maybe 1 or 2 a little bit heavier tackled, a little bit faster with some webs or something to make sure you can hold down those targets. Although, honestly, I'm not sure how useful that is. I would really like to see a curse with a smart bomb or 2 to try and control their drone swarm. I think that would be super useful, and you could just accidentally warp that one in a little bit too close, perhaps, so it might be primary. Oh my goodness, that was an accident.
You're so sly.
So sly. Well, no, but see, here's the thing, right? Like, you do that, but that might be a double think. You might actually put your weakest one up there, and then I'm just saying.
I love this gesture.
But this, what I could do.
Do you think we're going to have any curveballs, like a full nuke curse? If you're talking here about, I'm in agreement going for damage application. But it could be quite a powerful curveball.
Okay. Postulating.
What's it nuding out, though?
Postulating.
Props.
Yeah? But you kind of... Maybe you want props on so you can get maximum missile damage application?
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. I mean, if we're talking about shield curses, which my esteemed colleague CCB Fozzie has suggested we might see. Newts would be great. I mean, that takes down active hardeners, really, really well. What do you think about a heavy nuke? Just sprinkle one heavy nuke curse in there for the lols, as it was. Reach out most of the arena. Shut down those hardeners. I don't know. I'm just postulating.
I'm thinking damage on 3, firework launchers on 1.
That'd be pretty good.
That might be the meta.
Festival launchers. That's what we go for.
Just nothing but festival, like no...
Festival curse.
I like it.
We're selecting the heir to the throne. I mean, surely there should be some amount of revelry.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. No, I think you're onto something here.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I'm sure that's what we'll see.
I like to see teams just off this idea of a mirror match and say, no, I could take you with just 3.
I don't even need the 4th.
I could take you with just 3 curses.
I'm just going to go to one of the beacons and MJD out of this place because I don't even need.
It's extraneous. So Claymore is going to provide extra curses anyways. We're good.
Yeah, we're good.
We have a bit of time again as the teams get set up. About a minute, maybe more. Maybe 1 minute. The matches after this, after House Khanid is decided, we will move on to House Khorazor, which is the cruiser battle. Then House Sarum, the retribution fight, and then on to the final match of today, House Tashmerkan, which is
my favorite.
It's the battleship brawl.
It's my proper favorite.
I haven't really had a chance to talk to you about it. What do you think about those battleships?
I love them all.
Like, what do you?
Each and every one.
Which one are you taking?
Well, you know what? It's a really hard choice. I think the Armageddon is a given. Definitely too, the Apocalypse Navy issue and Armageddon Navy issue, which is probably my favorite battleship ever.
Sledgehammer. In the next 5 seconds.
Apoc Navy, Geddon Navy, Abaddon Geddon.
Yep. Pretty good. We are going to go to the field, and the boys in the booth who will be commentating on the next match, the House Khanid deciding fight for their champion. All members of both fleets flying a curse as Damassys Kadesh takes on Tyrrax Thorrk. CCB Rise and CCB Fozzie, take it away.
Hey guys, welcome back. Time for our curse mirror matchup. Although it's not a mirror, we can already see big differences between the teams.
Very big differences. The team from Tyrrax Thorrk is brought all heavy missiles on their curses, while Damassys' team is rapid lights. The heavy missiles would make a lot of sense, except for the fact that Tyrrax Thorrk has also warped his team in like 10 kilometers, and the Damassys team is in at 0. So they're right up beside each other, and I really have to imagine advantage goes to the rapid lights in this situation.
I mean, it seems like they'll be able to take at least one curse out in their first reload real quick, much faster than the heavy missiles will. Have to see what happens after that. I mean, there's sustained damage afterwards, and as long as the curses don't tank too much, they might be able to catch up. But yeah, it seems weird they wouldn't try to use range to their advantage.
Yeah, I would expect to see shield tank curses here. You're not going to really need to track yourself. All right, the match has now begun, and we're already seeing damage being applied to Scatha's curse. Now, it looks like these probably are going to be armor tank curses for Tyrrax Thorrk because they've got ECM across the board. We'll see if that's going to be enough to reduce the damage from these rapid lights. ECM and armor bots, they're going for the full tank strategy. The anti-Larrikin, if you will.
And on the other side, though, it looks like shield tanks actually don't see shield hardeners active. Oh, there
makes some sense.
He's boosting. He has an ASB.
Probably an ASB. You can expect that if the other team had brought some newts, that you wouldn't be able to run a hardener anyways. So.
Also seeing Destoya on the Damassys side running smart bombs there. You can see clearing off drones, so he'll be trying to take all those medium armor maintenance bots off of Scatha as fast as he can.
Well, Destoya's on Tyrax's side, but there is also a smart bomb on the Damassys side too. Yeah.
I was looking at Desti, not Destoya. Sorry.
I think it's a very key thing. You know that your entire other team is going to be bonus to drone damage.
Yeah.
Having smart bombs is going to be a huge advantage, and I think both teams are going to have that. Even with the jams, it looks like the advantage early on is going to Damassys because that curse is dropping. It's dropping.
Yeah, down below half armor now. Yeah, like you said, I mean, you know drones are going to be a big part of the match. So smart bombs make sense because of that. Also, you actually don't need utility highs. The curse has the utility highs after the missile launchers, and I don't even see any newts active on the field right now.
So there's one thing that Tyrrax is known for. Actually, there's a bunch of things Tyrrax is known for. Tyrrax Thorrk is known for a lot of things in EVE. One of them is kind of thinking himself into a corner with tournament matches. He tends to go very clever outside the box setups. Did he just get so clever that he forgot to put any damage on this team? Because he's using a fleet of 4 ships that all have drone damage bonuses and going full remote rep drones. And then going heavy missiles, which is the least damaging weapon type you could possibly put into the highs.
Yeah.
I mean, he has great range, but then he's not using it because they're in at 0. Like if they were kiting, I could see using the heavy missiles. This just seems like this is, I think, why it's taking so long for them to kill a single target.
First curse down, by the way.
They're flying a bunch of curses with no damage drones.
That said, if this is not double tanked, but just shield tanked on the Damassys Kadesh side, they may be about to lose a curse. The first one here about to enter armor. We'll have to see what happens when he hits armor. Also see if he's able to get off ASB reload. He was boosting. I don't know how long it's been since he ran out of charges, but you can see armor going down fast now.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be worried. He's not trying to run away. He's just charging. I think at this point that must mean that Damassys is just assuming that his team has an advantage. They need to do as much damage as possible.
Finished him off. So now we're back to about even.
Except that Dankle is already down to about 2/3
That's
armor.
true.
So that advantage, and I think that's probably why Damassys didn't want his curse there running away. He would have meant no rapid missile damage. If he wasn't on reload, he was able to fire. The couple of extra seconds of firing may have been kind of the difference here.
I'm looking at Dankle. Was there any active reps on Scatha's curse, or is it just buffer?
I think it's just buffer with the rep drones, which of course means that for every one that dies, we have less rep.
Right. They're doing a lot of pulling the rep drones, in and out right now, trying to keep them safe from the smart bombs, but it's really difficult.
I just saw a bunch more drones disappear. I think though that was damage drones.
There's still a lot in the air. There's actually now damage drones, in the air. A lot of infiltrators out. Looks like maybe 3 sets of infiltrators out from Tyrrax's team. But their damage really not looking good right now. That second, now shield damage starting to go down. I mean, it'll be till he's out of charges, I guess, before he really starts to dip low. But
Repic he's going to die when he runs out of charges for sure, but I think Dankle's going to be dead at that point.
It seems like it. He is not doing so good right now.
Yeah, I mean, they had to pull in the rep drones. They've switched to damage. So, like, obviously, Amarian drone ships have a lot of extra drone bay. Curses are no exception. These guys are all actually surprisingly dealing a lot of damage to our camera people, which is why you can see the red circles around them, because the smart bombs are hitting us. Thankfully, we have almost infinite hit points. But Repic and Dankle are both going down.
Again.
I mean, that is interesting. Now that Tyrrax has switched to damage drones, he's starting to do okay. I think they're going to die around the same time.
Tyrrax just threw out another set of rep bots, medium rep bots, so
they're going to try to keep Dankle up alive.
Try and keep him
he's
alive
in structure, though. That's going to be tough.
It's going to get harder I feel like at some point, like maybe when it's 2v2, it might be possible for the Damassys curse to get through a reload on the ASB, in which case it gets really hard to break, whereas Tyrrax's team just running plates, they won't have any rep bots left.
Repic did die first, so we've gone now from Tyrrax losing the first ship to the trades going slightly in Tyrrax's favor. Ever so slightly, though, because Dankle is right behind. This is a very close match. I mean, really unsurprising close, considering that they're all flying the same ships, but they're all in very different setups, too.
What are you doing? There was just a full flight of medium rep bots repping the wrong curse.
Ooh, that hurts.
Tyrrax's team rep bots were on one of the Damassys Kadesh curses for a second. I mean, maybe only for 2 cycles, but that still hurts when you have Dankle hanging on and just like a trace of structure.
All right, so now it looks like Arya, they're going to go for the captain last. Tyrrax is attempting to take down Arya's curse, who is, of course, ASB boosting. Meanwhile, Tyrrax is the next target for Damassys, and he is down to like already maybe 3/4 armor, and only has 2 rep bots on him because there isn't a whole lot left. So we're gonna have to see how that does. It's probably, I guess Tyrrax is gonna have damage drones out himself, and then we're gonna have the rep drones from Destoya, is what I would assume.
Interesting choice here. I'm noticing now on the Damassys side. Running at like 460 meters a second, something like that. Maybe running ABs.
Yep.
Which actually probably is pretty helpful against the heavy missiles and against the infiltrators.
Yeah, that would be pretty nice. honestly, this is going to be close. Arya's dropping pretty quickly through his shields. And if we get down to, like, as we get further along in this match, the difference of who dies first in this trade becomes more and more significant, because the difference between 3 ships and 4 ships for a couple seconds isn't as big of a deal as the difference between 2 ships and 1 ship for a couple of seconds. Yeah, we're going to see Arya's, he's holding on in like half shield, but Tyrrax is down to half armor as well. This is a race right now. They are all in. We're seeing more smart bombs trying to clear off these rep drones. Smart bombs, of course, very smart on both these teams.
Something else to mention with the drone choices here, there are curators and guards in the air for the Kadesh side. So he's got those dropped away from the fight. It'll make them harder to smart bomb off. Another interesting thing about it, though, if there's plenty of drones around now that, especially after another ship dies, there's plenty to claim.
Yes. Yeah.
So even if
you do run out.
Yeah, if you run out, Tyrrax's team runs out of their rep bots, they can grab up leftover sentry drones that are left on the field and keep their damage up.
All right, we're seeing a micro jump drive. Tyrrax, who is in low armor, is attempting a micro jump drive out, and there are no scramblers on the field. He's going to get away. He's not going to die in time, and there he goes. He is out to 100 kilometers, edge of the arena. Didn't go out of the arena, thankfully for him. He was in the center, so there was really no danger of that.
Isn't what they should do now? All follow him.
You can do that, or you can try switching. Keep in mind, Arya can do the same thing once he gets low, right? Yeah. So what I'd do in this point is I just switch to Destoya. Because these guys don't have an active rep, right? They've only got the rep bots to rep them up. So unlike the Damassys team, who do have the ability to reload their ASBs. That is, I think, going to be something that is really to the advantage of Damassys Kadesh.
Oh, I feel really sad for Arya right now. He spent probably 7 shots out of his rapid light volley shooting into the air because Tyrrax was too far away. It's not a super efficient use of very limited resources, especially with just 2 minutes now until the match ends.
All right, so
like you said, they've abandoned Tyrrax. They don't care anymore. They're just switching over to
They're just going to let his shields regen on its own. He's out of rep bot range from Destoya, so they're not worried about that.
Arya's still taking a lot of damage somehow.
He is. He's got Destoya's damage on him, but he's also still right beside the micro jump unit, right?
Yeah, I wonder if he'll decide to do the same thing.
I think he's going to have to.
About to head into armor.
He needs to do it now. There he goes. He's going now. Is it going to be fast enough? I think it's probably going to be fast enough. It's going to be close, though. He might be in structure by the time he gets off.
Yeah.
Because remember, increased signature radius from that jump unit. Yeah, he's going to be fine.
And he's not going the same direction as Tyrrax. He's going to
he's going to get out on the other right. There we go. All right, so he's fine. We now have two curses in the middle of the arena. The undamaged curse of the champion Damassys Kadesh sitting there beside Destoya. Of course, Destoya can just jump out, which is what he's doing right now.
Destoya is now chasing Arya. MJD in the same direction,
keep in mind, on top of him. We have only 43 seconds left. If someone can kill a curse now, so for instance, if Arya died now in the next 30 seconds, then Tyrax's team would win on points.
Yep.
So that, I think, is why Destoya is after him. If he can just finish him off.
Oh, Destoya able to jump to Arya and has a flight of infiltrators to pop out as well.
Oh, if he has 26 seconds to kill a shield tank curse who's in structure.
Oh, boost active. Arya just got his reload off.
Wow. I think that's going to mean he survives to time. And so just a reminder, if we get to time, which I think we are going to, then we're going to go to a full 5-minute period of extra time. We don't have reverse tie-dye for this. We've decided not to use it for this tournament. So what will happen is 5 minutes of overtime. It's not sudden death. It's going to go to the full 5 minutes unless somebody wipes out the whole other team. And then if it goes to a tie at the end of the 5 minutes, we'll determine it based on who had the most damage, which is probably going to be Damassys, considering that they had the rapid lights.
Damassys Kadesh just flew to the MJD beacon. He's heading out to join someone. Looks like it's going to be to join Arya and Destoya. So now Tyrrax has to find a way to get back into things here, even though he's really low on armor. He's
up to almost half shields though, just from shield regen. He's nowhere near one of the beacons though.
No, he's not near one of the beacons. He's also not near the fight. It looks like he's probably a good 100k from where everybody's fighting.
Destoya's just gonna die now, I think. That's with the boost on Arya.
Stuck with 2 on top of him. I think this is going to be really hard for Tyrrax now. Destoya definitely going down.
There you go, Destoya destruction. This is an amazing fight.
That was really good.
All right. the micro jump units. We've talked about. You mentioned on the desk earlier today, not something that's been heavily used in the AT. Much more heavily used to good effect so far in this Amarr Championship. Do you think it's because we've got smaller teams, so there's like more individual survival matters?
Definitely. I mean, I think that's the times we have seen it used in the Alliance tournament is at the end of a match when there's like only there's like a battleship 2-on-1 happening or something. That's the time it usually becomes relevant. It's really hard to use as a whole team when there's so many people, but this having this whole tournament as 4v4 definitely lends itself to the MJD beacons.
Also, there's been a bunch of matches where nobody has any scrams. With 12 people, it's more likely you're gonna have some scrams mixed in. Like if one team had a scram here, it would have easily won it for them. Like they could have pinned down the one they were killing. Either team, if either Destoya or any of the two left for Damassys that had a scram, it would have won their team the game. No problem.
But it's hard to justify a scram though. You really don't need it other than for that. I mean, with these ships that can project damage extremely far and being in mirrors where they're only hitting you if you're able to hit them, it's hard to justify a lot of tackle, especially when there's all this ECM gameplay going on. But
I wonder if that's going to be something that say, like, if you're coming into the battleship match, end of the day, I think you put a scram on something.
It might be a good idea.
Like, if everyone's just bashing it out in the middle of the arena with battleships.
That seems like, a perfect match for it to get used. I mean, they'll be long. You have to break a tank over a really long amount of time, and there'll be plenty of opportunity once they get low to just peace out. And
so, I mean, Tyrrax at this point needs to be a hero if he wants to win this. I think it's going to be incredibly hard for him.
Breaking through that ASB tank for him on either of these ships is going to be really difficult. Man, look how low Arya got.
He is in a shield tanked curse who got to what, 10%? Armor, less than that? 9% armor remaining. He was just a few seconds away. If that ASB hadn't reloaded in time, that would have been it. Incredibly close.
And just to update you guys, we have like about 2 minutes left. And Tyrrax is being...
the emissary has ordered Lady Tyrrax Thorrk to engage, or else he will face the wrath of God.
Because, of course, here, Kadesh team, no pressure to engage. They've got this kind of in hand, and it's really up to Tyrrax to do something. So pressure's on him, and he is headed back towards the middle of the arena here. Probably going to get some drones, maybe go to that MJD unit and try to head out to the bad guys.
He's at an MJD unit now. He went to one of the outer ones. It looks like he's going to use that to jump back into the middle and get back into the fight. There he goes. That's going to get him to within range, and he's going to probably then try to kill Arya there. He's going to be pretty close to Arya. Give it a good Amarian try and do his best. It's funny, actually. Damassys had been MWDing out towards him, so now is a bit out of position. So Tyrrax does have a couple of seconds of just him versus Arya.
But
considering that Arya's got the ASB.
Unless the booster is overheated and doesn't work. Wow, what? Oh, never mind, that's Tyrrax. I was like, why is Arya's shield's going down so fast? Okay.
Yeah, so Tyrrax will go down into structure now. There you go. Back into the fight, and that is going to end this match. And that is going to be another big upset. I think a lot of people expected Tyrrax to win this, but Damassys just absolutely really strong performance. That was excellent all the way across.
Yeah, such a good match. So we'll go back and see what the guys at desk think about it. Congratulations, though, to Damassys Kadesh.
Delicious spaghetti you eat while waiting for a prey to put its shiny paw into history. So you always let jump and let the booty hit the floor, and that is how that you control.
Damassys Kadesh defeating Tyrrax Thorrk to proceed onward and become the champion for House Khanid. CCP Sledgehammer, was that the curse fight that you had envisioned?
It was awesome. I knew it was going to be a special match from the get-go. Like, it was just a really enjoyable match to watch. Yeah.
And what did you make of the use of the micro-jump units?
Yeah, well, was that the first time we've seen them being used in the...
No, we saw them one earlier time. A player jumped out for... It's more or less the same kind of tactical reasons, no?
Right on.
Yeah, we did. That's right.
And just quietly focused aggression won that match. And it turns out that going the conservative, let's try and survive route didn't work out so well for Tyrrax.
It's actually the emissary threatening.
He did.
Threatening Doomsday.
Yeah, that's
Get back in the fight or else.
I mean, if
get into optimal and shoot them.
If I was Tyrrax, I would have just disobeyed so everyone could have seen a Doomsday.
Oh, it's just too much. It's too much.
No, I'm kind of with you on that. I mean, you weren't going to win
Judgment,
anyway.
righteous, holy judgment, man.
Had he been
Except
able
the
to,
glory of Amarr.
had he
into
been
your
able to
heart.
jump in though and snag Arya, maybe with a burnt out shield booster. Maybe,
Yeah, but he still had a whole other curse to kill as well. Like
Yeah.
that wasn't going to happen.
Nah, it wasn't going to happen.
maybe he goes even. Maybe they had more DPS than he knew.
Or he could have accepted holy Amarr into his heart.
He accepted it. Someone put it there for him. I think it was pretty good overall. It's from a curse versus curse match. That's more or less exactly what I wanted to see.
So just quietly, there was kind of 4 big favourites. I mean, there's a couple others in the wings as well, but the 3 PL teams, 2 of which have been
So let's not call them
out.
PL teams.
Well,
They
PL
were
oriented,
They were
PL
headed by
staffed,
individual
PL
pilots, and we identify those people and offer them the honor that they deserve.
Right. And there was also Chessur's team all knocked out, leaving only Elise in the maybe the favourites, I want to call it. So, I mean, no pressure.
Are you talking about tiers? Are you talking about top tier teams?
I would never deign to perhaps classify teams by tiers, but I could say that they might be the favourites of the spectators.
Clarifying.
Yeah, no, I would never say anything like that. Oh my goodness, what are you putting words into my mouth? Like
We'll certainly see Elise flying later on.
no pressure, Elise.
First, though, the Corazor champion determination. Corazor, of course, Morgaine Mighthammer and Lysus going against each other in a match using any cruiser, really, minus the Guardian.
Minus the Guardian, but the Arguro is a choice. And so it's such an interesting choice, this. Like, I think what the teams bring is going to be probably the decider rather than the piloting skills so much. And there's no pre-matches you can kind of figure out what the meta is. It's all going to come down to what their choice is, right? Just in this one match, one of one. There's no follow-on or, very interesting. I'm very keen to see if we see an Augur on the field. The curse could certainly neutralise that out, but if you can pilot it skillfully, or perhaps they don't bring a curse for some crazy weird reason. I mean, everyone loves curses. I'm really excited to see what they bring.
Sledgehammer, what are the odds that we see a mirror match where the two teams both select the exact same 4 cruisers to bring against one another?
I don't think it's going to happen in this matchup.
No?
No.
Do you think people kind of mind game themselves out of taking the strongest ships, or obviously one of the concerns going into these matches, one of the concerns is how much DPS you create, because if you can hold the other team to an equal number of points, the team with the greatest DPS is the one that goes forward. If you can make it through overtime in a tie, then it's just how much damage you could have done.
Yeah, but that effectively means you need to survive 15 minutes with either losing the same or like no ships. I just don't see that happening.
Well, if you can do severe damage, you might be able to do that. We're about to find out. The Corazor champions have taken the field and are ready to engage in trial by combat to determine who will represent that royal house in the Amarr Championships next weekend, second weekend of the Amarr Championships, and it will begin at 2:45 on Saturday, and of course on the 19th of November. After the Amarr Championship action, there will be the 07 show. So make sure you tune into that and make sure that you stick around for 07 afterwards. Right now, we will go to the arena where the Corazor pilots are taking the field, and CCP Rise and CCP Fozzy are ready to let us know exactly what's happening.
Hey guys, check it out. Let's tell you exactly what's happening. They did not bring the same setups.
They brought very different setups. In fact, Morgaine Mighthammer's team brought no Logi. We've got a no Augur team for Morgaine. They have brought a Zealot, a Devoter, a Sacrilege, and a Curse up against Lysus' team, which is Augur, Pilgrim, Sacrilege, Curse. So it's going to be a very Newt-heavy team with reps from Lysus and just like max deeps.
Yeah,
from,
I was going to say,
Morgaine.
for Antiquarians bring enough damage to win the tiebreaker, they are in great shape.
Yes, yeah, I mean, I think
that said, there will be a lot of ships dying, so a tie seems pretty unlikely.
No, this is going to be amazing to see. Both teams came in with a bit of range, except for the Devoter from Morgaine's team in at 0. Super tanky, of course, no one's going to want to shoot it first. And both teams have damage drones out right off the bat, so we'll see how much they're able to apply. Tracking disruptors from Lysus's team onto the Devoter and Zealot. Good choice, because they were up against 2 turret ships. Of course, tracking disruptors would be pretty much useless against Lysus's team.
Yeah, it's definitely a gamble to bring those.
Yeah.
I mean, they need a couple of those turret cruisers, and there's no guarantee they would have been here. Looks like they're going to go after the curse first. Try to take that down.
So let's see how this
Probably
curse
will have the
tanks.
weakest tank.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised on Morgaine's team here if a curse would be shield tanked with no Logi, but it looks like it is armor tanked. Probably just like active tanked itself. There's no rep drones on it. This guy is just trying to survive on his own, and it's not working out for him at all.
Fast.
Wow, that curse is dropping like a rock. And meanwhile, that pilgrim holding on fine because he's got a Logi support.
Funny how that works.
All
Okay,
right.
but now they've caught the Logi at least.
Yep, so we've
Webs
got
on
tackle
there.
on it and some damage applied. They need to do something fast, though. I mean, they've got the Newt pressure off the field. They need to be able to kill this Logi right away to have a chance to come back.
So they have Morgaine's team. I lost the curse now, but they have the Sacrilege and Zealot are able to get out there, and they're kind of free to attack the Augur. They are under that tracking disruptor pressure, the Zealot is anyway, but they're at least not tackled, and they're both able to get on top of him, whereas the Devoter is stranded in the middle of the field, tackled by other ships. So they basically just need to use that Sacrilege and Zealot to bring down the Augur, and it's going really slow.
Yeah, I mean, it is dropping, but it's only at about half armor now. And meanwhile, the Zealot of Ninja there is dropping into armor. We're going to see how quickly he drops. I think Lysus has to know they're going to lose the Augur now, but if they can get that Zealot to below half armor by the time the Augur dies, they're in great shape.
Yep, definitely. I'm like, the Zealot's probably the weakest tank, so that makes it a good target, but I'm also sort of surprised they would focus him because they can disrupt him.
Yeah.
Like, if they can take out a Sacrilege, I guess they can disrupt the Devoter as well.
Too.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
Just put all the track disruptors on it. It's just such a weaker tank than a Sacrilege and a Devoter.
Absolutely.
Makes sense, I
Makes
think,
sense.
to me. But it's going to drop like as fast as the Augur.
Yeah.
This is really bad news for Morgaine here. Lysus in a really commanding position right now, as that Augur is still alive. And still just holding on right at the edge of structure there. He's going to go down, but they'll have taken down a curse and a Zealot in the time it took him to die.
Yeah.
There we go.
From there, it's real tough.
Yeah, it's
Devoter's going to have a really hard time applying any damage. The ships are both stuck really far away from each other, so coordinating their damage is going to be hard, and they're outnumbered, so...
Yeah. Sacrileges on both teams are ham fit, kind of the most standard fit. And kind of what you'd expect to bring if you know you're up against cruisers. You're not going to have to shoot at frigates. That would be the only time you'd go with something smaller, I think. And
wow, Sacrilege going down fast.
Yeah.
In a way, surprised there's no rep bots in this match. Like, none at all.
I know, they're
Damage
just
drones
they're
across the
all
board.
in. It's just give as much damage as possible. And you have to do that if you're going without the Augur. If you're going with rep bots, you'd have to imagine you'd go with the Augur, then put a bunch. That way you can combine putting the rep bots on the Augur and the Augur keeping
but
the
like
rest of the team
even
alive.
here, Lysus' team, which you know we said was looked a lot less damage heavy than Morgaine's team. They're all damage drones on the Curse, the Pilgrim, and on the Sacrilege.
Yep.
So that beats their damage up quite a bit.
Actually, it's very possible they could have rep drones in reserve on the Curse and the Pilgrim. Both have extra drone bay.
Yeah.
So the Sacrilege doesn't have extra drone bay now. Will after December, but doesn't help these guys. Now it's just up to the Devoter, so that's going to be a win for Lysus here.
Yep.
And Lysus and his team from Hard Knocks will be the champions and will be representing House Corazor.
Really, really good stuff. This setup, it was really hard to tell. I think it's kind of, in a way, brave bringing the Pilgrim. That was a little bit surprising. Like, having at least one of those ships makes tons of sense, but I guess having selectable damage types, all the control.
Damage, no vulnerability to tracking disruptors. I think that's key. I think that's one of those nice things. If you bring one ship with lasers, you have to know that if they have tracking disruptors, that ship is just gone.
Right.
This actually blanks the tracking disruptors, which is huge.
Yep.
I don't know if they had any tracking disruptors. There wasn't any active, but they might have just kept them turned off because there's no point in turning them on. But that, I think, had to have played into it. If they had swapped out that Pilgrim for one turret ship and the other side had brought any tracking disruptors, that one turret ship
doesn't get to do anything.
Yeah. And he is now dropping through structure Walter Cohen for Morgaine Mighthammer's team, and that's going to be a solid victory for Lysus, who will be the Corazor champion and represent them next weekend in the round robin.
Yeah, congratulations. We'll go back to the desk.
You logged in.
Time's logging. Time's getting complete.
Jump to Walter.
Go to Walter.
Jump to Walter. Fuck him up.
A reminder to all fleet members that whelping is almost guaranteed to happen at some point on our roams. For this reason, Redemption Road recommends the use of cheap or naked clones while roaming. Thank you for your attention, and don't forget to fly safe.
Lysus stows the Mighthammer back in the toolshed and becomes the champion for House Corazor, and will proceed to the next round, which is on Saturday next weekend. Congratulations, Lysus. Gentlemen, that fight, obviously not quite a mirror match. Both teams bringing a curse, both teams bringing a sack.
Both teams curse, both teams sacrilege, and then we saw a whole bunch of differences with Mighthammer's team bringing a Zealot and Devoter, and I can't remember who's the good band's name. Team Lysus bringing
Pilgrim.
The Pilgrim and the Augur. I really like Lysus' team. I think it was a super solid setup, and obviously because it won. But he just had a whole, or she, I actually don't know much about Lysus, had a whole bunch of choices there. To start with, they had choosable damage there. The Pilgrim, Curse, Sacrilege, all could pick what sort of drones they were launching. They certainly weren't EM locked at all. And they had a whole bunch of control. They had 2 neuting ships and a whole bunch of tracking disruptors, which they used to great effect on the Devoter and the Zealot. So yeah, I really liked his setup, and they had the Augur backing it up the whole time, keeping them all alive. It was a really solid fleet, well thought out, did the job.
Would things have been different if they'd brought an Augur instead of maybe the Devoter?
No, or maybe like the control, the tracking disruptors would have been less useful doing that. They could split the 2 off, knock out a whole bunch of DPS. It was just going to be a whole heap less effective by doing that. Dropping the Devoter, but I mean the Devoter probably wasn't pumping out that much deeps anyway. I'm guessing 400 or 500 somewhere in that range, which I guess is a bit really, isn't it? For 4
every
ships.
little helps.
Yeah, but I don't think it would have given them the win. I think all that neuting power, like if they come across that, the Pilgrim and the Curse would have just shut down that Augur.
Yeah,
like that would have been goodbye. We're not going to let you do anything.
A little surprised to see the Zealot take the field. I don't know why, I just wasn't expecting that.
I am as well. I love Zealots. They're sharks with laser beams, so I love them. And A-hit fleets are amazing, but I just don't think it was a great choice. It just it projects well. It's got good damage application, but it doesn't have a whole bunch of tank. And given the fact Amarr tracking disruptors are kind of their big favourites, and you will at least be facing a Curse and maybe a Pilgrim as well.
Yeah,
perhaps not the best choice.
Execution with regard to that Curse on the Mighthammer side, it just didn't seem to be doing what it wanted to.
Well, it couldn't. I mean, Lysus, they went, the only real threat on this entire field is that Curse. It's the only thing that can shut down our control or damage our logistics. Let's kill it first, and they did. And
Decision, execution.
Yeah, so when you say execution, it was definitely executed.
It went down surprisingly fast. Yep.
Coming up next, we will proceed to the second to last match, the penultimate match of the day. For House Sarum, we're going to see Elise Randolph take the field versus Mitara Newelle. Is that right?
Sure, why not?
Sure, we'll do that. And in that fight, it's all retributions. 4 retributions versus 4 retributions. How do you fit your ships?
With tank and guns.
Yes.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Ideally, both.
That's pretty good. Anything else? Are you looking for any tricks on the retribution?
Look,
is there anything you can do to spice it up or to throw a curve? At your opponent?
Well, we saw an autocannon retribution. All right, and that's got some advantages because, for one, you can pick your damage type, which is great. You can shoot for a hole, like an explosive hole or something like that. And two, I'm pretty sure it gives you a bunch of extra fitting, so you might be able to squeeze like a 400mm plate on there. Get a nice big chunk of tank out of that retribution, which is great. But you're always also just throwing 4 bonuses out the window. All of those 4 bonuses, all dedicated to making your lasers better, you're just ignoring them. So you're certainly going to do less paper deeps. I don't know. I'm going to be really curious to see what these teams bring. If maybe they think themselves into a little bit of a corner there and think, oh, this is the meta play, and just get beaten. I think as Fozzie was talking about earlier, just with a straight up, here's coherent light in your face.
Sledgehammer?
I'm not sure about plating the retributions. In the back of my mind, I've just got double reps kicking around for some reason. Tough one. Double rep retribution, probably pretty powerful in this situation.
It'd probably restrict you. It'd be tough to do get cap, and you've only got that one spare mid, but you don't really need tackle.
Yeah, exactly.
And you'd probably be restricted to pulse, but that might be fine.
Yeah.
Dual rep retributions.
Maybe.
Dual rep cap boosted retributions.
Now, again, this question has come up before. Fit all 4 ships the same. In this instance, you're definitely all bringing guns by your protocol.
You don't need to keep those retributions together. I mean, okay. Oh, no, you can't do that. Never mind. I was going to go with something insane, but that's actually not legal under our current rule system, so let's just move on. No RR retributions. That's not a thing. Common wisdom would say fit them the same and keep the same range, but you don't need to necessarily keep them together in this at all. I do question the advantage of fitting them different, obviously different mids, but otherwise, what advantage are you getting out of it, I guess?
Yeah.
Now, we did see the micro jump units coming into play in earlier straight 4 mirror matches. Sledgehammer, do you think any of these retribution pilots are going to be hovering around the center micro jump unit in order to get out of there in the event that they suddenly find themselves in a threatened position?
I mean, it's certainly possible. I wouldn't be surprised if it was just more of an all-out brawl, though, rather than anyone taking advantage of MJD units.
Just a slugfest.
Yeah, just a slugfest.
Is that entertaining?
I mean, it's ships dying. Is that not entertaining? Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?
I am entertained.
Excellent. That's great. That's good.
That's fantastic. This is the second to last match of the day for the determination of the Serum champion. The last match of the day will commence after this, Tash Murkon, that fight between Rakia and Kelon Darklight, as they showed themselves to be tremendous pilots earlier in the day.
It was an awesome match.
And of course, that fight to be held between battleships, just straight up plates and guns, blasting away. The drones have been an issue with people trying to deliver non-EM thermal damage all throughout the day. Obviously, battleships have a little bit of potential there as well. Do we see funny fits on the battleships? Anything interesting coming out of there?
Well, okay, so there used to be an old school Abaddon arty fit that was often flown in nullsec. So you'd fit your Abaddon, you'd have like 300,000 effective hit points, and then you'd bring 200 of them and fit artillery, and then you'd select a target and you would delete that target from the field, which 200 ships fitting artillery will generally do. Probably not very useful in this instance.
Yeah, four ships fitting artillery.
Not going to work. Well, I think that's a horrible idea. Yeah. I hope I see it, but I think it's a horrible idea.
What about the other weapon options? Obviously, I mean, these ships are going to get bonuses to energy turrets. That's going to be the primary fit.
Well, not the Geddon.
Well, not the Geddon. The Geddon's going to nuke some stuff out.
And probably fit crews or maybe even torps or something like that.
Maybe torps.
Something crazy like that.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that, actually.
I mean, you're shooting at battleships. Why not?
Yeah.
Here's some tops for your face. How do you feel about that?
Sledgehammer, you've been known to fly again from time to time.
From time to time, yeah.
Are you comfortable bringing it in here and just nuding out these ships and having that be your role? You feel threatened? Feel insecure?
I kind of want to lean on the side of maybe actually bumping up its damage application rather than relying on its newts. I personally feel that, 4v4, you're probably going to get more value fitting your Geddon out. Don't abandon newts altogether, but I wouldn't go for a full rack of newts in the highs. I would still keep some lasers or something similar, or as we were just discussing, torpedoes.
Larrikin?
I think this is all going to be based around probably how they're planning on surviving. So if you think you can drag this fight out, then you definitely want the neuting power of your Armageddon, because you can potentially, all of these battleships are almost definitely going to have cap boosters, but if you can newt them out, 5 minutes in, they're going to start running low on charges, wind balls, that's great. If you're just going for all gank, then I don't think newts are all that useful. I think you're much better off getting the deeps and trying to smash them down. But if you bring lots of reps and stuff, I think the newts might be going for the long play, as it were.
As it were.
As it were.
Of course, the Serum fight is first. That fight, again, Mitara Newelle versus Elise Randolph in this, the first day of the Amarr Championships. Now, that will cut our field, by the end of today, we will have cut our field down from a total of 24 teams to a field of 6 who will engage in the round robin beginning next weekend on Saturday. Saturday at 2:45, the broadcast will begin from here in the studio at CCP headquarters in Reykjavik, Iceland. We will continue on Sunday, and of course, those matches will be at least in part determined by the play that occurs on Saturday. Those rules not yet announced for the teams that will participate. CCP Fozzy and the other tournament organizers guarding them very closely to make sure that no one has any sort of advantage, perceived or otherwise. The winner of those matches on Sunday, the 2 finalists, will both be flown to CCP headquarters in Reykjavik, Iceland, in April of 2016, where the Amarr Championships will be concluded in a battle at FanFest. Those of you who are just tuning in may or may not know that tickets to FanFest are still available and can be purchased via eveonline.com. Of course, we invite all of the player base to participate in any level that they feel comfortable, but I welcome all of you to come to Reykjavik, Iceland for FanFest. It's a great time. The teams for House Sarum have taken the field, and we're ready to go to the booth for this match number 17 of the Amarr Championships, MR118 if you're on Twitter. And we will go to CCP Rise and CCP Fozzy to begin the match.
Hi guys, I just saw the CCP Pen Twitter. That's pretty cool. But now we're gonna see who wins the championship representing Serum.
Yeah, this
between
is
Elise Randolph and Mitara Newelle.
a really cool matchup coming up. We've got retributions on both sides, as the rules state. However, the Mitara Newelle team, which of course is the last remaining team from Pi, the really old venerable role-playing corporation, has brought pretty standard fits from the looks of it, pulse lasers, while Elise Randolph's team has brought 2 pulse laser and 2 autocannon retributions. So we'll see how that does for him. That's a bold choice for sure, and we were 3 seconds away from starting.
Sticking to his guns.
Yes, indeed. Elise came in at 30 kilometers, while the Mitara team came in at 0. All right, so it looks like the autocannon retributions are charging in. They are, I assume, heavier tank, take advantage of the lower fitting requirement of the autocannons.
These are beams, not pulses.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like the beam graphic to me, so.
So we've got, they're going to be trying to get in close with the autocannons and then trying to keep the laser ones far back.
So far, at least, not doing really well here. Kind of dove into the thick of things.
Yeah, not taking as well as he hoped. He's probably got maybe a double rep, something like that. Turns out double rep against 4 retributions, not enough. And there is Elise Randolph, the captain, down. Meanwhile, Mitara Newelle, the captain for the other team, is getting low. He's got a newt and a web on him. He is dropping insane. However, by the time he dies, Doomchilla, the other autocannon retribution for at least Randolph's team, is going to be pretty low. He's already in half armor, and it's only a matter of time now. I think he's going to die not long after Mitara will. Mitara's going to go down. He's in structure now, but Doomchilla will be right behind him, I think.
Seeing another example of a match where the team who fields ECM is looking to be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, ECM again on a two mid slot, one prop mod and one is what you'd expect. Set of ships, very, very effective use of ECM by Mitara Newelle's team. And now they're up 3-2 and already have a lead on the next kill. I think this is going to mean, so both Pi, as a corp, and Pandemic Legion as an alliance had 3 champions spread across different houses for them. These are the last remaining for both of them. The first 2 Pi teams are out, the first 2 PL teams are out, and this looks like we're going to see the last Pi team defeating the last PL team.
I'm starting to
beats tournament experience.
What I'm starting to wonder about looking at this tournament, I mean, I feel like one thing it's showing is how much difference practice dedication makes.
Yep.
I mean, we talk about tournament pedigree and kind of a history of these teams and how good they are, but the thing that really separates them, it seems like now, once they're forced into like only having a couple days in a format, it levels things out a lot more. Where teams like Chessur's team or PL would be practicing for weeks and weeks and weeks.
They would have practiced for months beforehand, and that would have given them a big advantage.
Yep.
Here, though, everyone's on a much more even playing field.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, the Mitara team is having a little bit of trouble catching up to these last couple retributions. They may be wanting to wait until they know they have GMs to close distance, and then they may also just be having a hard time because speed. You see nobody really going very fast. It's 350 meters a second. I wonder if there's even any prop mods.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they are taking advantage of no prop mod to have extra mids.
I mean, makes sense to me. You know that as long as you stick together, you know that you're never taking any damage unless you can give it back. So why bother using all the fitting space? You can use it for tank, use the extra mid for more ECM, and they are now trading with Lordana. They've got him kind of in range.
But Lordana is going to go down, I think, a little bit earlier, and either way, losing half of your retributions is worse than losing 1/3, because I'm good at math.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be just kind of continued. Man, now they've just slowed it down. They've basically
you can see Lordana's now going 2K a second, and speed never changing on the Mitara team. So
all right,
if he just heads away from their range.
So no active rep on the Mitara team. So is this the opening that Elise's team needs? Because now they're switching to Hands, as you'd expect. Hands is the one closer. These guys are all beam fit, and they're going to have similar ranges. But
there are active reps on Hans. It doesn't look like there are on Lordana. Either that or he's out of cap, because he hasn't repped at all, even though he's extremely low.
An active rep would be huge in this with so few ships left. I mean, it's a long shot, but...
Wow, Raphael just repped back a whole bunch of HP. He was really low for quite a while and just pulled a whole bunch of it back.
So him having an active rep suggests to me that this is going to be very difficult for Elise's team. If he didn't have a rep, then this would be the kind of thing where they can maybe dart in with their prop mods, do some damage, pull away, dart in, do some damage, pull away. But with the active rep, I think it's going to be very difficult.
Now Lordana's repping. Weird. His rep was off for so long while he was at no
cap
armor.
problems could definitely be it. I mean, these guys are, especially the Elise team, they are running prop mods, they're running the lasers. It makes some sense that they might only be able to rep periodically. We have 5 minutes left for the last 2 members of Elise's team, Lordana, Camera, and Hands. They need to pull a miracle out of their hat. They do have the big advantage of the prop mod, so they have essentially control of the movement of this match. But they've also got 1/3 the DPS in the same range.
Yeah, and it just doesn't do you all that much good, having the prop mod. I mean, like you say, you can go in and out, and if the tanks are set up differently, that might be an advantage. But it's not like you can single out a target or you can, kite something here. I mean, if you were going fast enough to mitigate damage with it, maybe. But I don't know how much that'll happen with these small beams. They should be able to hit pretty much no problem.
I think they maybe... I don't even know.
And you're mitigating your own damage anyway when you do that if you're orbiting. So there's really not a lot you can use that for other than just leaving once you're about to die. But...
I mean, I think leaving when you're about to die would work really well if they were able... Basically, if you can wear down one of these guys with just 1 DPS, 1 retries versus amount of DPS. So you go in with both, you pull out the one that's being primaried, then you pull out the other, like you just kind of alternate back and forth. You're going to probably have an average of 1 Retribution's worth of DPS on him. If that breaks a target, you can win. However, I don't think that is going to break a target, actually.
Someone just threatened by the Chamberlain for shooting at pods. Not allowed in the tournament. So
Not that it would do anything. The tournament tool actually gives pods infinite resists, or almost perfect resists. So there isn't anything you can do to them. But yeah, I mean, 3 minutes and 45 seconds. I think at this point, Elise's team has to be kind of conferring on their voice comms, trying to figure out what to do now. They're actually just passively regenning shields. Maybe they want to get that bit of extra buffer first before they charge in and start getting someone down.
They are trading some shots back and forth now, but it looks like they're just out of range to actually apply any damage. There was a couple, you can see there, like some beam graphics going back and forth, but...
It's possible there's a fitting difference here. We're not seeing any tracking computers, but they could have a tracking enhancer. That would be enough to give them that advantage.
For like just a little bit of extra range if you know you have a tracking mod.
Especially because, so we know that Elise's team brought 2 heavier tanking tackle autocannon retributions and 2 DPS kiting ones. So that's the kind of setup where I might imagine them to fit a tracking enhancer, if you're doing that. Makes some sense. And they do seem to be applying more damage right now, but just barely. I mean, by more damage, I mean they're able to keep the shields from regenning on Mitara's team, rather than actually able to break through the reps.
All right, now they're in a spot where they're trading pretty heavily again. Hans going quickly through that armor, much more quickly than Raphael is.
Yeah,
probably
they're going for the gambit. This is they're gonna see what they can do. They're overheating, I'm sure. They're gonna Hans will try to pull out, I assume, now-ish. And they'll see if Lorenda can finish off Raphael himself.
Yep, there goes Hans turning away from them.
I mean, this is the best strategy I can think of for them to do. It's a long shot, though. It's not going to be easy, and yeah, there you go. We'll see if Lordena can pull it off.
Now Mitara Newelle's damage switching over to Lordena because he's the closer one. And still some damage being applied to Raphael.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's enough to out DPS his rep, but is it enough to out DPS, like to do it before Lordena is going to die? I don't think so.
It's going down pretty quick, so he needs to start turning around now. Hans has gotten some of his armor back. They're both
Lordena's
down.
Not fast enough.
No.
That is going to, I think, do it. Even if they finish off Raphael now, there's not enough time.
That was a really solid attempt.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, being down that much resources, they gave it a really good shot. Got to half structure in Raphael.
That is like they played it, I think, perfectly.
Yeah.
It's just at that point it was too late. So the real failure here was that the tank on the bait ships just wasn't enough, right? Like if those ships had lasted long enough to get some trades in, then that would have been the difference, and I'm sure that was their plan.
Yeah. I mean, I also think that they got pretty out theory crafted here in terms of the no prop setup.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just really strong. Earns you all kinds of resources to use with fitting that Elise's team just doesn't have.
Elise was probably sitting, like, I bet both those autocannon retributions had tackle. And who cares if you tackle the no prop team? They're just going to try to snipe.
Which means, you have a whole bunch of wasted slots. Your prop is wasted, your tackle's wasted, and instead these guys get probably more tank to use, and they get the ECM. So just put themselves in a really, really good position by thinking about kind of how things would actually go against a normal retribution setup. So
very strong performance from Mitara. So that means we are going to see a Pi team continuing on to next weekend representing House Sarum. And there will be 0 Pandemic Legion teams and 0 Camel Empire teams.
Yeah, it's awesome. Good chance for some new blood to pick up some tournament prizes and participate in the story at the same time. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. I think this is going to be a really, really exciting next weekend. And of course, by winning this, Mitara's team and all the other teams that have won so far at the end of the day today are guaranteeing themselves silver magnates, one for each member. So that is still a huge prize, even if they don't go further. And there you go. That is hands down, Lieutenant Cameron, whichever one was left. Hands down. And Mitara is now the champion for House Sarum, and we'll send it back to the guys on the desk.
message from PL.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
What?
It reads this. Yay. We can see you.
Oh my god, I'm a god!
Somewhere, Taylor Swift sheds a single tear as Elise Randolph is eliminated from the Amarr Championships, and the champion of House Sarum, Mitara Newelle, moves forward. That team will return next weekend as we move away from these preliminary matches and into the actual deciding tournament, which will determine who comes to Reykjavik at FanFest in 2016 to determine the new emperor.
Very deterministic.
Very, very deterministic. At least eliminated fairly early in there, maybe overextending those.
I don't think it was
fit.
overextending. I think that was very much to plan. I don't think the losing was to plan, but I believe they're going in and getting the hard tackle. I just think they. I'm not sure if he got out theory crafted or if he kind of backed himself into a corner thinking up a very clever strategy, which I think the auto cannon tackle with the beam support, super solid. But Mitara Newelle decided that he didn't even need to worry about prop and could just kill things with with lasers.
Interesting, and obviously we heard a lot of discussion on it over there. How I mean, it was crucial for them to be able to control the match using those prop mods. Unable to really capitalize on it because of the format of the match, because they had the same ranges, because the ships were so similar. It really didn't give them any value to be kiting.
I mean, you can't kite when they effectively have the same range as you, and potentially more. I mean, without the prop mod, you're freeing up a mid, which you can put in a tracking mod or something like that, and a whole bunch of cap and fitting and everything else that goes along with it.
Yep. Pretty solid.
Still, fantastic play, but really, really engaging, and I like it that it went to almost to time.
9 minutes and 55 seconds.
9:55. That's as good as you get, really, without being blown directly off the field immediately or going into overtime. It's pretty much spot on, and now House Sarum has their selected champion.
Do you think they're happy with their selected champion?
I think that the houses are happy with anything that emerges from the structured conflict. As long as it's decided by destruction, I think that the houses are entertained, and I think that they are ready to proceed. And I don't doubt that there's some sort of shadow puppeteering going on within the houses themselves to jockey for position and maybe make connections with who they think is actually going to...
Probably, but if your champion fails, you need to...
Well, you're the head of your house, but
everyone else,
the retainers, they're thinking ahead.
I mean, yeah, and probably not becoming a head of a house.
Yeah. Hey, do you want to be the boss? Nah,
I'm good.
Not this year. I'm okay.
How about you become that, and I tell you what to do.
I'm really busy.
Yeah, I'm kind of busy.
I've got this tournament, and then I'm going to be...
Just swamped at work.
It's rough. Coming up next, the final match of the day, the battleship fight to determine the chosen champion of House Tash Murkon. Of course, you can choose any one of the battleships available to the Amarr Empire. Yep. The Navy Apocalypse, the Navy Armageddon, the Apocalypse, the Armageddon, the Abaddon. I had you guys say it earlier. I don't have it written down. Your chosen comp was the two navies, the Apocalypse and the Geddon? Or the Abaddon and the Geddon?
The Abaddon and the Geddon. Although I think the choice between the Abaddon and the Apocalypse is so unbelievably close. With one you get range and application. With the other you get a whole bunch of tank. I don't know if it even matters.
What kind of...
More utility from the Geddon, though.
No, the Apocalypse and Baden, I mean...
Oh, you're Apocalypse and Baden, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've never flown in a Baden that didn't need someone feeding it cap.
Yeah. Well, that's how Abadans work.
Yeah. So without any... I mean, are we allowed to have cap transfers on these battleships?
No, we're not. But you can fit a cap booster. Yep. So you can do that, and that'll... you've got 10 minutes, 10, maybe 15 minutes of fighting. Maybe you can last if you're a little bit frugal with your...
but if the other team is fielding a Geddon, you've got to think. I think the Apocalypse is the choice over the Abed.
Really? I mean, but they're a little bit soft and squishy.
A little bit.
Do you think we're going to see any cat batteries in play here, just as some anti-nuke warfare?
Maybe.
Might be an interesting thing to stick on a Baden.
Interestingly, we'll be doing a cat battery Tyrrax pass, which we might be announcing sometime next week.
I think you just announced it.
Thank you. Most of it sometime next week.
Yeah, that is interesting, and I'm sure a lot of TQ players will be interested in changes coming to their selected fit modules. Certainly, it doesn't apply right now to this fight. Right now, they have to deal with the current stats.
What Sledgehammer brings up is an interesting point. Maybe you don't bring the Geddon, because arguably it might not be able to do quite as much damage as the other two, and you just go all cat batteries and no prop mods and a whole bunch of long-range lasers and just pew pew pew. That's focused aggression.
Does anybody fly the Dark Side of the Moon Baden? Does that come in? Can I see the full color spread?
Oh, I'd love to see that.
I don't think it happens, but it would be lovely. It would be really nice.
Yeah.
If you're playing the home game, please feel free to jump in and start fitting your own battleships using cat batteries if you'd like. Of course, it doesn't take long actually to train up to battleship, and I think that's one of the things that sort of seems daunting when you first get into EVE. A lot of newer players get in there and they say, all I can fly is my Emperor or my Ibis, and then maybe they start training towards something, but they just train those base skills that they've been given at the beginning, and then it seems like they're never going to be flying these larger ships, the battleships or the capital ships. And while capitals are a bit more of a climb, I think you can be flying a battleship effectively, at least for mission running, then a couple weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
3 to 4, but yeah, not far off it.
3 to 4. I mean, you're not going to have max skills, but
No.
it's always. I think a little, I wouldn't say depressing, but I always feel like I need to reiterate to people, you can be flying large ships in EVE and having an impact on the game on like within your trial period. And certainly on day one, you can be having an impact by your second, third, fourth week. I mean,
day one, you can tackle things.
Yeah. That's true. So if you're watching the Amarr Championships right now and thinking, hey, can I do this? Yes, you can.
You too can be a spaceship pilot, internet spaceship pilot.
You too can fit guns to your retribution and then get blown up. Not give me a Mets hat. Thanks.
I know, that's like an inside joke. Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, we are moving forward with the Amarr Championships. The final match of today will be beginning in just a minute. Before we go to the field, a reminder that Saturday's tournament will begin, or Saturday's tournament activities will begin at 2:45. 2:45 kicking off the broadcast. So if you would like to tune in and listen to the commentators sitting here at the desk, that's your deadline. The first match will start at 3 o'clock, and while those the rules for those matches have not been determined, I can guarantee you that
they've been determined, not shared.
Determined but not shared. It will be quite engaging from the get-go. So please tune in on time on Twitch, and of course,
just to confirm, because I need to know that's 2:45 p.m.
I'm sorry, 14:45 EVE time.
Thank you. Oh my God, I was worried I was going to have to get up at 2 in the morning.
There you are. And so that we don't fall behind schedule on today's schedule, so that we don't fall behind today, the next match will begin just now. That's 1800 EVE time to decide the champion for the Tashmir Khan family. This battleship fight is between Rakia and Kelon Darklight, and we will go to CCB Rise and CCB Fozzie in the booth for commentary.
Welcome back, everyone. This is CCP Fozzie, joined by CCP Rise, and we have a awesome battleship slugfest coming up here between Kelon, Darklight, and Rachia, or I don't know how to pronounce your name, but you're awesome. Both teams have brought the same ships, so we've got the two navies, the Geddon and the Abaddon across the board. Some slight differences in fits. For Rachia's team, the Abaddon is fitting beams, while it's pulses for Kelon's team, and for Rachia's team, it appears that the Navy Geddon is using artillery.
Yeah,
which is really weird. So I'm wondering if I'm going
that.
crazy, but we're gonna see. That's an odd one on the Navy Geddon. I can kind of almost see it on the Abaddon, but
I've been zoomed in for like 4 minutes trying to make sure that's true, but I think it is.
Anyways, they both came in at 50 kilometers. They're not at the opposite beacons, so they're only like probably 60, 70 kilometers away from each other. But yeah, this is a very weird setup for this Navy Geddon, unless both of us are going crazy, which is also a possibility. That is artillery. That is an artillery Navy Geddon. That is, I think, the first time I've said those words in that order.
It's really bizarre.
But on the Navy Geddon, like I can see it on, like, anyways.
Another difference.
We'll see how it does.
I don't know if you mentioned, but Rachia's Geddon doesn't have any weapons, doesn't have any high slot weapons, just newts.
Meanwhile, you've got cruise missiles for Kelon Darklight's Geddon. And since they came into 50, that makes sense. You got a lot of range. So we're seeing the Navy Apocalypse getting shot by Kelon Darklight. Meanwhile, Rachia is going after the Geddon. Interesting choice. I guess they're both going after long-range ships because the Geddon's on Kelon's team has cruise and they know it, and then the long-range pulses with the range bonus on the Navy Apocalypse, another good one to clear off the field.
You can see Kelon's team going a lot faster. They're running across to try to get into range. Both teams under some tracking disruptor pressure, so both probably need to be a bit closer before their kind of max damage potential is reached. But everybody going to be close enough to hit with all the Scorch pretty soon, which should be the shortest range weapon they field.
So the most damage by far being taken is by Rachia's Apocalypse Navy issue. He is down to about 2/3 armor. Definitely under some pressure here. He's got ECM drones on him, so it's going to be obviously challenging for him to apply his damage with both tracking disruptors and ECM drones. But we'll see. I don't see any smart bombs yet, but I wouldn't be. There you go. Yep, smart bomb on the Geddon, as you'd expect. But that Navy Apocalypse is still dropping. My guess is that they save the artillery Navy Geddon for last, and then just ask him about his fit for the rest of the last 5 minutes of the fight.
Just put him in front of the Chamberlain and what are you doing?
That is an odd choice, but.
Well, the Geddon on the Rocket team, the artillery fielding Geddon. No, that's the Navy Geddon. Sorry, but the normal Geddon is actually taking some damage as well now.
Split damage.
And the Navy APOC tanking all right. He got down to about 40% and is just kind of hanging.
Yeah, I wonder, are they switching? He's not farther away, really. Well, he's
he has pulled some range, and the Geddon that is starting to take damage is the one that's sort of out in front. So they pulled back with the Navy APOC and the rest of the fleet. The Geddon is sort of left out in front, and now he has all of the Wasps from the opposing Geddon, and I assume most of the damage from the rest of the battleships on him rather than on the Navy APOC.
Yeah, Kelon Darklight's Navy Geddon is also taking quite a bit of damage here in about 2/3 armor. Meanwhile, still split damage on both. There's still more damage on Rachia as well. He's dropping fast now.
I think part of the problem, this is so weird. There's a lot of drones on Rachia's team's Geddon, but all the lasers are still pointed at the Navy APOC flown by Rachia. So he's still taking damage from pulse coming from the Abaddon and from their Navy APOC. But yeah, that drone damage is staying on the Geddon. It looks like they're just going to kill both ships at once without losing anything in return.
This is quite odd. I would not... also, if you're going to choose one ship to put the drones on, one to put the lasers on, why do you put the drones on the one with the smart bomb?
It's really weird.
Both teams baffling us a little bit with some of their choices, but Rachia's Geddon Navy, or APOC Navy issue, is dropping through structure now, and that'll be the first blood. That's just a really good start for Kelon Darklight. 4v4, getting to this lead this early, and they're already in the lead for the next kill as well. Both Kelon Darklight and I Pooped Bad for Rachia.
That's it.
Are going to drop, but they're probably going to drop around the same time, and that's going to put Rachia's team down to only 2 ships left, and one of which is a artillery Navy Geddon.
Yeah, it looks like Kellen's tank slowed down for some reason. He was repping quite a lot for a while, but now it's slowed up. Maybe he's got his ARR reloading or something, which
or just
is capped out.
Of pace and running without the pace.
Yep,
that's pretty common.
So he is going into structure, but yeah, like you said, they're going to trade this kill at the least, which puts them in a perfectly good place going forward.
Yeah, Lucian's Navy APOC is right beside the Armageddon there.
Yep.
And just unloading into it with
flag.
pulse. Yeah, there he goes. You can't mitigate the damage from that. And we're now down to only 2 ships left, Ratia, and the first ship is just about to die for Kelon Darklight team. So this is going to be Kelon Darklight in a very commanding position now. And amusingly, I think they're going to try to kill the Abaddon next, which is not something you would normally do. Actually, it's not a bad choice. Kill the beam Abaddon before you kill the artillery Navy Geddon.
So I don't think there's any path that justifies really well the artillery choice, but I am curious if you think skills come into play very much here. I mean, I don't know why you'd put the guy that like is better off shooting arty than lasers into the Navy Geddon. That seems
why not
like
put him into the normal Geddon?
Yeah, exactly. But I don't know, maybe there's something there where, like, because his skills are kind of weak, he doesn't have specializations or something. For lasers, he's kind of similar-ish damage, and then they get the damage type trade-off.
If you're really worried about cap pressure, the Navy Geddon would be probably the most, that and the Abaddon. They're both pretty cap limited, right?
Oh, nice. We're getting feedback from local. The arty choice was fine. We ran the math. So don't worry.
All right. Apparently they did the math.
Just didn't have enough tank on our NAPOC. It's true. Not quite enough. It seems really hard to expect to tank through this fight. Kind of no matter what. You have so much cap pressure.
You got to be trading. You're just going to have to try to trade fast.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you're going to have a lot of disruption on the field. There was some ECM here. There was tracking disruptors from both sides, and you have newts, obviously, from the Geddons. But yeah, it just seems really kind of, I don't know, ambitious to expect to keep a ship alive for the majority of the fight. I mean, I guess you can talk about what kind of tank you have relative to your opponents, but if you're saying we ran the math and we didn't have enough tank compared to our opponents who killed us.
I look forward to the angry Reddit thread from the Fweddit guys explaining why we are totally wrong. But yeah, I'd be interested to see that math. That is interesting. That we are now about to be to lose this Navy Geddon. Well, not about to. It's coming. It's going down. It's just taking a little while. Meanwhile, actually, the APOC Navy issue of Kelon Darklight team Lucian is actually already down to half armor. He doesn't have a lot of a tank.
I do. By the way, it's fun to pick on things that seem weird or teams that do strange things, but almost always once it gets explained, there's like at the least very interesting thinking. Like there's always a reason. Nobody's coming in here almost ever just not thinking about stuff and doing things that are actually just dumb. It's just, it often looks that way because we only have part of the information, and it's easy to see when people lose and just expect that they did something really, really wrong. But definitely, no offense intended, there's a lot of smart people in this game, and I trust they had good reasons. MJD active now on Lucian's
he's going to try to get himself out of there before he dies. He's probably going to do fine there. Yep. And he bounced himself right up to another MJD beacon. That is a sweet jump. I'm impressed by the accuracy of that. I guess it's not too hard. You just approach.
Yeah, that's true. But it is really close, like maybe 4K away.
Yeah. So good job on that, because he's going to be able to get back to a optimal position whenever he wants. And him dying was really the only hope of Ratchet's team at that point. If they had been able to kill him, like if he was dead now, then I'd say they have like a long shot chance.
Yeah. But instead, their Navy Geddon just went down. Yep. So now it's 3 against 1. That's not going to happen for the Abaddon, even though it might take them a while to kill it. We only have a minute and a half left. They probably won't be able to finish it off.
Yeah, a good chance the Abaddon's going to survive, especially with the NAPOC out of range of it. He's going to try to jump himself back into the fight, I think. But yeah, it's just going to be a matter of time. So that means Kelon Darklight of EVE University is going to be the official champion of House Tash Murkon. And we will have all 6 of our champions. That's SoulLess Zealot, Ithica Hawk, Damassys, Lysus, Mitara, and Kelon.
I can't wait to see the rules for next week. Are they going to also be crazy and interesting like this?
They are indeed.
Yeah, that's good.
They're going to be fascinating. I think they're going to be very different things. It's not going to like there was a pattern here that everyone could kind of see where we limited ships for each round, while CCP Rise dies in the corner. The rules are quite different for the round robin than they were for this. But you'll see them all on Friday. So next Friday, we're going to release a news report and a forum post with all the rules so everyone can get them. And you'll only have 1 day before you have to start fighting with them. So that's going to be a big challenge, but I'm sure these teams are both up to it, or all 6 of these teams are up to it.
It's dangerous work, you guys. It's been a long, hard day, but we're still here.
5 seconds remaining.
Too long. It's too long.
And that is the match. Congratulations. And we'll send it back to the guys who can breathe at the desk.
3, 2, 1. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This is Eve Radio,
where we play music for the masses.
If you can't handle the heat, you should get out of the kitchen. PvP is hard. I have sweat rolling down my chest. Now that's sexy.
It is with a heavy heart that we mourn the passing of CCP Rise, who has fallen to space consumption. We'd like to pause for a minute and honor his memory.
All right, I'm done.
It's good enough. Pretty finished. I can still hear him hacking in the other room. The champions have been chosen. All 6 of the royal houses have selected their chosen avatars, the pilots and their teams who will move forward next weekend in the Amarr Championships. Those champions, once more, in case you didn't hear Fozzie announcing them earlier, for House Ardeshapur, the SoulLess Zealot. For House Kador, Ithica Hawk. For House Khanid, Damassys Kadesh. For House Korazor, Lysus. For House Sarum, Mitara Newelle. And for House Tashmerkin, Kelon Darklight. And to those 6 champions, we wish you all the best of luck next week, the 14th of November, where the second day of the Amarr Championships will commence. That, again, happening at, the first match at 1500 Eve time. Tune in at 14:45 for commentary from the desk, from the booth, and from CCP Pen, should CCP Pen survive. Before we go, another announcement, one more. The 07 show will be airing following the Amarr Championships on the Thursday, the 19th, not on the same day as the tournament. It will be afterwards on the Thursday. Please tune in then for additional information, interviews, and possibly storyline developments that are released between now and then. We're not entirely sure what's going to happen ourselves, so do tune in and find out along with us. Last comments before we go, CCP Lyric and CCP Sledgehammer?
This has been a blast. I really enjoyed today.
A laser blast?
Ion blast. Neutron blast.
No.
Yes.
No. Larrikin.
Very disappointed we didn't see the Black Abaddon skin in that particular match. It's probably my favourite.
I'm disappointed we didn't see any battle industrial ships. Just for the lols.
I would have liked to have seen a Titan a Titan enforcement.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Tyrrax should have.
And it's entirely possible that we will see action such as described, Black Abaddon's Titan enforcement. What did you ask for?
Industrials.
Industrials. Next week. So do tune in the 14th of November, Saturday at 14:45 Eve time for the second day of the Amarr Championships. Until then, I am CCP Antiquarian. Fly safe.
Under the rituals laid out in the scriptures, succession to the imperial throne has begun. The royal heirs shall select their champions through the ancient trials of fire and blood. Sworn upholders of the faith, warriors without fear. These champions shall decide who will ascend the throne. All shall witness the power of God's chosen. And to those who dare threaten holy Amarr, it shall be known, retribution will be righteous.